Goodness, I cleared my cache. Now I don't have any green screens or anything to use. I'm taking the dog out right now. I'm going to go in a second. I'm waiting to see if I can download any green screen stuff. I've got a background I'm going to put up. It's going to say I can defeat any argument for God. So this live will be about any argument for God. I will demonstrate how it's a bad argument and easily defeated. I'm waiting for my, there's the filter I'm looking for. I got to download it because I cleared my cache recently. But we're going to talk soon. There's my background. No, I'm going to be debating or teaching. Let me turn my camera around. I'm trying to get set up. I can't, it's been so long I can't figure out how to turn my camera around. Comments, I guess. I can't figure out how to turn the camera around. Maybe you can tell me how to do it. Maybe they move stuff.
It used to be in the right-hand corner, the dots or whatever. You click on the dots.
Yeah, that's when I was clicking on the dots.
Okay, try the guest, the little people, and then see if you can click on yourself there.
Here's settings. Let me click.
Yeah,
Wait,
it's hard for me to do it when I'm not looking at the screen,
Yeah.
at your screen.
Well, I can click on the two people now. Let's see what I can do here. Oh, I think I found the rotate thing.
There you go. You got it.
Oh, did I change it again?
Yep, you changed it again.
Okay. It looked like it was grayed out. It looked like it wasn't doing anything. There we go. Now I got to make it circle and fit it in the box.
I know I don't do live very much anymore there. I'm starting to forget all of it too.
What do you mean? You go live pretty often still, I thought.
No, not really. Hold on, my phone's ringing.
Let's see. So I guess what I was thinking when I said, well, why don't I just go live? Because, recently I tried to go on the Elliott argument guy but as soon as I said his options or his trichotomy is not a valid trichotomy, he just kicked me off the page. So I had to make a video refuting the Elliott argument. And so I was actually commenting with somebody back and forth on my YouTube channel about the same video that I have on TikTok. And he says, well, if the Elliott trichotomy is not correct, then you have an obligation to prove that it's not correct. I said, okay, that's easy. So, by just using the laws of logic, the law of excluded middle says, either something is or it is not. You can't have a third option. And so when you ask the question, is the universe eternal? The only possible answers to that is yes or no. There's no maybe. There's no partial answer. Is the universe eternal? The answer can only be yes or no. If the answer is yes, then it's over because the universe is eternal. It doesn't need a creator. It's just done. The universe is eternal. If the universe is not eternal, then you can have two options about that one. It means it was either created by nothing or it was created by something. And obviously the theist is going to say, well, it was created by something. Because nobody can have a logical, rational argument that the universe was created by nothing, because nothing can't create. So the only compatible response to the whole trichotomy. So that's the new trichotomy, and so their trichotomy is actually close to valid, except they're suggesting that God is a valid option in the trichotomy, and it's not God. All they're doing is defining God into existence and saying that something that created the universe is God. So they say that by definition, the thing that created the universe is God. But now they're going to have to prove that God even exists and that God is that third option. But all you can actually do is say, if the universe was created or it began to exist, then something that we don't know created it. See, they're suggesting that they know what did it, but they're just defining God as the thing that started the universe. And so they gotta prove that if they want to have a valid argument, and they can't prove that. It's just an assertion. All right, we'll go in without all the squeaking doors. Did you hear that stuff I said?
Sorry, I had a phone call. We're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning. I had to take the call.
So do I need to run through the trichotomy again?
Yes, I'm listening.
So the logical law, or the law of excluded middle, is something either is or is not. You know, when you turn a light switch on, the light is either on or off. It cannot be half on. It's either on or off. So, you know, when you ask a question where the answer can only present two options, either yes or no, you know, some questions you
Are
can
you
ask.
talking about the Elliott project guy
Yeah,
the other day
Elliott
that had
argument.
put you in that? Yeah.
So,
Okay, go ahead.
So if you start with the question, is the universe eternal? And there's only two possible answers, yes or no. I would argue that the universe is eternal, that this is what's compatible with logic and reason and observable reality. There's no reason to think that matter can begin to exist or energy can begin to exist. And so this would be the position I take. The universe is eternal. This is what is compatible with reality. So the theist doesn't like that answer, and they try to wish it away, but you can't. So the other possibility is, no, the universe is not eternal. And if the universe is not eternal, then there are two possibilities that you would have to wrestle with if the universe is not eternal. And that would be that it began for no reason whatsoever. There was nothing that caused the beginning, or something caused the beginning. That's the only two options. Either something caused it or nothing caused it. And nothing.
So they think something caused it.
Right. So the theist thinks something caused it.
Mm-hmm.
And an atheist takes the position, maybe not all atheists, but I think the rational atheist position would be the universe is eternal. But the theist wants to believe that something caused it and that they know what that something is, and they define it as God. So they simply define God into existence and say God is that thing that started the universe. First of all, they can't prove the universe started. They can't prove God exists. They're just asserting or defining God into existence. It's the God of the gaps argument. It says if there's anything that we don't know, let's say God did it.
So how do we prove that it's eternal?
Well, so we actually can prove that it's eternal. Until we get new evidence that proves otherwise, we have the laws of conservation of mass and energy, which says matter and energy cannot be created or destroyed. Even Einstein's famous equation, E equals mc squared, indicates that energy and mass are constants, that you can convert between energy and mass, but that the overall energy and mass cannot be changed because it is three constants: energy, mass, and the speed of light. So we have scientific laws that are irrefutable that says mass and energy cannot be created or destroyed. Therefore, the universe must be eternal because matter and energy cannot be created. We must have a constant state of matter and energy at all times. When you combine all the matter and energy in the entire universe,
It is the same today as it was in the very beginning, or was in there is no beginning, so it's always been the same. It never changes. So, energy
Yeah, it's
is not
ridiculous to think that an intelligent mind created all of this. It's just ridiculous to think that.
right. But and so what they do when they talk about the intelligent design is they want to look at the temperature of Earth and the seasons and the gravitational constant and things like this, and say, look, life couldn't exist unless these conditions existed. It's like, yeah, and 99% of the universe does not have these conditions. That's why life does not exist in 99% of the universe. So if an intelligent designer designed the universe, they prefer silence and the lack of life far greater than life itself, because life is an extreme rarity. And also on the fine tuning deal, they're suggesting that God is like working on an old analog radio station, and he's fine tuning it to the point where
Yes.
he can get life. But there's so many problems with that. First of all, you can't even suggest that. Let me make myself a little bit bigger. You can't even rationally suggest that the conditions, the cosmological constants, could even be different. So, as far as we know, they are fundamental. They are unchangeable. They've always been the same. Gravity has never changed. Gravity has always been constant. Or at least, and so the only thing so the gravitational constant does not change. But when you have a greater massive body like the sun has a greater sphere of influence with its gravity, but the gravitational constant is the same on the sun as it is on the earth. But the earth is a smaller mass, therefore it has a smaller influence on its surroundings.
I was sitting and watching Voice of Reason last night. You know who that is, right, Boar?
Not right off, I don't.
You don't know who that is? He's real popular here on TikTok. I used to really think he was a smart guy, and then he got sucked into this. I think he was always kind of a Christian a little bit, but he wasn't really into it. He didn't talk about it too much, but now he's like really into it. And he was talking last night about how he believed Adam and Eve was the first humans, and I'm thinking, you know what? My thoughts of thinking you were an intelligent, smart man has just gone out the window.
Yeah, and intelligent people, and I even think I was intelligent back when I was a believer, but I was not applying my intelligence to religion or my faith. So you can be an intelligent person, but you can fail to apply your intelligence to your faith. You have to escape
That's true.
intelligence or defy intelligence in order to believe in nonsensical things like the invisible man that lives outside of space and time. So it's just not compatible with reality, and people need to understand that.
Okay, we got Dare on the panel. Welcome, Dare.
Yeah, nice to meet you guys.
Hey there. Do you have something you want to say?
Yeah, do you believe that everyone has a purpose in life?
So everybody can create their own purpose in life. I don't believe that there is a being outside themselves that has a predetermined purpose for all people. So, I mean, when a little kid gets kidnapped and raped and abused, do you think that there is some being that had a purpose for this person to only live to be 6 years old or 8 years old, and to be kidnapped and to abused and to be unalived and buried in a small grave in the middle of the woods? You think that was their purpose?
That's pretty demonic. That's a
Well, it happens. Do you think
I
that
understand
when it
that.
happens, do you think that person, that some God had a purpose for that little girl?
That's real demonic.
Can you answer the question? Do you think that some being had a purpose for that little girl?
I can't be everywhere at one time, you know? I'm only
Can you
the son.
answer the question? Do you think that there was a being that had a purpose for that little girl to be abused and unalived?
I
You see,
couldn't
I
do
don't. I don't
I'm in
think that there is a
flesh.
being that had a purpose for a girl to be abused and unalived. Do you
I
think that
think
there's a being that had a
I
purpose
think
for
we have a
something?
guy on the panel, Jeff, that thinks he's God. Do you think you're God or Jesus?
I'm in flesh. No, I'm modern day. I'm in flesh. I can listen, host. I followed you. If you ever get cancer, if you know anybody in your family that has cancer, I can heal them.
Well,
My
there's a bunch
name,
of
my
people in the hospital right now, so I don't know
no,
anybody personally.
I
So
can do it.
there's a whole bunch of people, millions of people that have cancer right now.
Yeah,
Why don't you go heal them?
I'm on no, I'm on number 248.
So where's the news crew that's following you around as you do this and documenting that you're healing 248 people
I'm
of
not
cancer?
in I'm not in America.
I
I'm in
think he's
Puerto
a
Rico.
troll.
No, I'm in Puerto
Yeah.
Rico.
So all these people are in Puerto Rico that you've healed of cancer?
Yeah, in the countryside. Yes, yes.
Okay, so is there any news article or news crew in Puerto Rico following you around, documenting your healing
No,
of cancer?
I would like to use you as testimony.
Testimonies. Okay, you can do that. Do you have the
I would
ability to
love
heal
to use,
eyesight?
as long as you pay for my hotel stay and my plane ticket, and you preach on my behalf. I don't really show my face like that.
Okay, all right.
I don't
I'm
want
going to
people to
drop you
know.
down.
I don't want to be unalived.
We
So
needed
is your
somebody with intelligence.
No, I
your
don't want to be.
profile picture has you shooting two birds, and so you think that
Yeah,
that
that's
anybody's going to take you seriously? It's ridiculous. So listen,
So,
if there's any Christian out there, there's somebody Catholic. Somebody's
yeah,
requesting.
I know this guy coming up. So he's going to give you a run for your money, just so you know.
No, he ain't gonna give me a run for my money. He may be a lunatic. What's up, Catholic?
He's gonna run for your money.
Catholic
Hello,
tradition.
Jeff.
Hey,
Hello, Jeff.
what's up?
Yeah, it says you can defeat any argument for God, but can you do it without any help for Petrina?
Yeah, Petrina, don't help me out, okay? All right, Petrina, don't help me out. He don't want me to get any help. All right.
Okay.
All right, Petrina's not gonna help me. I got to do it all by myself.
Okay, so in your not God world, I take it you're an atheist, right?
Yeah.
So in your not God world, are you able to differentiate between a dog and a cat based on their ontological characteristics?
Yes.
And do you have positive belief right now that you're the cause for the galaxies, all the galaxies in the universe? That if it wasn't for you, there wouldn't be any galaxies in the universe?
No.
Thank you. I want to thank you for answering those two questions that I posed to you the way that you did, because by the way that you answered them, logically you've just admitted that there's a God. And I'll connect the dots for you if you allow me to, for your audience to hear the reasoning why you've admitted that there's a God. If you look up the word intelligibility, you'll see that it's, quote, the state of being intelligible, unquote. And if you look that up, you'll see that it does not exist as a physical concrete thing, but instead an abstract thing. And if you look up abstract things, you'll see that it necessitates a mind. So since you've ruled out your mind in the answers to my questions that I posed to you, for all ontological intelligibility itself with regards to all things that have characteristics that are perceivable to you, they're intelligible to you, at least on a basic level, and you've admitted that you're not the cause for all these things outside of yourself. So since a mind is necessary, because again, intelligibility itself necessitates a mind because it's an abstract thing, and all these things outside of you have the qualia of intelligibility, whereby they're intelligible to you, to me, and to everyone else. So that must mean that there's some mind that is instantiating, imposing, and grounding all ontological intelligibility itself with regards to anything and everything that everyone is perceiving. So since you've admitted it's not your mind, and I know it's not my mind, I doubt it's the mind of Petrina or anybody else in this live. So that must mean there's some greater mind, some omnipotent, omniscient, all-powerful mind that is instantiating, imposing, grounding all ontological intelligibility itself. Now, if you
That
disagree
makes
with me,
absolutely
then
no
what?
sense whatsoever.
Now, if you disagree with me, then what's your rebuttal?
So a mind is necessary to understand qualia or to experience qualia. A mind is not necessary for something to exist. So do you think a rock can exist without a mind to understand it? So if there are no animals or humans on Earth, but yet Earth still exists, do you think it's possible that Earth could exist without animals and humans?
Yes, we know that Earth could exist without animals and humans
Okay.
because God went ahead and created the universe,
No.
and He
No,
created
you're
the Earth
presupposing
before there was
God.
any animals and humans.
Stop.
Well, hold on. Now
So-
I'm answering your question, so I don't know
No.
why you wanted me to stop.
You're going to ramble on. So,
Do you
if
want me to
you-
answer your questions when you pose a question to me or not?
I want you to answer and then let me speak, because I answered your questions with a simple yes or no, and then I gave you a long time to try to explain what you meant by that, and it was complete nonsense. So now it's time to rebut what you had to say.
Well, with all due respect, if you're going to pose a question to me, I'm not going to answer it the way you want me to. I'm going to answer it the way I want to. So if you're going to stop me as I'm answering your question, then that's not a good faith conversation, and it shows that you're defensive in your atheistic worldview.
So you said that the earth can exist without minds to perceive it, correct?
Yeah, without any minds to perceive it with regards to human minds that are created. However, for the earth to exist itself, it has the quality of sphereness, and so it has the same qualities. In other words, it has the quality of intelligibility itself, the characteristics of
No.
intelligibility.
What do you mean by that?
Because
So
now notice, watch this. He can't help himself. As I'm answering his question, he has to cut me off.
but
this is showing that he's
who do you think
defensive.
has spoke more words since you've been here? Who do you think has spoken more, you or me?
Now he's muting me. He's censoring me, everybody. He's getting defensive.
Because you do not want to have a good faith discussion with me. You want to speak nonstop and never allow me to ask you a question because you are afraid to actually engage in a conversation. I don't want to
Sir.
give you 30 minutes of your diatribe. So,
Sir, if you're going to ask me a question, you have to allow me to answer your question. If you're not going to allow me to answer, there you go, everybody. This shows that he's crashing out. He's going to censor me, which shows that he can't actually have a good
can
faith
you
discussion
calm
with me.
down? Can you just calm down for a second? Because I'll just drop you and
Well,
move on. But I would
Well, just
like to
drop me
try to
then.
have
If
a
you're going to
conversation.
censor me and mute me, then there's no point in us having a conversation.
Patrina, don't mute him, okay? Don't mute him.
I'm not
Vanilla?
muting him, Jeff. I'm not even
Uh,
by my
All right,
tablet.
that's Vanilla. So Vanilla was muting you, not me. So I want you to try to have a good faith conversation here, okay? I'm going to
Great.
allow
Then
you
if we're going to
speak.
have a good faith conversation, when you pose a question to me, don't stop me from answering the question. Okay? And that's what's called a good faith conversation.
Okay, so you have admitted that the earth can exist without minds to perceive it.
Yeah,
Am I
without created
misrepresenting you?
minds. Yeah, without created minds. However, there is a mind that's always perceiving the earth, because that would be the mind of God, because all things have the quality of intelligibility. And you actually admitted that because you said, in the answer to my two questions, you said that you're able to differentiate between a cat and a dog based on their ontological intelligibility. See, we're outside of epistemology. We're not talking about epistemology. We're talking about ontology. And you
Okay,
admitted
now let
that
me ask
based
you a
on their
question.
ontology. See, he has to interrupt me, everybody. He can't help
Okay,
himself.
listen. Can I ask you
There
a
you go.
question? Can I
There you go,
follow up?
everybody. There you go, everybody. See, he's
Okay,
not going to
so
allow me to finish answering his question. This is how he
you won't
wants the
allow me to say a
conversation.
single word. So
Sir,
I'm just going to drop you.
I,
I'm going to drop you. That's
there you
fine.
go. Drop me. Run away.
Yeah.
He does this
So-
on my live, Jeff. That's why I don't let him on my live anymore.
So when you won't allow me to speak, you won't allow me to even ask you a clarifying question. It's because you are the one that's not willing to have a good faith conversation. You want to be able to speak nonstop without ever allowing me to ask you a question. So there is no reason. So if humans did not exist, there would still be a difference between cats and dogs, even though no human would know the difference between a cat and dog because no human existed. So intelligibility can exist without a mind. So the earth can be a sphere even if nothing knows that it's a sphere. The rock can exist even if nothing knows that a rock exists. So he's saying, I believe what he's trying to say is, if anything has any intelligible qualities, then there must be a mind that created the intelligible qualities. And this is simply saying God exists because he must exist. It is saying there must be a God because a rock cannot exist unless a mind created it. But yet he's suggesting that there is a mind that can exist without a physical brain. And we have no evidence that a mind can exist without a brain. So we have no evidence whatsoever that minds can exist without a brain. So minds are dependent on brains, and brains are dependent on a human life form. And the perception of reality requires a mind. But reality exists even if there are no minds to perceive it. So when you say, if the tree falls in the woods and there's no one there to hear it, does it make a sound? Of course it does. It absolutely makes a sound, but nobody hears it because there's nobody there to perceive it. When trees fall over, they create vibrations, and noise is just vibrations. The vibrations do not cease to exist simply because there are no ears to detect the vibration. The vibration is still there. The tree does make a sound when it falls in the woods and there's nobody there to hear it. The rock does exist when there are no life forms and no minds to perceive it. So he's simply asserting that God is necessary in order to create spheres. Like a sphere can't exist unless God creates a sphere. So he's not proving that God exists. He's asserting that God exists, and he's asserting that God is necessary, even though he has no evidence that minds can exist without brains. And he takes the illogical, irrational position that minds are required for anything to exist, and that's completely irrational, incompatible with reality. Because there's a rock outside, underground right now, and if I go dig it up with a shovel, I will find it, but it still exists even though no mind can perceive it right now. No human mind perceives the rock that's underground. So minds only perceive reality. Minds do not create reality. So if you think that a mind can create reality, then you need to provide some evidence for that. So why don't you manifest $1 million in my bank account with your mind? If mind can create reality, then manifest $1 million in my bank account. You can't and you won't, because that's not the way reality works. Reality does not require a mind to exist. Minds only perceive reality. So that's the problem with your argument, Catholic. I just refuted you and destroyed, and the fact that you wouldn't have a good faith conversation is evident why you wouldn't, because your argument is so easily refuted.
I'm bringing up the next guest. Is he joining? Nope. Okay, two of them dropped. So hold on a minute. I know
We got 100 people here, so I just noticed that. Thank y'all
Yeah.
for coming. I don't
Yeah,
go live very
good job.
often, but y'all double tap the screen and get the push it out.
Yeah, push out by tapping, sharing, and reposting.
What's up, AJ?
Hey guys, how are you, my man? Thank you for letting me come on and just chat a little bit.
Yeah.
I had a question just to engage in a good, respectful conversation. I do appreciate the way you handle your guests. Would you agree, since it appears that there's argument here that God doesn't exist, would you agree, just for the argument's sake, for people who say that God does exist, that he has to be outside of our reality? In other words, for God to be what is proclaimed, he has to be outside of our own understanding of reality. So can we begin with that being at least a working concept?
Well, so let me tell you what the problem with that is. If God is outside of our reality, there's no way that we could perceive him or know that he exists. So for somebody to say God exists and he's outside of space, time, and matter, they're essentially admitting that they can't know that that's true, because you have no way to observe it or demonstrate it. So I could tell you that the entire universe is in the palm, is on a dandelion in the palm of an elephant's hand, and the elephant's name is Horton.
Right.
And I can assert that Horton Hears a Who is actually based on reality that our entire universe is on a dandelion?
So part of the reason that I asked that question is because, at least from my perspective as a person who does have a belief in God, my argument when I am invited to come on chats like this has a premise too. I think we don't have enough conviction and honesty about why we believe what we believe, and frankly why we don't believe what we don't believe. But with that being said, just as a kind of disclaimer, the way that I would go from the first question to prove at least an opinion, if you will, of why I believe there's a God is because this God that is outside of reality actually introduced himself to us. And in that way, that would be obviously the Christian ethos of Christ being God in the flesh.
Well,
And so
I
you
can
can
easily,
have it
easily
appear.
refute that.
Well, I'm certainly sure you have your bullet points for that. But I guess if you wouldn't mind me giving just a contribution, there seems to be at least a case for a God that exists outside of reality that came into our reality or introduced himself by the becoming one of us. And obviously that takes a lot of faith. Like I understand that all of this it's a mystical character and it's on your mind and you do what you want to do or believe what you want to believe. So at least we could be honest that faith requires some parameters to understand why we believe what we believe, right? And it's okay if you refuse that there is a God and that he introduced himself in human form and that somehow he's triune, relating to us from one essence in three persons, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. I mean, these are obviously Christian ethos, a Christian
Yeah,
ethos of understanding, right?
they're
So yeah.
anti-biblical Christian ethos. So the Bible does not teach Trinity. The Bible doesn't teach that Jesus was God in the flesh.
No, it does, brother. Like the very first verse that comes to mind is the one in First John that says that if any man says that Christ is not God in the flesh, he is the spirit of Antichrist.
That's not even what it says. You misquoted it. That's not what it
Yeah.
says. It
Read
says
it to me.
if anyone says that Jesus didn't come in the flesh, that Jesus didn't come in the flesh. They're saying if
Right.
Jesus,
Well,
if anyone says that in fact,
who
wait, listen,
are you
AJ,
assuming Jesus is though,
AJ,
Jeff?
AJ. That
Yes, I'm
verse
listening, brother.
says if anyone says that Jesus is God, then he's the Antichrist because it says Jesus was a human being that actually came in the flesh. Jesus came in the flesh, not God came in the flesh.
I mean, we all came in the flesh, Jeff. Why do you think that distinction is
Yeah,
even there?
humans are
Jesus,
come in the flesh. That means
but
Jesus
brother,
is a
listen,
human, not a God.
listen real quick. Listen, I understand that you emphatically do not believe this, but understand why people believe this. Jesus, that mention of Jesus coming in the flesh is a presupposition that he was the Messiah, that
Do
he
you know
was
what a
God
Messiah is?
himself.
Okay, now stop.
Yes,
Stop right there.
the
Stop.
anointed one, the
Stop.
chosen
Stop.
one.
Stop. Stop.
Okay,
A Messiah is a human being.
correct.
It is not a God. Because God is supposed to send a human who will save Israel from their enemies. The Messiah is an anointed one, someone that God and a priest anoints as God's chosen human being who is going to do good things for his people.
Yes.
Not God. So
But
a Messiah is not God. Jesus is not God. The Son of God is also not God. The Son of Man is not God.
okay. When Jesus goes around saying things, before Abraham was I am, the Father and I are one, how dare he forgive sins? Would it be better for me to ask this man to take up his mat and walk? I mean, what kind of explanation do you have for Christ's own words identifying himself as God in the flesh?
So do you know that Jesus gave the apostles the authority to forgive sins? Do you think the apostles were God?
We are in a journey to be like God. Yes, that is part of our Christian journey.
Okay, so are you like God or are you God?
We can be like God, but Jesus was God.
No, the Bible never says Jesus was God. Not ever, not once. When in John chapter 10, verse 30, when it says, I and the Father are one, being one with God does not mean I am God, because Jesus also said in John 17:21, I pray for all the believers that they all would be one with God in the same way that I am one with God. That means that you are in harmony or in unison or on the same page. You're on the same team.
I can
Do you
understand
think
that
that all the
interpretation.
believers are individually God, just like Jesus was individually God?
No, I guess the distinction for your argument on your page that you can defeat any argument for God comes from, I guess, my two contributions, and I really do appreciate your this talk with you. That God has to be outside of our reality, which goes against the face of a lot of these scientific arguments. Because
Okay,
I'm
so
okay with
let's deal with that for
evolution,
just
I'm
a
okay
second.
with all that stuff.
So
But
let's
really
deal with
quick,
that.
and the really quick though, Jeff, really quick, just to finish this thought, and then please tell me what you're thinking. The alternative to that is then that this concept of God actually becoming human and coming to the world to defeat death by death, which are the principles of Christianity, right? And just a
Has
quick
death been
verse to
defeated? Has death been defeated?
it has been defeated in the sense that once you die, you actually don't disappear from existence. You just
What?
stop
How do
living
you know
here.
that? How do you
Well,
know
well,
that?
that's what we. No, I don't. I don't. That's what we
Right.
believe.
So that
Right.
is your
Right.
belief. You believe it because you
Sure.
read it in a book, but yet every single Christian dies and stays dead and they don't come back after they die. So you have no rational reason to believe that any Christian lives after death, that any Christian gets resurrected. You have no rational reason to believe that Jesus resurrected
Let me
because
ask the
you
question
read
this
it in
way,
a
Jeff. No,
book.
you're absolutely right. I grant you what you're saying. That's why I said the premise of this entire conversation is based on what we believe and what we don't. And it's okay
Right.
to
And
argue
I
the
believe
reasons why.
things based
Let
on
me just.
observable,
But well,
demonstrated,
I
factual
am give.
evidence.
Yes, I'm
AJ,
trying. I'm
I,
trying to
listen,
add some.
if you're just going to ramble and never allow me to speak, I got to drop you. If you won't
No, please go
respond to
ahead. Go
me
ahead.
and listen to what I have to say and respond to what I have to say, then I have no use for you because I'm not going to give you an opportunity to preach your horseshit lies about your God. If you want to know that your God is fake, I can prove to you your God is fake. But you don't want to know it because you just want to preach your shit.
No,
And I'm
it's
not
okay, brother.
interested in it.
I'm not trying to preach it. It's okay. I want to
So,
hear what you have to
so
say.
there's
That's all
any
right.
point that you bring up, if you want to bring up anything about the Bible, I can disprove everything about the Bible. If you want to say anything in the Bible is true because the Bible is infallible, then you should be able to drink some poison and not be harmed. You should be able to drink Clorox and not be harmed. But I guarantee you, if you drink Clorox, you will die. Even if you believe in Jesus, you still will die. So this is absolute proof that the Bible is not true. You Christians cannot drink poison and live. So when you say, oh, the Bible says this or that, that makes it true, then you should be able to drink poison and not die. Do you understand what I'm saying? The Bible is
I do.
mythology. It is human authored books that were written a long time ago about a war. The Romans
It's a
and the
little deeper
Jews
than
were
that.
in major
Yep.
war with each other.
Yeah.
So the Romans wrote mythology that was meant to defeat Judaism, and Christianity exists for the sole purpose of replacing Judaism.
You are familiar with like the archaeological finds of like the Dead Sea Scrolls and things like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You do realize that the earliest manuscripts that we had of, for example, the book of Isaiah was 900 AD until the Dead Sea
No.
Scrolls, which
Oh,
actually,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, really quick. You can look this up. I'm not trying to BS anything. And listen, Jeff, I appreciate the conversation. I'll let you go here in just a moment. You know that the earliest manuscripts we had of Isaiah was 900 AD, and the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls found whole scrolls of Isaiah that went as far back as 300 BC,
No,
and
that's
that throughout
false.
the
That's false.
no
That's
no
false.
look it up, brother. Look it up. It's
The
true.
oldest manuscript,
Tell me
the Dead Sea
what you
Scrolls
know.
only date to like the 2nd century BC. That's 100 and something BC. Not the 3rd century BC, the 2nd century BC.
That's
Okay,
correct.
I'll give you that in case I missed it from a roundup to the century. Okay, 200 BC. That's still almost 1,200 years in between what we thought existed as the only manuscripts existing. So the only reason I bring that up, because you sound like a rational person, and I appreciate your conviction, okay? And I think that it's true. Look, I take what you're saying.
What's your point
I'm
about the
not
Dead Sea
coming on.
Scrolls? Because let's get to the point on the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Okay, thank you. The point of the Dead Sea Scrolls is that for almost 700 years, it had been an accusation that Christian historians manipulated the book of Isaiah to make it work with the suffering servant understanding of Christ. And so it was ignored by the Jewish community for hundreds of years until the Dead Sea Scrolls realized, oh, shoot, the book of Isaiah actually did speak of the suffering servant, and the Christians didn't insert this in there. What we had was not a, we understand now, a learning opportunity. It was a digging in of heels that we're still not going to accept that Jesus was the Messiah. Whether you believe he was
Okay,
God.
so now let me respond to that. So
Yes, please.
Isaiah 53 is not about Jesus. If Isaiah 53 in the Dead Sea Scrolls actually said this is about Jesus who is going to come in the future and he's going to suffer on the cross, then I'd say that's amazing. It actually predicted this person by name and even gave the date and time frame that it was going to happen. And we found a manuscript that existed before the time, so we know that somebody didn't write it after the event. If that was the case, then that would be very strong evidence for Christianity. But that's not the case. Isaiah 53 is not about Jesus. It's not predicting the future. It doesn't give any specific timelines for anything. And it's talking about something that had already happened in the past. And it identifies Israel as the suffering servant. And the whole context of Isaiah, 2nd Isaiah, is about Israel coming out of Babylonian captivity because Israel was the suffering servant of God. So what happened is, what we can know happened is the people that wrote the mythology about Jesus, they used Isaiah 53 as a model for how to create a new story about a suffering servant.
Yep.
And they just replaced Israel with Jesus. They created Jesus and they said, oh, since we're using Isaiah 53 as our model for writing this fictional story about a fictional Messiah, let's just change the name from Israel to Jesus and we'll say that it was a prophecy. That's what happened.
Well, I don't know that I necessarily agree with you, but I do appreciate the perspective. Can I ask one quick question, Jeff, and I'll let you go? And thank you, man. I appreciate an honest conversation. I do appreciate you letting me come up and just share a few things with you. It sounds like you have a really good knowledge of Scripture. May I ask if you were at any point a Christian or involved in church?
I was born and raised as a Christian in the Christian church, and I was a dedicated Christian for over 30 years from the age of 16 to 46. I've studied the Bible more than most people on earth. I've got documented evidence of me studying the Bible back when I was a Christian. I've got a YouTube channel that goes back many decades where I've been studying the Bible, posting videos about the Bible, and arguing and debating the Bible for my entire life. I'm turning 50 in a couple of weeks, and
Happy birthday.
and so I know the Bible better than most people, both Old Testament and New Testament. I am not a biblical scholar. I have a Master of Science, and I have a career outside of the Bible, but I've studied the Bible more than I've studied my career. So I am equivalent to a biblical scholar, even though I don't have the credentials to back it up.
I appreciate it. Thank you for sharing that. Do you mind me asking if you were affiliated with a certain tradition of faith or community of faith, what your upbringing was?
Yes,
A
I was in the
denomination?
Church of Christ. Church of Christ.
Church of Christ. Okay, cool. All right, man. Well, listen, I do appreciate the time. I'm going to follow you, and maybe I could jump on with a few other thoughts some other time if you feel like that would make sense.
So AJ, I appreciate,
Yes,
I know I kind of yelled a little bit, but
That's okay, man. I understand the passion.
He's just very passionate.
But listen,
no,
AJ.
I am too. I get it. It's all good.
AJ, I was
Yes,
a
sir.
Christian for over 40 years. I dedicated my life to Christianity and to Bible study and to going to church and praying to this God. And I have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's all fake, that the God of the Bible is not real, that the Bible is just human authored mythology, that it's full of lies and contradictions, verifiable, knowable lies and contradictions, false promises, that there's not even a single prophecy anywhere in the Bible. Prophecy is a scam. You know, if somebody's going door to door and accepting $1,000 to join a club membership that will allow you to take a vacation every year for free. You just got to pay your $1,000 and you get an annual vacation for free to the Bahamas. If I knew that that was a scam and I allowed this person to go door to door selling this scam to people, $1,000 for lifetime vacations, if I knew about it and didn't tell them, that would make me evil. So what I should do is go door to door and say, hey, somebody came to me, said that they were selling lifetime vacations for $1,000. And I know this is a scam. I bought into it. I sent them $1,000, and then I tried to go on a vacation, and then they didn't even answer the phone, and I got a busy signal every time I called. Don't give them $1,000. This is exactly what I'm doing to you, AJ. I know and have proven through extensive study and life experience that Christianity is fake. that the Bible
Yeah.
is completely
Yeah.
wrong on all accounts.
Yeah.
That's
I
why
mean,
I'm
I
passionate.
I want you to know that I appreciate your conviction, but you will agree, like you do with many on here, that that is certainly your entitled opinion. I don't
It's
agree
not an
with you,
opinion.
and I don't no, it's you can't be you can't have the normative truth of all authority, Jeff. You have to understand that people see
No.
things
So
differently than you, and
let
it's
me ask you,
okay.
AJ.
Let me give you my credentials real quick since you did yours, and
All
then I'll
right.
let you go. I'm 58. I was born in a nominal Catholic family in Central America. I was raised in a Pentecostal group when I came to the United States. I pastored a Free Methodist church for 15 years. I have a master's degree in theology from Azusa Pacific University. I recently was received into the Greek Eastern Orthodox Church. There's a lot to learn, Jeff. That's all I have to say. I appreciate the time. God bless you in your journey and your conviction. I really do thank
Can
you for
I ask
letting
you
me
one
come on
question
here.
before you leave?
Sure, sure, of course.
Can you drink poison and not be harmed?
I know the verse you're speaking of. Of course
Mark
not. You
16,
cannot
18.
drink poison and not be harmed. Of course not. I'm not going to
Okay.
mess with snakes. I'm not going to do
So
those things. Of course not.
now I want to ask you a follow up. Why can't you admit that the Bible's false since you know that you can't drink poison and handle venomous snakes? Because that's
Because
what the Bible says all
that's
believers can
not
do.
that's not the verse to use to try to say that the Bible is fake, Jeff.
Okay.
There's context to those kinds of things, man.
Okay, let's look at
There's
the context.
hermeneutics.
Have you got a minute?
Understand that.
Have you got a minute to talk about it?
I do have a quick minute. Yes, yes, please go
Okay.
ahead. It's okay.
So it's in Mark chapter 16. Let's start in verse 16.
Okay.
It says, this is Jesus speaking. It's red letters. We could go back. In fact, let's go back a little bit in verse 14. Later, Jesus appeared to the 11. So this is after Jesus resurrected from the dead in Mark chapter 16. It's the last chapter of Mark. It says, later, Jesus appeared to the 11 as they were eating. He rebuked them for their lack of faith and their stubborn refusal to believe those who had seen him after he had risen. So Jesus is rebuking the apostles because they didn't believe Jesus was alive, and somebody came and told them Jesus is alive, and they're like, I don't believe it. Jesus was mad at them because they didn't believe. Verse 15, he said to them, go into all the world and preach the gospel to all creation, and whoever believes and is baptized will be saved, but whoever does not believe will be condemned. Now, when Jesus told his apostles to go into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature, and that whoever believes will be saved, how many people do you think that whoever applies to? Whoever believes will be saved? Is that everybody, or is that just a few people? Is it limited or unlimited?
I mean, it sounds like it's pretty unlimited, yeah.
Yeah, so whoever believes will be saved, but whoever doesn't believe will be condemned. So now, if we keep reading, that's the context. I'm not skipping anything. The very next verse says, and these signs will accompany those who believe. So we just said whoever believes will be saved, and it says, these signs will accompany those who believe. Now, this is unlimited those applying to whoever believes. So whoever believes would be able to have these signs and miracles that will be demonstrated by whoever believes. Are you with me in the context?
Yeah, yep, I understand.
So in my name, they will drive out demons. They will speak in new tongues. They will pick up snakes with their hands. And when they drink deadly poison, it will not hurt them at all. They will place their hands on sick people and they will get well. Jesus said, whoever believes will be saved, and whoever believes will have signs that follow them. They can drink poison, handle snakes, and lay their hands on the sick, and they will recover.
Yeah.
Now, is that compatible with reality today?
No, Jeff, you're right. It's a hard passage. There's a lot of those in there, man. There's a lot of those. But I'm going to tell you something real quick. If you're going to anchor on that as your only normative authority to why everything else is BS, I would advise you, because you sound like a smart man with conviction and passion, to just dig deeper in your own heart about.
I have dug deeper. Do you want to look at
Let
another
me ask you this
verse?
real quick. Let me ask you really quick. Have you ever looked into what Athanasius said about that passage, or Maximus the Confessor, or
I've heard every apologetic argument,
or John Chrysostom,
and
or
you want me to tell you?
Justin
You want me to tell you
Martyr?
what they say? You want me to tell you what they say?
Yeah, tell me.
They
Tell
say
me
that
what
this only applied to the apostles. That only the apostles had these miraculous gifts, but that that whoever
That's
doesn't
a
apply to
quick.
anybody.
That's an easy way to shove it under the rug, right? That's an
Yeah.
easy way to get.
Yeah.
Listen,
But
there's
but
a
it
lot.
also
There's a
means
lot.
that
There's a lot of that. Yeah, there's a lot
it
of that.
also
Bro.
means that the only people that could be saved were the apostles, because if only the apostles had the signs and miracles that followed them, that means only salvation was applicable to the apostles, and it's not applicable to you.
I'll give you this, Jeff, and listen, we have a really good conversation going on here, and it's not even an argument. It's really a mind of I guess, preference, faith, understanding, interpretation. I will say this. I think there's a lot in the first centuries, third century, fourth century of the formation of the ancient faith that was very politically manipulated.
All of it.
I feel like all of it. The truth. I think the truth of this idea of God and Christ and all that has definitely become manipulated, distorted, polluted, and it's all screwed up. I get that. And I understand why wonderful men like you, who are just trying to, like you made the example, warn people about this fake gym and tell people the bridge is out there, don't go that way, it's BS. I get it. I do. I appreciate that. I have the same passion for why I also believe that there is true hope in a God that is outside of our reality, but still came to us in the person of Christ and these other things that you're very well aware
AJ,
of.
I want to give you another example. So I could say that the true God of the universe is outside of our reality, and he made himself known to us in the form of Barney the purple dinosaur.
Yes, yes.
And Barney actually says, I love you, you
Yep,
love me.
yep.
And Jesus
Yep.
never once said he loved anybody. Not once in the Bible. Now he say, love your neighbor as I have loved you. But Jesus asked way more often, do you love me? If you love me, keep my commandments. Peter, do you love me more than everybody else loves me? Because you got to love me more than anything. So Jesus was more concerned about other people loving him. He wasn't concerned about his love for them.
Yeah.
So Barney actually says, I love you, but Jesus never said,
I know.
I love you.
Barney's a good one. I
so-
understand and appreciate your example.
So when I can show you 1,000 examples from the Bible that the Bible is not true, I could go to Luke 10:19 where Jesus told his apostles, don't be surprised that I've given you power over these demons, but I have given you power over all the enemy, and nothing at all will harm you. But yet, apparently, Peter was crucified upside down. Paul had his head chopped off.
Well,
James
that Jeff is an honest understanding of what we consider suffering, what we consider harm.
But
Jesus didn't come to settle life to make.
But Jesus promised. You missed the point. Jesus promised his apostles that nothing would harm them, but it did harm them, which means Jesus is a false prophet.
No, nothing did. Nothing did harm them, Jeff.
Wow. So getting crucified upside down doesn't hurt?
That's what I'm challenging you on. Your interpretation of what harm is. Your interpretation of suffering is very different.
Okay, so listen, if I chopped off your finger, would that be harm? If I chopped off your finger,
I have dedicated my life to. I've dedicated my life to try to be a good person. Obviously, I was raised, like I shared with you, with some foundation of faith. I've been an advocate, bro. I have more enemies that call themselves Christians than I do non, because I think you hope maybe have caught some of my personality. I guess I don't like fluff and BS. I think there's a lot of.
You do.
I mean.
If you like the Bible, you like fluff and BS, because the Bible is BS.
I receive your opinion. This is a first.
It's not an opinion. Listen, AJ.
It is an opinion, brother.
It is not my opinion that the Bible says.
I don't want to
upset
you. I don't want to upset you.
So AJ, I like you, but you absolutely love fluff and BS because you.
That's okay.
You
That's
defend
okay,
the Bible.
brother. You can think that. That's okay. That's okay. Thank you for letting me have a chance to chat with you, man. Hope maybe if I see you again and you want me to pop back up, I'll have some things maybe I could share some different perspectives with you. But
AJ, I would welcome you to come back sometime, but I want you to come back and actually be honest with your answers instead of just blindly defend your faith. And I know that you're a nice guy, but you are blindly defending your faith. You're starting with the presupposition that the Bible is true. Even when I prove to you it's not true, you say, well, you just need to read it in greater context. And when I went and read Mark 16 in greater context, it affirmed my understanding of it in the context. Your understanding is not compatible with reality. You believe that there's a God outside of our reality, but yet you have no way to know that God exists if he's outside of our reality. And if God is outside of reality, who parted the Red Sea and who sent all the 10 plagues to Egypt and who whisked Elijah away in a chariot of fire?
I mean, providence is one thing, and understanding God
Providence?
outside of our reality is
You think the Red Sea
Yeah.
can part through providence?
God's intervention with humanity doesn't mean that he can be in and outside of our reality. What I'm
Oh,
trying
so
to
now
say
he's
to you is
inside
that
of our reality. So we can perceive the existence of God inside of our reality.
God has given us enough to perceive his existence while still being outside of our reality.
Okay.
That paradox, as you well know, Jeff, exists throughout all of the mystery of who God is. You can proclaim with all the certainty you want that you understand who God is. I will be the first one to confess to you, I do not. I respect the mystery, but I have given my own conviction enough proof and understanding through my life experience. I mean, we're about the same age. I went through the crazy youth camps and the close your eyes and bow your heads and raise your hand and the one and done repentance prayer and all that, bro. That's not ancient Christianity. That's not the faith, bro. There's an ontological theosis happening that goes beyond these temporal realities that help us transcend suffering and some of these mysterious conundrums that we get
Transcend
ourselves into,
suffering.
bro.
You mean you can survive the suffering? So we still
No,
suffer.
I might be burnt at the stake, but I can transcend that pain because it's
Oh.
not just about the temporal, man. See, you're looking at this through just what does this idea of God mean and how can I disprove it on this side of my eternity? Because here's the bottom line, brother. And I'll let you go with this. And really, I do appreciate the respectful.
Yeah,
stance
I've got
like
7
this.
people wanting in, so I'll let you go also.
Yeah, I'm gonna be out of here. But you and I both know that there's two things that are absolutely true that we can absolutely agree on. We take our first breath and we take our last. I didn't mention this to you. I'm a hospice chaplain. I get to see a lot of people in the 11th hour. And trust me when I tell you, brother, I don't show up with a Bible, with fear-mongering, telling them, oh my God, it's the 11th hour, you must give it. No, bro, I come with a gentle spirit asking God for mercy and grace for wherever they are in their journey. Some of them are very religious. Most of them are not. Some of them suddenly get religious at 11:59 in their life because the deathbed is a huge call to honest introspection. So that's where I'm at, my man. I don't confess to know everything. I'm sharing with you why I believe in God, and honestly, I understand why you have these arguments about why you don't believe it. But, just be careful that you don't stand on a pedestal that says you are crazy and you believe this because I'm telling you the truth and it's irrefutable. Have some humility about the mystery. Even while you have an honest conviction, it's okay to have conviction, bro.
I can prove what I say. I can prove what I say, and all you got to do is, you've already admitted that you can't drink poison and not be harmed. So
Yeah,
you
no, I
have
agree. That's a
admitted
crazy
that I
passage.
am
Yeah.
correct. See, I don't say anything that I can't prove. Everything I say, I can prove. Everything.
So here's one that I'm sure you know. You remember that passage in John where Jesus says, "If you do not eat of my flesh or drink of my blood, you will not be saved." And it was a hard teaching, and the disciples walked away going, "Holy shit! I don't know if we can handle this one, bro." The entire Western evangelical Protestant mindset doesn't even comprehend that. So I'm coming from a
have
place
you
where
eaten
even
Jesus'
my heart
flesh?
has been enlightened.
Have
Right.
you eaten Jesus' flesh?
Yes.
Oh,
The partaking of the
really?
holy mysteries is amazing, bro. Yes.
So you ate a cracker. You did not eat Jesus' flesh.
Obviously,
Do you
it's
think
a holy
Jesus'
mystery,
flesh is
bro.
on this earth?
I mean, this is a different argument, Jeff. But
Right.
I
So
understand.
AJ, I gotta let you go. I got people piling up
Okay.
wanting to join.
Thank you,
So,
brother. Thank you. Seriously, though. Thank you. I appreciate you.
all right.
Have a
Thanks
good
for
rest of the
coming
day.
in.
All right,
I
man. Okay.
I
Bye-bye. Bye.
I got the next one, Jeff. I know who's been
All
waiting.
right. Okay. So that's when he brings up this thing where Jesus says, "Unless you eat my flesh and drink my blood, you have no life in you." It's not possible that anybody today could eat Jesus' flesh and drink his blood. His flesh is flesh, literal flesh. There is not a single human on earth or the remains of their body that exists anywhere on earth today that was alive 2,000 years ago. Jesus' flesh does not exist. You cannot eat Jesus' flesh today. You can eat a cracker and you can believe that a cracker magically turns into flesh because you're delusional. But crackers are not human flesh. But this is what they do. They say, oh, I believe the cracker is Jesus's flesh. So this says, oh, I can literally think that I'm eating Jesus's flesh when you're actually eating a cracker. See, that's not compatible with reality. All right, Eric, what's up?
Hey, quick question. Well, I got a statement and a question. What poison are we referring to drinking? Is
Any
that
poison. So back
the
then, maybe
poison of the snake?
arsenic.
No, I mean, like, we're talking about holding a snake up and then drinking poison. Are we talking about drinking the poison of a snake?
No. So you understand that there's a long history of kings that were poisoned so that someone else could take their throne, right?
Right, right. But
So
I'm just trying to
they had
keep in
lots of different
context.
kinds of poison that they had available to them in the ancient past, and they knew that if somebody drank it, it would that they would die. And
Right,
so
right. No,
the
I'm
claim
aware
of
of
the
this.
Bible
I'm
is
not
that
completely
if you believe in
dumbfounded.
Jesus, that you can drink anything and you won't die.
No, it was just in context and with the reference of holding the snake up. I mean, if you're holding it up, I
No,
mean,
those
like,
are
are
two
you
different things. Drinking poison and handling snakes are two different things. It's not the same thing. It's two different things.
okay? All right.
And you
Because
understand that venom is not poison, right?
that's where I was going to get at. You could
Right.
drink the venom of a snake and not die.
Right.
That's
So
where
venom
I
and poison
thought
is two
that I
different
thought
things.
that's where that was leading to.
No.
But to any aesthetic of anything, um, I admire your convictions. I am not an atheist. I'm a full-blown Christian, but I do not follow the Bible whatsoever. It's going to be confusing to most people, and I see it as it is. But no matter what anybody tells me, nobody will ever destroy my faith in my Lord Jesus Christ, my
Okay.
Lord and Savior, and God.
Then there's no point for you ever
Hold on.
talking to anybody. If
No, no, no.
you're saying you're
I,
going to believe, so imagine if I told you I believe that Barney the purple dinosaur is actually a real dinosaur, and there's nothing anybody could say to me that would change my mind. Would you
well,
try to convince me that Barney was just a costume that a human was wearing, or would you say, well, if he says he's going to believe that he's a real dinosaur, and there's nothing anybody could ever say to change his mind, would you waste your time talking to me about
hold
whether
on, hold
Barney
on.
was real or not?
No, I get where you're coming from.
Right. So
I really
I'm not
want to
going
be
to talk to anybody who
I
says that
really
there's
want to be
nothing that
asking
anybody could ever
questions
say to
other
change their
than
mind.
why. I
Huh?
wouldn't ask no other question but why. And
Why
I
would?
want to make this very clear. Um, I'm a believer not by faith, but because I know there is a God.
No, you
People,
don't. It's
no,
impossible
no,
to know there's a
stop.
God.
Let me explain. You cannot disprove his blessing and miracle in my life that saved my life and what I've been through. Now, what we're talking about is money, food, cigarettes, a truck engine, a house, and a job. All at once within 15 minutes of my mother's prayer. In the middle of the night, in the middle of
So,
the fucking... Hold on, I'm
so
not done.
that's not true.
And
You just
no,
lied.
no, it is true. In the middle
You
of the
cannot get a
ghetto, in the
you
middle of the
cannot
night.
drive a truck without a CDL license, and you cannot miraculously receive a CDL license.
No, who said anything about a CDL?
You
I
said
said
you
Did
instantly
he
got
say
a truck
cigarettes?
and a job and all these things instantly after a prayer, but yet you
Cigarettes?
cannot drive a truck without a CDL license, and you cannot
nobody's...
magically get a CDL license.
Hold on, now let me explain. I was working. I had blew up the motor in my truck. I had lost my house and was staying out of a hotel. I was struggling and had no food, and I had no cigarettes. My mom...
Cigarettes?
And so stop. Let me explain. This isn't yours to intervene in. I'm just trying to tell you my experience and why I believe and why I cannot be deterred by anyone.
Dude, I'm
Then
just
y'all could
asking if
try
it was
to after I
cigarettes.
get
That's all I
off.
asked.
So, my mom being a devout Christian and me being an atheist and hearing my mom just put it in Jesus' hands numerous times my entire life, I finally fucking snapped and cursed my mom and God out, and my mom broke down and cried and prayed that the veil of Christ be revealed to me. And everything I bitched about, what I just labeled, my mom prayed for. And after 15 minutes getting off the phone, all those items were accounted for and answered for within my reach and possession.
So you
I
got a
had
house in 15 minutes?
no, I had a place to live. I got a new home. A brand new home. I got a
How
truck
did you get a
motor.
new home in
Hold on,
15
hold on,
minutes?
stop. I got a
I'm
brand
just
new.
asking you a question, dude.
I'm explaining it all. I got a brand new truck motor for my blown up motor for my
In 15
truck
minutes.
in 15
Oh my
minutes.
gosh.
I got an
How do you
80
get a
pound.
brand new truck motor in
Hold,
15
I'm gonna
minutes?
tell you. I'm gonna tell you. I got an 80-pound hog leg. I got a carton of cigarettes, and I got $400 cash within 15 minutes of getting off the phone. I was sitting up on the third balcony, and an old gentleman who pulling a trailer, pulled up and parked and went inside of the building to get his room. He came out, looked around, saw me, asked me to come down, and we had a conversation. He asked me to look out for his truck and his belongings that he had. He offered me an 80-pound hog leg, a carton of cigarettes, and $400.
What's
Stop.
an 80-pound hog leg?
An 880 pounds hog leg from an actual hog, from on a hog that
Don't
had
tell
been
the host
hunted.
to stop. Don't tell the host to stop when he
We're
goes to
talking about a
talk.
hog
This is his
leg,
live.
a full-blown hog leg.
So you're saying
pig's
food. You're
leg.
saying pork. You got
Yeah.
pork to eat. 80
Yeah,
pounds.
I'm not worried
So
about all this.
one leg of a pig weighs 80 pounds?
It was an 80-pound hog leg.
It sounds like a big hog.
It was weighed. It was weighed. We weighed it.
Cigarettes?
Yeah, and I got a full carton of Marlboro Reds.
So this
Now-
man handed you
oh,
cigarettes.
stop. Now, after this had happened,
Okay, that's it.
after
Yeah.
this had happened,
Sorry,
my
dude.
cousin.
God gave you the cigarettes? God gave you the cigarettes. I wanted to ask him, God gave you a carton of cigarettes, but let the little next door neighbor girl next door traffic. That really makes a lot of sense.
And so, he is demonstrating the delusion. So he's saying that he got a house in 15 minutes. He got a 80-pound hog leg in 15 minutes just because his mom prayed. Now, he said she prayed all her life, and apparently God never showed up. But on this one occasion, this random stranger came by 15 minutes after his mom prayed and handed him a house, a carton of cigarettes, an 80-pound hog leg, and $400 cash. Just because God sent this guy to send him to come randomly by. You know what? If that was true, we would all start believing in God. If God would do that, even though I don't smoke cigarettes, but maybe he could give me something besides cigarettes. If God would actually do that in reality, then it would be irrational for anybody to not believe in God. But that's just not the way reality works. There are hospitals full of sick people, men, women, and children right now praying to God, and God is not doing a single thing to heal any one of them. It is the doctors and the nurses and the pharmacists that are actually working day and night, 24 hours a day to heal these people. And God never intervenes and miraculously demonstrates his existence. So if God actually answered prayers, that would be evidence for God, but it doesn't happen. And so whenever anybody comes up with their testimony that says, oh, God miraculously intervened and gave me everything that I needed within 15 minutes of prayer, I'd say, well, if that were true, that would be a good reason to believe. The problem is it's not ever true. You just believe it or you lie about it because you want other people to think that you've got a reason to believe. So if anybody, Randy James had a $1 million prize for anybody that could demonstrate anything supernatural. That prize was available for over 20 years. Nobody ever demonstrated anything supernatural, even though they tried, and there were people writing in and saying they could do this and that, and they would give people a chance, or they'd say this is not even supernatural. They say they can burp for 20 minutes straight. That'd be pretty impressive, but it's not supernatural. So when you have a $1 million prize for anybody that can demonstrate anything supernatural and nobody does for 20 years, that's pretty good evidence that supernatural things, when people believe them, is only in your own mind, but you can't demonstrate it to
Yeah.
anybody else.
And it's ridiculous to think, okay, here I was begging and pleading on my hands and knees for God to spare my nephew's life, 28 years old, had a little 6-year-old boy that he left behind and passed away. But God said, we're going to let him pass away, but I'm going to get this guy some cigarettes.
Right. Look at this guy. Cobean says, I was supernaturally healed of mental illness in a matter of seconds. Sorry, I hate to break it to you, Cobeans, but you're still mentally ill. So you weren't healed. You just demonstrated your mental illness because you're not living in reality. So, all right. What's
By the
up,
way,
Kitty B?
I tried to let about five guests up, but they all dropped off. So this is the next.
Okay, 50B, you survived. What's up?
How you all doing?
Good.
Good. Nice to meet you. Yeah, so my real name's Phil. Philly B's are like my MC name. I do a little bit of rapping here and there. I don't want to
Okay.
bore you with those
I kind
sort
of
of
like 50
details.
B. I like 50
Okay.
B better than Phil.
Oh, fair. Yeah, that's fair. I appreciate that. What's your name?
Jeff.
Nice to meet you, Jeff, and this lovely lady here.
That's Patrina.
Hi, Katrina. And hi to all your
Hello.
guests. Hi to all the live listeners. How you all doing? Hope everybody's having a great evening.
Thank you. Did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, so I'm going to be honest with you. I think I'm coming at this from a slightly different perspective. See, I've seen a lot of these debates, theological versus, if you will, from, if you don't mind me saying so, sir, I would put you in the category of atheist. Would you say that was a
Yes,
fair?
I accept that. Yeah. I don't believe in
Brilliant.
invisible men.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't believe in the invisible man. No, that's fair. That's totally fair. From my perspective, that's totally fair. Just to clarify, I don't believe in an invisible man either. I'm not really coming from a theological perspective, but I don't think that the evidence that we see in front of us definitely demonstrates a complete discountation of a supernatural perspective. And
I think it does.
I'm happy to elaborate on that if you would
Yeah.
like me to.
So we
if I'm not
disagree on
boring
that
you.
point. So I believe that we can definitively say that supernatural claims have never been proven. There has never been demonstrated.
No,
There's
I
not a
get that.
single supernatural thing that you can demonstrate to be a real
Yeah,
event.
that to that end, you're absolutely right. I agree with you. I can't prove it, and this is what's interesting for me, because here's the reality, in my opinion, and this is obviously just my opinion. If you've got two scenarios where you're saying, right, because this seems to be the debate in its entirety that I'm seeing. It's really a non-debate, and I'm going to tell you why it's a non-debate from how I see it. Because what you're actually saying to the theological people, the people of the persuasion of, I don't know, saying a little prayer and getting to create a beer or whatever, you're basically saying to them, prove your case, prove that is real, right? And the little twist, as I'm sure most of you atheists are aware, is those guys, the theologian population, they actually believe in their deity so strongly that they believe it's their purpose to convince you of what they believe to be facts. So they're going to throw every kind of, dare I say, bullshit, any kind of bullshit that they got, they're going to chuck it your way in order that in the hope potentially that their Holy Spirit is talking through them, and that will eventually convince you to see the light. And also, they've got this quest within them that what they're actually trying to do is save your soul, because a lot of them believe that if you don't see it from their perspective, you will unfortunately spend the rest of your days, once you die, that is, obviously, as a
That's
spirit
what
that is
narcissist.
eternally
That's a
burning.
narcissistic trait.
Yeah, I get that.
You
I
either see
get
the
that.
world through my eyes or you're burning in hell. So that's narcissism.
Yeah, exactly. I get that. Now, here's what I personally believe, based on the evidence that I've seen, and I say that when I look at our planet and I look at life in general on our planet, I completely accept that it is plausible that this all happened completely unsupernaturally, completely organically. But I'll be honest with you, there's certain things that make me think that, first of all, I'll tell you what I start doing. I start challenging the mainstream science perspective. Here's a great example of how I can challenge mainstream science. Are you aware of the Japanese honeybee?
I'm not
You
an
know
expert
anything
on
about the
Japanese
Japanese
honeybee.
honeybee?
Mm-mm.
Well, let me tell you a little bit about the Japanese honeybee so I can get to the point of this, right? The Japanese honeybee essentially is the only bee that can defend itself against its neighbor, the giant hornet, right? Now, if a whole swarm of giant hornets attack a Japanese honeybee nest, then those guys are toast. They're not going to survive that, yeah? But how that honeybee defense mechanism works is basically they can't defend themselves against a whole bunch of hornets, but the way the giant hornet works, it sends scouts out to find insects, and that's why the giant hornet is actually a necessary predator in Asia, because there's that many insects that essentially that's what it's doing. It's part of the ecosystem, and that's my point. Why I believe, can't prove, but believe that there is a higher intelligence behind this, because I'm seeing genetic coding. Now I'll get to my point about the Japanese honeybee. What happens is when the scouts infiltrate the Japanese honeybee hive, essentially they're toast, because, and you can do all the research, you can find this on YouTube, this is all absolutely factual. About 100 of them will die in this process, but what they will do is they will essentially surround the scouts, and they will essentially swarm around it to create a temperature that it can't survive in. So literally cook it alive, right? And the idea of that is then the scout can't go back to the hornet nest and essentially reveal the location of the beehive, which is what the scouts do, right?
I'm really losing interest. Listen, I've lost interest a long time ago. I'm not even interested in the Japanese bee anymore.
Oh, really? Well, I'm about to make my point. My point is
make
this,
it
right?
quick, because I'm losing interest. Everybody else is too.
Okay, my point is this, yeah? Science would like to say that the reason they've got that ability to defend themselves is evolution. But I would argue that it's genetic coding right from the get-go. Do you understand? Because the European honeybee has been imported to Japan and has been there for the last 300 years, and they still haven't managed to build a bee ball. So that's what I'm saying. I think the evidence of a higher intelligence is based on the fact that a lot of what is claimed to be evolution is a lot more likely to be advanced genetic coding. And genetic coding is very unlikely to have happened accidentally. That's my point.
So now you think that God programmed
No,
bees?
who said God? Whoa, who said God?
Well, so you're talking about intelligent design is what you're talking about.
Yeah, an intelligent design. So wait a minute. Why by me saying an intelligent design, I have a theory of an intelligent... Do you know how big the universe is?
Who intelligently designed the Japanese honeybee? Who did that?
How would I know? How would I know?
That's what people call God.
Yeah, because they're in the same place as you atheists. You atheists and theologians. I'll tell you what you guys have got in common. You think you've got the answers. We're just life forms on a floating rock.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Go on.
So this intelligent designer that designed bees to
why is it one designer? Why is it one designer? If you had
it can be a million designers. I don't care.
Right.
Can you listen to what I have to say?
I'm listening.
Why did this intelligent designer design Down syndrome and leukemia in children? Why did this intelligent designer design thousands of diseases that humans fight to survive from? Why did he do that?
Well, wait a minute. That's a good question. So then what you're then doing is you're looking at it from the perspective that this intelligent designer is emotionally involved in the design. At the end of the day, anybody designing stuff, right? There's always going to be flaws in designs, isn't there? Why is it not plausible that when they designed this coding that they got some things wrong? Why are we assuming that it would be perfect?
So do you think that these intelligent designers have physical presence, or are they spiritual beings that live in the nether regions?
I have absolutely no idea. I have no idea if they exist. I just think it's far more likely.
So you don't know that they exist. You don't know what they're made of. You don't know where they are, but you're assuming that they designed the bee to have a defense mechanism. Yet evolution provides a more than adequate explanation for how the survival of the fittest. If they don't have this defense mechanism, they will die off and they will go extinct. So the ones that have this defensive mechanism, they're able to survive through the evolutionary process. It makes far more sense that the bees have defense mechanisms through evolutionary processes than through the invisible men or beings that you don't know exist, where they exist, how they exist, what they're made of, when they exist. So do you see that evolution is far more plausible than the invisible designer
I'm
theory?
not. No, hold on. I'm not denying evolution. I'm totally aware that evolution is a factual scenario. I'm completely aware of evolution. What I'm saying is that certain things in what that are claimed to be as a result of evolution, I don't think do make sense. I can give you so many examples.
So you don't think survival of the fittest makes sense?
I do think survival of the fittest makes sense, but there's other scenarios to this, right? I could give you a scenario where survival of the fittest has nothing to do with it. Are you aware of the wasp that essentially uses the caterpillar as a host for its offspring?
I think I've seen stuff like that. Yeah.
Right. What I'm basically saying is, if you actually look in nature, there are so many examples of the most amazing genetic coding that, to me, right, I work in IT sales, right? So I actually sell advanced coding. I sell AI, right? And I can tell you right now that there has never been I've never come across an intelligent design that we make now. And I don't even believe it in 100 years' time, AGI, which will be the future of AI, will be able to actually compete with biology. In my opinion, biology represents the most incredible genetic coding known to man.
Okay, so you will never find man-made coding that was not made by man because it's man-made. All computers are man-made. All Morse code and language is man-made. So humans come up with these coding things. You have seen code that is not man-made, and it's DNA. DNA is not man-made code. DNA is biochemical processes.
Yes.
And for you to assume that it was made by a being or beings
I haven't
that
assumed. I haven't assumed.
You have assumed.
I haven't made an assumption. No.
Yes, you have.
No, I haven't made an assumption. Let me clarify my position. I'm not assuming that my belief is factual. I don't need it to be factual. I've only been here 36 years on this planet. How am I going to freaking know something like that to be factual? What I'm saying is, based on the evidence that I've seen, I think it's far more likely a plausible explanation than the explanation of life just essentially evolved out of nothing. Because if you think about it,
nobody thinks life evolved out of nothing. Nobody thinks that.
Oh, really? How did life as an organism, in your opinion, ever become a reality?
Biochemical processes. So you have chemistry. So you have just different components that are created from stars that combine in different ways, and you know chemicals do not have a choice but to bond based on the environment that they're in and the thing that they're bonding with. Chemicals don't make decisions. Chemicals bond based on their chemical properties. So all things in the universe have their foundational existence in chemistry. Whether it's a rock, that's chemistry. You've got organic chemistry and inorganic chemistry. You've also got biochemistry. You are a chemical product. You are made up of mostly water, hydrogen, and oxygen, but you've got a lot of carbon and nitrogen that has combined to create you. You are a biochemical system.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
So we are chemistry.
Okay.
We are the combination of chemicals.
Let me give you another argument then. If you just take the continent of Africa alone, right? You look at the life, you take humans out of the equation, you just look at the ecosystem in Africa. Do you even know the the way a vulture has got, like, in its DNA the ability to repel toxic acids from corpses that it basically devours? That ecosystem
That's
is,
evolution.
yeah, I get it's evolution, but what I'm saying is the odds of that ecosystem being so functional, so perfectly functional, through just
It's not
happening
perfectly
out of complete
functional.
randomness,
It's not
I think.
perfectly functional. Different
So you think
creatures
that it all happened
evolve to
because of
survive.
survival of the fittest?
Listen, different animals evolve to survive under different conditions. Vultures evolved to survive off of eating dead flesh, and if they couldn't eat dead flesh, they would die and go extinct. So their bodies have to learn how to adapt and develop and even pass on genes that will allow their offspring to survive. The ones that don't pass on the genes to allow them to eat rotting carcasses without dying, they just die. But the ones
I
that
agree
do
with
evolve
that.
this ability, they survive and pass on their genes to the next generation.
I agree with that. Okay, 2 more points and I'm out of here. So then you've got the Malaysian coral snake, right? The Malaysian coral snake is a blue snake, but it's a Malaysian blue coral snake, right? Now here's the thing. It actually has a red head and a red tail. And much like the rattlesnake in your neck of the woods, it uses its red tail in order to fend off predators, so that potential birds like eagles in the sky that would fly above it would see the red, and instead of attacking it, it would basically ignore the snake, and it works, right? Now, as I'm sure you're probably aware, because I can tell you're a very intelligent chap, snakes are pretty much blind. And even over the period of, even though they've been on this planet for millions of years, they still haven't evolved a scenario that means they couldn't use a bit of laser eye surgery. And essentially what they use in order to ascertain where their potential prey is, or where a predator is they use the tongue to taste the air, right? They do have some sight, but it is very minimal. However, that snake uses its red tail to ward off predators. How does it even know it's got a red tail? How did it ever know it had a red tail? Genetic
So
coding,
here's the
baby.
way that works.
That's my opinion. I
Okay,
don't need you
here's the
to
way it
agree
works.
with me. I believe that's genetic coding. I don't believe
It's
that's
not.
evolution. I
It's-
think that snake
It's not.
always
It's
knew.
evolution.
Your
So
opinion. You're
evolution is
entitled to
plain
it.
old. So
You're
listen.
entitled to it. And my last
So
point. Go on, then.
okay, you
wanna
don't
answer
you
that
don't want to
question?
hear the explanation.
No, I
So,
do.
okay.
I do. Sorry.
So the snakes. So I've asked myself, how do lions know to eat that antelope is one of their favorite meals, but yet they walk right in the presence of hyenas all the time, and they usually don't eat a hyena. Why don't lions eat hyenas? They do sometimes, but usually they don't even eat hyenas because it's not worth their effort. I mean, they have to fight with hyenas. Hyenas fight back, even though they're smaller. They can't out.
Plus, they hunt in packs, hyenas. There's a lot
And
more.
yeah, there's usually a lot of them, so it's just not worth the lion's effort to hunt hyenas. And I say, do lions automatically know when they're born that hyenas are not? It's not worth their effort, or do they learn it from their parents? You see, their parents teach them. Whenever you see these antelope, they're easy prey. It's kind of fun. We just wait for them to walk by, and we jump out and grab them, and then they can't fight back. They don't hurt us. But then they say, whenever these suckers over here, these hyenas come around, we don't ever fight them. So the parents, it's the exact same way with humans. Humans have human babies, and humans train their babies the kinds of things that they should eat and what they shouldn't. A baby may go up to a windowsill and start biting on the windowsill, but it may have lead paint in it. And so the parent says, "Oh no, don't, Johnny, get away from the window. Don't be eating the window. That's not food." So adults train their children what is food and what is not food, and lions do the same thing. They train them that we like to eat antelope. We don't eat hyenas. It's not programmed by any designer that
I'm glad you
lions
said
shouldn't
that.
eat hyena.
That's a really great point you've just made. And I've got a massively fantastic counter argument to it. May I?
Yeah.
So, in the scenario of the iguanas basically, they lay their eggs in the desert. There's a fantastic YouTube video of this as well by the mighty David Attenborough. I invite you to check that out. What they do is they have to go inland to lay their eggs in the desert, right? They then bury their eggs about 2 meters under the ground. Then they go back to over the
2
rocks.
meters, that's a
over
long
ba-
way.
Yeah, they do. They go a long way. They do that
What do you
because
mean?
obviously the eggs won't survive where the sea is. Yeah, so they need to obviously bury them where any seawater won't infiltrate them. Right. So that's essentially why they have to make that journey across the cliffs into inland, basically. Yeah, and then they bury their eggs about 2 meters underneath the sand. Okay. Then they go back, and now the eggs are on their own. Right. Now, when those eggs hatch, they then the offspring then come to the surface, and you guessed it, they have to run the gauntlet to get back to the caves. Sorry, to get back to the sea where their parents essentially are hanging out, right? To do that though, they need to outrun racer snakes. Now these dudes, racer snakes, like every other snake, they're shit at seeing, but they basically they have like an infrared ability when it comes to movement. So if the iguanas that basically just run for the hills, literally, or the caves in this case, the snakes pick up on it, and a lot of them are flipping snake lunch in the space of minutes. You know what I mean? However, the more industrious iguana will actually play possum, let the snake go by it, and then strategically make its way to the caves, and then make a final dash for it, right? How does that iguana know to play possum? How
Okay.
does that iguana?
So imagine this. Imagine that one iguana saw another iguana play dead one time, and then the snakes went right past it, and he's like, wow, I can play dead too. And then he plays dead. And then, so it's just
But this is
repeating what
happening
you
straight
said.
out of the egg. They've literally been alive for 30 seconds. What are they basing their knowledge on? They've got no time to think.
So maybe that's where they learned it. Maybe this thing says, "Oh, I'm tired and I don't have energy, so I'll just lay down." And then the snake runs by, and he's like, "Wow, I
No, they
just
don't.
now
No,
learned that if you
that's
lay
not
down
what
and
they're
play
doing,
dead, the
mate.
snake won't get you."
No, that's not what they're doing. They're literally.
So so somehow the brain of an iguana, that they specifically made the decision to say, "I believe that if
I
I
invite you
play
to watch the
dead, the
video.
snake won't get me."
I invite you to watch the video. It's on YouTube. You can see for yourself. The iguana
So
is attacked.
is there some way that somebody has the ability to know what an iguana is thinking?
Well, you know when you look at someone and you can tell whether they're either shitting themselves or they're being calculative in their decision-making process when they're staying still, observing a scenario in order to survive. Do you know when you know that by looking at any species, including ourselves? That's what you'll get when you watch this video, sir. It is very obvious that the iguana knows to stay still, that it is not doing it because it's tired. It is very, very obvious. It slaps you in the face. I assure you.
Okay.
Don't take my word for it, though. Watch
So-
the video and you'll see. If
Okay.
you disagree
All
with me,
right,
you're
so-
entitled to do that.
So I've had some people say they're ready for the next guest, so I'm gonna go on to the next guest.
Okay,
Appreciate you
been lovely
stopping by,
speaking with you.
PDB.
My pleasure. Thanks. Love all.
Yep.
Peace and
Who's next, Patrina?
All right. The next person would be if he comes up. That is.
Right. So natural instinct is what he's talking about, and even all animals, all humans. Let's just talk about humans for a second. A human baby is growing in a mother's womb for 9 or 10 months. It's actually 10 months. 40 weeks is 10 months. So I don't know why people say 9 months, but I think I got an inkling about it. But anyway, this fetus has never had a pacifier in its mouth, never had a nipple in its mouth. But when it's born, sometimes they have a hard time latching on to nipples. But some babies just instantly latch onto a nipple and start sucking milk out of its mother. And you can stick a bottle into a baby's mouth And even some babies don't immediately take the bottle. But so I guess I'm kind of refuting. I was going to say that it's natural instinct for human babies to suck on nipples, but it's actually not. We have to train newborn babies to suck on nipples.
Yes.
They're not automatically. No, we shove a bottle in their mouth or shove a nipple in their mouth until they start sucking, and then when they start sucking and start getting some food, they're like, "Wow, I kind of like the food. I'll keep on sucking." So we even have to train human babies.
But they
how to
have
suck
the
on nipples.
natural instinct to suck it, though. That's the
Right. They
thing
do have
about it.
that.
Just like, puppies and kittens and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Yes, they do.
That comes natural.
Hmm.
I know that didn't sound very good.
All right. What's up, Shauna?
Hi.
Are you eating
Hello?
carrots? Hey,
No,
Shauna.
no ice. I mean ice.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Because I'm blind.
Yeah,
I can't hit my mute button or anything.
I hear you.
Okay, so I've been blind for almost 2 years, and I'm by myself. It's probably about my fourth or fifth live that I've talked to. The first time I was super nervous, but
Are you completely blind?
I'm completely blind. If you can see my eyes, usually they're dark brown.
Well, I see
So
your eyes in the picture, but I wouldn't think you were blind by looking at you.
I'm totally blind now. I look very different now. I don't know if I'm on a video or not. I can't tell.
Well,
But
how did you
when
request up? Do you have a is it
yeah,
voice
I
actor?
have a picture on my profile on my TikTok. If you pull up a picture, it's got a lot of literature on it. So it explains the date and everything about what that picture is about. And if you look behind the left side of my daughter, but her right shoulder, you'll see an entity there. That's a very, 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 very true picture. I cannot believe it when I seen it a year later when I went through my phone back in 2011. So there were new cell phones with cameras on them. I taken a picture of my daughter. She was home from school that day in Chehalis, Washington. I'm still right here, same town pretty much. But they're full head to toe entity. So a year prior to that picture, I asked God because before I moved there, I had lost someone. He took his own life on I-5 here. He walked right in front of a semi and killed himself. Oh, sorry, unalived himself. Sorry. And I took that picture, and then a year later, so tears after I asked my higher power, God, whatever, it doesn't matter. I don't go to
So
church.
hang on, I'm confused. So
Go
did
ahead.
you recently lose your eyesight?
A year and a half ago, yes.
How did you lose it, if you don't mind
They
saying?
don't. They don't know. They don't know. I've had
for no
11
apparent
plus
reason, you just
doctors.
lost your eyesight.
I have 11 plus doctors look at me, and on August 12th, me and my spiritual husband are going to go meet with the best of the best in the Northwest in Seattle, Washington, 40 plus doctors, and have a grand round. And that's what it is, a big round table to talk to us. So I'm not sure where we're going with this, but
Okay.
they've tested me for everything. My brain's good, my organs are good, everything's good, but a lot of weird
You
stuff
got
is
a
happening.
detached retina or something.
Nothing to do with anything eye doctors have ever seen or ever heard of.
Can
So
I ask what a
there's
spiritual husband is?
someone that I consider my husband without having a piece of paper
Okay,
or
so
the government controlling our wedding.
it's your chosen partner, right?
It's
So
my chosen partner. Yeah, absolutely. The
yeah.
day I slept with him, just like
Okay.
Okay,
originally.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you say the day
But
you slept with him? Is that what you said?
that's the original marriage. Yes, the day you slept with, before all these man-written Bibles and shit. I did a lot of research. Your marriage, like in your heart, your mind, and your soul, which I believe, and I fully believe, is if you get with someone and you put your all into them, and you decide to, bed with them, that's your connection, your oneness. That was how.
Okay.
Back in the day, there was no pastors marrying people. There was no government.
Yeah.
It was all
So let's
about
get
you
back
and your
on, let's
heart.
get on the God topic.
Yeah, go ahead. So that is, and I lost all faith in God before that question for him. Like my mom died, I went way down the dirt, way almost. Probably, I'm surprised I'm still alive, but so I asked him that, and then like I said, that picture was my proof, and I've seen a lot more stuff since then. A
Your
lot more
proof of
stuff.
what? So wait, you saw an entity in a picture, and so now you believe God is real because you saw
No,
what you
I
perceived to be an entity
was
in a
always a
picture?
church. I was always a church going girl back in the day. I lost a lot of my faith after my mom died because it wasn't fair. Yeah, I was very, very angry. Very, very
Losing your
angry.
eyesight's not fair either.
No, it's not. But I see better now than I've ever seen in my life, metaphorically,
Okay.
if that makes any sense. And yeah, and believe me, I could be very mad right now, but I'm not. I am very grateful, and I'm thankful of whatever created us. I can't say that it's God like written in the Bible or the churches or Christian or
I know who
Muslim.
created you.
All that has caused nothing but wars and arguments, as far as I'm concerned. Religion is a man-made, created, just like you said. But your last guest was very intriguing to me. He's very, very intelligent. But I don't pick a religion, and I will not pick a religion. I will not. But I do know that there is something out there that is the highest of intelligence that you can't even comprehend as a human being created us. We're not evolution.
So I can argue with that. So I can envision something that is so intelligent that it could create a world where there's no pain and suffering.
But we
That he
need the
could
yin and the yang.
avoid
Well,
pain
we
and
have to have the
suffering.
yin and the yang. We
Huh?
have to have the light and the
No, we
darkness.
don't.
There's no balance.
Do you believe
Not in
do you
this
believe
world.
in a place called heaven? Do you believe in heaven?
Yeah, that's a toss up. I believe that we can all be happy, but it's not going to work out right now. We live in a world of darkness right now. Obviously, come on. Look
Okay,
at our
so do you
government.
think it's possible that a place where there's no problems could actually exist?
If we make it that far, yes, absolutely.
Okay, then why couldn't an intelligent being create that place from the very get-go? Why does he have to send us through hell
I
first?
don't know. That's one of my questions too. I don't understand
so
it at all.
then
I get
that
it.
refuted your claim that the most intelligent thing that we could possibly imagine must exist. I'm like, no, because
how would we-
I can
how would-
imagine an intelligent
How
being
would
that
we
would
learn our
not
lessons?
require-
How do we learn so much without having the negative? It's
Why?
balance. It's like a battery.
So you're saying so if
Like a
nobody could harm people, why would we need to learn a
Oh,
lesson
man,
not to harm
that's
people if it
evil.
was impossible to harm people?
See, that's where the darkness comes in. That's demons, demonic, darkness.
So
negative.
listen,
Negative
what you
frequency.
and other people don't understand when you make this argument is that you're saying that God is the God of evil and that God cannot create a world without evil, because the only way God can teach us what good is by showing us what evil is and saying, well, wouldn't
Absolutely.
you like to have a world without it?
I don't call him God. I call him the creator. He created everything. Okay, the creator.
So
And
the
the
creator
creator
must
is
be
good.
evil. So you worship
I
an evil creator.
I don't worship anything other than thy Father, the one that created me. That's it.
Okay, well, that thing that created you, so you know your mom and dad created you. There was no creator being that created you. You are the product of sex. You are the
I know that.
combination of a sperm
I
and an
understand.
egg cell.
I understand anatomy in the body. I get that part. But
Right. That's where you came
giving
from.
birth to two
Definitively.
kids,
Absolutely.
it's effing phenomenal. It's the most amazing thing as a woman to have a baby. But no, I understand where you're coming from. I get it. It's still a question in my mind of why would you put me through so much hell? Because I've been through hell. Okay, I've probably been through more hell
We
than a
all
lot
do.
of humans. Yes,
So
we have, and
every single human
we're all dealing with
goes
it
through
right now.
hell. So why would an
I
intelligent
have been
creator-
too. Yep.
I understand. Yep.
Why would an intelligent creator require every single one of us to go through hell?
I really
That's
don't
not
know.
good. So if a God created and designed the world that we live in, he must be evil. He must prefer to remain anonymous because he's ashamed and embarrassed to reveal who he really is, because he is
That's-
an absolute evil prick that does
That's why
not
we
deserve
push
to be
light and love.
recognized.
We keep pushing our love and our light. That's what's winning. We have to. We have no choice. Light and love only. And I've put that on my Facebook right after COVID hit. Love, light, and prayer. And not mean Christian prayer. I'm like prayer, like even if it's
Well,
within
what
yourself.
good do you
Like
think
we've
prayer
had to
does?
push it.
Do you
I've
think
had prayers
prayer
answered,
actually
yes.
accomplishes anything other than
Yes, it-
convincing yourself to
I'm healing
accept
myself,
your
yes.
situation?
These prayers are healing my eyes. Guaranteed. The doctors are
Really?
phenomenal. They're like amazed when I see him. He's like, what? Like, really?
So can you see or not?
I am seeing better. I can see
Oh my goodness!
Like,
you told me just a second ago. I
silhouettes.
said, "Are you completely
Silhouettes.
blind?" And you said, "Yes, you're completely
blind.
blind."
like your face right here on the thing, I can see a dot, which is kind of skin color.
Then you
and
lied
black
to me.
gray.
You
That's not
lied to
lies.
me.
That's not lies. I am technically blind.
I
can't
asked
read
you
anything.
if you are completely blind, and you said yes.
Her
blackout blind.
profile
You know what?
says
There's a couple
temporarily
different kind of
blind.
blinds. Okay, you
Her
can be blackout
profile
blind.
says temporarily blind.
I am temporarily blind. Yes, I will see again. I have faith in that, with my own creator faith. No religion. I ex-nay the religion. It's caused nothing but wars for thousands of years. It's BS is what it is. And I get tired of hearing this Christian, this Muslim, Israel. No, we're all humans living on one goddamn fucking earth, and we're doing nothing but fight over BS.
And it is God damned. If God
Everyone
exists,
has
the
love.
earth is damned.
Everyone has light. Everyone has darkness. We have a choice to make. That is in my opinion. And I will not sit down and pray to a heaven above because I don't have proof. Not an effing one of us know the truth of anything. Not one of us. Not one of us on this earth know the truth. Not one of us.
So I know what is true. I don't know all the truth, but I can tell the difference between what is true and what is false. And when you say you're completely blind and then later on say you can see, that is
Okay,
false.
so let me give you an example.
when you said you were
Let me
completely
give you an example. Did you ever get trained how to juggle in school with them see-through little scarves that you remember? I don't know if you ever did that. I'm
I trained
almost 50 years
myself
old.
how to juggle with pine cones.
Okay. Okay, think about, have you ever been to Fresno, California when the fog is so bad you got to pull over not to drive? That's what it's like. That is blind.
Okay, so when someone
I
asks you if
researched
you're
that.
completely blind,
I
you
am.
shouldn't say yes. You should say I'm
No.
legally blind.
Hey, just listen. I'm not blackout blind, but I'm legally completely fucking blind. Period.
Well,
Yeah,
when
believe me,
someone
you wanna
says
see-
completely blind, that means
I'm completely
blackout
blind.
So you're legally
Blackout
blind.
blind, no,
so,
no,
so
there's-
you have
there's-
some
there's-
vision. You can see light and shapes, but you can't
I
make clear
can't. They're all
distinctions.
fuzzy and poofy. Okay,
Okay,
fuzzy and
so
poofy.
that-
Why does that matter?
Can we
Now
get
that's
can
the
we get
truth.
Why
back
does
to
that
the
matter?
Bible? Can
Why
we
is
get back
that-
to the Bible and God?
The Bible is half and half, in my belief, in my opinion. It's been so messed with
Okay.
human beings that it's,
So, Shauna,
it's
listen.
deceptionable.
Sean, okay, so now let's deal with that for a second.
One thing I don't do is I'm not a liar. I'm not a thief. Nothing
You are
like
a
that.
liar.
So
We've already demonstrated that, and you're also
keep calling
not
me a
willing
liar.
to
I'm going to
have
screenshot
a
you. So I
conversation.
will talk to you when I can see you.
Okay.
I did screenshot you. Okay.
Okay, I'm done. If you don't want to have a conversation, then you can just leave. Oh. So what I wanted to ask her that she wouldn't even shut up long enough for me to ask her is, if the Bible is half true and half false, how do you tell which parts are true? You see, this is what I do. This is what I am one of the world's leading experts on, is to be able to determine what is true and what is not. And if you say that the Bible is part true and part false, you have to develop a methodology of determining which parts are true and which parts are false. And the only way that you can test which parts are true and which parts are false is not by blindly accepting whatever fits your narrative, but by saying, if the Bible says whoever believes in Jesus can heal the sick and drink poison and lay their hands on the sick and they will recover, then we let Christians who believe in Jesus lay their hands on the sick and see if they miraculously, instantaneously recover, and they don't. Therefore, we can have proven that the Bible is false when it says that you can drink poison, handle snakes, and lay your hands on the sick and they will recover. When the Bible says that Jesus has given power to the apostles to not be harmed at all in any way, he's given them power over all the enemy that they can't be harmed. And then if they get unalived and if they get arrested and crucified or they beheaded, then that definitively means that Luke 10:19 is false. Christians do not, neither did the apostles, have power over all the enemy so that they wouldn't be harmed at all. When Jesus said, when I leave, I will send you a spirit of truth that will guide you into all truth. And I pray that all the believers will be perfectly united in harmony, that there would be no divisions, and that they would all think the same thing and be united with God the same way I am. And we have, from the beginning of Christian history, we have Christians fighting and arguing, calling each other heretics, burning them at the stake because they didn't believe the same thing that the other Christians believed. This definitively proves that when Jesus said he will send the Spirit of truth to guide you into all truth is false. We have a methodology to test the claims of the Bible and prove beyond a shadow of a doubt what is true and what is false. And one of the only things, I'm trying to think of anything that is true in the Bible, and the Bible mentions Claudius Caesar. And we have corroboration from other historical sources that Claudius was a Caesar of Rome. So there are a few true statements in the Bible, but they are very few. We have no evidence that Abraham or Moses or Adam and Eve or Elijah or Elisha or Jesus or Paul or Peter existed. There is no historical record for any of those biblical characters. The only characters in the Bible that we have a historical corroboration for are Caesars and governors. That's it. There is not a single, well, we've got one reference to John the Baptist from Josephus, and it's a very short reference. And we don't know that John the Baptist was a real person, but we can be certain that the mention of John the Baptist in the Bible is referring back to Josephus, because Josephus is the only person who ever mentioned John the Baptist. And we know that the Bible was written after Josephus was written, after Josephus wrote. So they're just copying a character from literature. We don't know that he existed. All right, who we got? Reagent?
Reagan.
Reagan?
Reagan.
All right, what's up, Reagan?
Hey, man, I'd like to ask you 6 questions about atheism today.
All right.
Question number 1. Do you agree, without changing the definitions, that a triangle can never have 4 angles?
Correct.
Question number 2. Do you agree Elliott's trichotomy is exhaustive?
Nope.
Can you provide a 4th option?
I can say that the third option, where you present God as an option, is not a valid option.
We're not talking about the validity or non-validity. That's why I said exhaustive.
So now listen to this. I will tell you what is an exhaustive trichotomy and why the Elliott argument is false. Okay? I'll tell you right now. So the universe is either eternal or not. There's no escaping. It's either eternal or it's not. You're with me, right? This is the Elliott argument.
Yeah, law of existence. That's the law of existence. That anything that isn't, for anything that exists, it either had a beginning or no beginning. That's the law of existence.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying.
That's literally what you just said.
No, it's
You
not.
just said without
Listen
beginning
to what
or
I
with
said.
beginning.
The universe is either eternal or not.
So it's like without beginning or with?
Okay, so that's fine. So either it has a beginning or it doesn't. This is the law of excluded
Existence.
middle. Law of excluded middle. There's no law of, so the law of identity is not what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the law of excluded middle. Either the universe existed eternally or it didn't. So
Right, I'm really confused about how you're trying to attack that it's exhaustive. Do you know what exhaustive means?
yes, can you follow me for a second?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
You and I both agree that the universe is either eternal or it's not, right? This is it's inescapable, and it is part of the Elliott argument.
Well, if I'm using the argument, I'd obviously hold to that, no?
Correct.
That's like
so
a
you should have
prerequisite
just
of the
agreed a long
argument.
time ago, so we could progress to the argument.
You're trying to define the terms of my argument. This is not substantiating a 4th option. Go ahead.
I'm not suggesting a 4th option. I'm
Okay,
suggesting that
so
the
tell
God.
me. So tell me how it isn't exhaustive. If you just affirm the law of excluded middle, how is it not exhaustive? Go ahead.
It is exhaustive, but your explanation of it. Listen, Reagan.
Yes, so just you can say yes to question number 2 and then have your point of contention later, but you would agree the trichotomy doesn't prove God, but you would agree the trichotomy is exhaustive. We can get into whether or not it
Not
proves
in
God.
the way you describe it. The way you
I-
describe it is completely invalid. I'm giving
And go-
you a
how do I
valid
describe
way
it?
to listen. I'm giving you a valid way to argue the Elliott argument better than you do.
Yeah, how do I argue it? Go ahead.
So the flaw with the Elliott argument is that you say that if the universe was not eternal, if it had a beginning, the only 2 other options, and I agree, is that either there is some cause or there is no cause. You
So you agree the
agree in
trichotomy is
principle, but you suggest that the cause is God, and that is your flaw. Because
We
there
don't
is no
suggest that.
logical, rational reason to suggest that God
We do
even
not
exists
suggest
or that he can do anything. So
We do
either
not suggest
something caused it or it didn't, or nothing caused it. And that
Yeah, we
is
don't
exhaustive.
suggest that. Again,
You're muted, by the way.
yeah, sorry. So we're not talking about the validity or non-validity of any of these arguments, right? We're simply saying that at a foundational level, any 4th option would just collapse into the trichotomy. That's all we're saying. We're not saying any
Okay,
of these
so
options
there
are
is
right
no
or
4th
wrong.
option. Listen to
Yes.
me. There is a
That's what we
trichotomy, and it is a
established.
valid trichotomy, but it's not
Yes.
the Elliott trichotomy.
Dude, this is what the trichotomy is.
No,
You're saying
no.
you're
The
agreeing
Elliott
to question.
argument suggests.
You're
Stop. The Elliott argument suggests that either nothing created the universe or God created the universe. That
That's
is
not true at all.
invalid. You cannot suppose or presuppose or interject
It's
God into the
that's
argument.
not
You can
that's not the
only
argument.
say either something caused it or nothing caused it.
Yeah, that's not the argument at all, by the way.
So that is the only valid argument. If you want to suggest it another way, your argument is invalid.
No, because I don't understand what you're trying to argue. Like, do you think there's a fourth option or do you not? Because if you think there's no fourth option, then you
If
agree
would
to question
listen, we can
number
have a
two.
conversation. There is no fourth option.
Then you agree to question number two.
So
That the trichotomy is exhaustive.
The trichotomy is either the universe is eternal or it's not. If it's not eternal, something caused it or nothing caused it. That is exhaustive.
Can you define the three terms for us?
What terms?
So you're telling me how my argument works when you've never read the formal work? You've never read the formal work, and you're trying to sit here and tell me how
I
to
don't
run
need
my
to
own
read a
argument.
book to know that what
You
the
do.
law of
You
exclusion
absolutely
is.
do. You
No,
need
I
to
don't.
know. You need to read the work to be able to attack the argument. You would agree?
No, I don't agree. So I've talked to Mr. Elliott argument that's in the comments right now,
Mm-hmm.
and he demonstrated to me the flaws in his argument, and I've made videos demonstrating the flaws of the argument, and I'm telling you the flaws of the argument now. You cannot
you have no
suppose or
idea what
interject
this
God
argument
as an
actually
explanation
is.
for anything
You
unless
don't
you
know
can
the
prove
three
that God
terms.
exists. And when you talk while I'm talking, no wonder you can't repeat what I'm saying or understand what I'm saying. I've told you several times I'm not suggesting there is a fourth option, but you say, so are you saying there's a fourth option or not?
No,
there's not a
because-
fourth option.
Yes, so you would agree to question number two. That is
What is
what
the
question
question?
number two.
What is the
Do you
question number
agree
two?
that the trichotomy is exhaustive?
What is the question two? What is it?
I just asked you it.
Say it again.
Oh my man. Do you agree that the trichotomy is exhaustive?
What is the trichotomy?
Thank you for asking. Space-time eternal. Not only limited to time, but also space eternal, time eternal. So this just says that any universe without beginning falls under ST. Then we've got SCPN. Make sure you're jotting these down.
Oh, my
SCPN.
goodness. Can you speak in regular? I don't understand a
Yeah,
word
this
you're
is
saying.
regular, man. This is regular.
No, it's not.
Anyway, you were just screaming on the top of your lungs. Do not tell me how to speak. Okay? You are a grown man
I'm
with
about to
temper
drop you.
issues.
So if you can't have a rational conversation, then there's no point in
Yeah,
wasting time.
I'm trying, but you were just screaming at me. Anyway,
So
SCPM is
will
something
agree-
coming from
I
pure
will agree to the
nothingness.
trichotomy under my language, not yours. That the
Yeah,
universe
perfect.
is either
And your
eternal-
language is
I will
incorrect to
agree.
the argument.
Stop. I will agree that the universe is either eternal or it's not. And if it's not eternal, that either something caused it or nothing caused it. I agree to that trichotomy.
That's not Elliott's trichotomy, man. So Elliott's
Okay,
trichotomy
then Elliott's
is
trichotomy is wrong, and I do not agree to Elliott's trichotomy.
yeah. So what's your rebuttal against it?
Because if
Go
it's
ahead.
different than the trichotomy that I presented, then it's not
How
valid.
is it different? Go ahead.
You're the one that told me it was different.
Well, I'm just saying if you actually know what you're saying.
So I told you that if the Elliott trichotomy is what I explained is either the universe is eternal or not, and if it's not, that it either something caused it or nothing caused it. That is the trichotomy that I will accept. If your trichotomy is different, I reject it.
Yeah, so we would have the trichotomy be ST, which is without beginning, SCPN, which is with beginning, something coming from pure literal nothingness, and then the UC, uncaused creator. We're not talking about any of these options being valid or not valid. We're simply saying that you can propose a fourth option.
Suggesting an uncaused creator is completely invalid. I might as well say Barney the purple dinosaur is the third trichotomy. That Barney
okay,
the purple
with or without
dinosaur is
beginning.
the
Did Barney-
uncaused cause.
Yeah.
If you don't need to
It- so-
justify what an uncaused cause is, then I don't need to justify why Barney the purple dinosaur is the uncaused cause.
No, I understand that. So is Barney, okay, is he with volition or without it?
Is he what?
Does he have volition or no?
The person in the suit does.
So then you would fall under UC. Congratulations, you appealed to the trichotomy. Would you like to go again, or will you appeal that it's exhaustive?
The trichotomy is exhaustive as I explained
Thank
it.
you. All right, well, we'll just move on. Question number 3.
Yeah.
Do you agree an actualized infinite number of concrete things cannot exist?
I don't understand it.
Yeah, an actualized infinity would be defined as a complete and endless total number of discrete and definite parts. But in relation to STE, we're talking about concrete parts, which is why I asked you an actual infinite number of concrete parts.
So I will say that infinity itself is not something that we can comprehend.
Yeah, we're not talking about you comprehending it or not.
Okay, so if we can't comprehend it, we can't make descriptions about it. So if anything is infinite, whether it's God or the universe, it's not something that we can comprehend or explain or prove. So I can't prove the universe is eternal, but I can prove that we have laws of science that says that matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed. So if you think that matter can be created or destroyed, then you have to disprove science, the laws of science and the laws of nature. And if you have to go against the laws of nature to come to your conclusion, this is proof that your conclusion is irrational, invalid, and not compatible with reality.
Yeah. So can you define for us what an actualized infinity is?
Actually realizing the infinity, you can't get to infinity because
Correct.
there's always something before it. So where can you?
Yes,
there
that's
is no
not the
beginning
definition.
to infinity.
So that's not the definition. Can you go ahead and tell us the
No, so
definition
you can either
of an
explain
actualized
it or
infinity?
you can leave. So
Yeah, I did explain it. So I'll repeat it for the second time, right? An actualized infinity, it's different from potential infinity, and I'll define that as well. An actualized infinity, right, is a complete and endless total number of discrete and definite parts. A potential infinity is something we see in like pi, where it is an endless process. It's not going to produce any last element.
okay, so do you think actualized infinity is something that can exist?
Yeah, I think an actualized infinity can exist in mathematics. I don't think it can exist in concrete reality.
So you don't think that in concrete reality nothing can be infinity, not even God?
I'm saying in concrete reality, you cannot have an actualized infinite number of total, discrete, and definite concrete parts. Yes.
Okay, so then God cannot be infinite.
Yeah, you can say that, right? But that's just completely incoherent. And I want you to rethink what you've just said.
How's it incoherent? If you're saying that you cannot actually realize infinity in reality, but yet you suggest God is real and he's infinite, you're the one that's contradicting your own claim.
Have you read the book at all? Have you read it at
No,
all?
and I never will. I'm not
I
interested
recommend
in
it.
it.
So when we're talking about God and we say he's complete and endless, right? We're saying that he's complete in reference to his qualitative perfection, right? Whereas endless in reference to his duration. You cannot say the same for an actualized infinite number of events. Do you understand that?
So what was God doing before he decided to create all the universe?
God just had a timeless intention for creation.
So in order for something to be timeless, you cannot go from one state of events to another state of events because that requires the progression of time. So God could not have ever decided to create the universe if he was actually an infinity being, because he could not have ever made a decision to change from one state to another state.
So you just involved time into a timeless state?
Yeah, so if God was timeless, he could not, it's impossible for God to ever decide to do anything if he is outside of time, because time requires, or change requires time. God cannot ever change. It's equivalent to saying you cannot create something out of nothing, because if God is outside of time, then God could have never decided to create the universe.
Right, and what I would be saying is that you are currently being a linguistic terrorist in saying that you are presupposing a bunch of contradictions within my worldview that I don't hold to. Do you understand that? And you are also trying to divert this conversation.
Because I don't accept logical...
I'm talking, sir. I'm talking. No, I am talking right now. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I was. And then you interrupted like a fucking bitch. All right, so we're going to go over this again, right? The Elliot argument is simply talking about atheism. So you're trying to make it so that I have to make truth claims about my God. But that's not what the Elliot argument does. We're not trying to make validity or non-validity claims in the trichotomy in question number 2. We're not trying to talk about God and an actualized infinite number of concrete things. But these are just things you want to talk about because you're unable to track the conversation in its full capacity. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm unable to track how you exclude God from
we can get into all this. We can get into
So
all that once you've proved to me you're well equipped. By understanding the 6 questions in totality, I think you'll have sufficient understanding of the argument to be able to talk about timeless intentions, things of that nature. But until then, I think you're simply unequipped to say it, because you were telling me
I
before
think
my
you're
trichotomy.
unequipped to explain what a timeless intention is.
No,
So
I'm
you
happy to.
create
Yes, I'm happy.
fantasies and you
We can.
exclude them from
No.
from
I will love to.
logical
I would love
language
to
that is
talk about
compatible
this.
with reality. Why will you not allow me to speak? You always are speak. You never allow me to speak without speaking. So I would have this conversation with you if you would simply be a respectful person that will allow me to speak and will respond to what I say.
Well, you started this by yelling at me, so I don't think respect's in
I
the
only yelled at you
equation.
when you would not, when you misrepresented me and you interrupted me and talked while I'm talking. So if
Yeah,
you
but
could be a
yelling.
respectful human being and have a respectful conversation, we will we will get through the conversation.
Yeah, and so I'm happy to talk to you about all this once the 6 questions are done in totality. Until then, you're not well equipped to talk
So
about the
I
argument that
rejected
you do
question
not
number
understand.
2. The Elliott trichotomy is not valid.
You disagree,
With the Elliott trichotomy, I have a
but
different
you
trichotomy.
didn't provide any rebuttal.
Yes.
You understand that?
So here's what I said. And if you would
Yeah,
listen to me, I wouldn't
I
have to yell at
listened.
you.
You said it's either eternal, has no cause, or a cause.
Correct. That's the trichotomy that I accept. You said that's different than the Elliott trichotomy, and I don't have to understand the Elliott trichotomy. You said it's different, so I say I reject it.
Yeah, can you go ahead and tell us what Elliott's trichotomy claims?
I don't have to. You understand it, and you
So how
told
is
me
it
it's
wrong?
different than my trichotomy.
How is it wrong?
Because you said it's different than my trichotomy.
Yeah, but you don't know what different means.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
I could just say it's different in the rhetoric used. Now go ahead and tell us the difference between your trichotomy and the Elliott's.
I
just want to see
You
that
are
you
the one-
understand what's in
so
front of you.
listen, you are the one that said it was different, not me. Do you
I'm
understand
not saying
that?
you said it was different. I'm not saying you said it was different. I'm asking you how it
You
is.
said it was different, so you need to explain why it's different.
Yes, but for you to reject the question, you would have to have something to substantiate you saying that's false in. You understand? You can't just go around saying that's false, nuh-uh, nuh-uh. You have to have logical grounding for things. Otherwise, anything that comes out of your mouth is simply trivial. Do you understand that?
So I told you my grounds for rejecting it is that you said the Elliott trichotomy is different than what I presented.
No,
So
so
I
you
don't have
really
to
don't
understand
understand
what the
though.
differences is because you are the one that said it was different.
Yeah,
And if
what was
you
I
want to
saying was
explain the
different in?
differences, I will listen to the difference and see if I
So you
accept your
think-
version.
Okay, so you think that Elliott's trichotomy is wrong because of the rhetoric used.
I think it's wrong because you said it was different than what
Yeah, I said it was
presented
different.
as
I didn't tell you
acceptable.
how it was different. And now you're making claims out of complete ignorance. And I think that that's a very, very, very slippery slope.
Listen. If the trichotomy is that the universe is either eternal or not, and if it's not, it either has a cause or no cause. I will accept that trichotomy if that's
That
the
is
trichotomy.
yes, that is what it is. But it is
Okay.
different rhetoric used. That is the
Okay,
that
so
is
you
what I
can
was
use
saying. by
different
it's different.
words. You can use different words, but if that's the trichotomy, I accept the trichotomy. Now, what's the next
Yes,
question?
and I would just be saying that, that's like the reason why I said it was different was because yours is essentially the Elliott argument, but just like really simplified and like not.
Yeah.
I need to steelman it. So the Elliott's trichotomy would just be like a steelman version of yours.
Okay, so now you're saying our trichotomies are the same. We're just using different words to say the same thing. And if we're using different words to say the same thing, then we can move to the next question.
Yeah, and I tried to do so, but then you told us the trichotomy was wrong.
If your trichotomy is different than mine, I disagree with it.
Yeah, it's different in rhetoric used. Yours is a lot. Oh fuck. Sorry. No. Yours is a lot more like open to attacking. Sorry. Yours is a lot more open to attacks, whereas like, because in your trichotomy, I could just talk about like a, uncaused non-personal cause, and then we're going to have to go into a lot more semantics than if someone proposed an uncaused non-personal cause in the Elliott's trichotomy. Like the Elliott's trichotomy is just a much better version, much more effective and efficient version. So I'd be saying that you need to hold to that because that is the coherent version of what you're trying to say. And if you think I'm trying to misrepresent you, the Elliott argument is not only in the comments, but just a search bar away. So you're able to
So-
fact check what I'm saying at any
So
time.
since you want to beleaguer the point, tell me how my trichotomy is open to attack. Either the universe is eternal or not. How can you attack that?
No, I'm not saying that there'd be any valid attacks. I'm just saying that you would be a lot more open to scrutiny. And it
Can
would
you
just like
answer
it
my
would just
questions?
be-
Can you stay on topic? Can you hear the words coming?
Yeah.
Can you process simply
I just answered. Yeah, I just answered.
Okay, so is there any openness to attack to say the universe is either eternal or it's not?
There's no valid ones, no, but people are going to come
Okay.
at you with invalid ones.
That's fine.
Yeah.
There are no valid arguments against the universe either being eternal or not. So somebody can be an irrational lunatic and
Exactly, yeah.
come with a ridiculous, nonsensical attack against something that cannot be refuted. It cannot be refuted by any rational means that the universe
Yeah.
is either eternal or it's not.
And I would say that the way you defined your terms is a lot more open to scrutiny, and that we would try and close the door as much as we can, that people aren't going to wiggle on it, because it's just logically exhaustive. So we
How
don't want
can
to give the
anybody
wiggle room on
wiggle-
it if it's logically exhaustive and anything that
Is
comes out of
it
their mouth is
exhaustive to say that the universe is either eternal or it's not? Is it exhaustive?
Yeah, I would hold to that.
Okay, it's exhaustive that
I
the
agree
universe
with
is
you, it's
either
valid.
eternal or it's not. It's
Yeah.
not open to refutation. It's not
No,
open to
I'm not saying
attack.
I'm not saying that anyone can
So
make a
why
valid
are you
claim. I'm saying
arguing something that is irrefutable?
because your rhetoric used is poor.
It's poor to say that the universe is either eternal or not.
Yeah, I would say that, we have a much more broadly defined version in the Elliot argument.
Okay.
Like in an eternal universe, right? Are you talking about space-time being eternal?
Of course, it has to be.
Yeah, what about space existing eternally without time?
I don't
Is
know
that a
if that's
fourth option?
possible.
Is that a fourth
I don't
option?
know if that's possible.
You wanted me
That's
to
that's a baseless
prove the
philosophy
fourth
and
option.
fantasy.
I'm asking you. Is space eternal? Can you disprove a space eternal hypothetical in your trichotomy?
No, you can't.
So your trichotomy isn't exhaustive.
I don't even understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know you don't. So what I'd be saying is that the rhetoric used in between our arguments, mine is sufficiently better. So that's simply what I was saying. And
Okay.
you
So
just want to get
somehow
back
you got
to
a
that.
better argument than to say the universe is either eternal or not. So
Yeah, I do.
okay, that's fine.
And I
Nobody
just
can
proved it
understand
by
it.
proving a fourth option. Anyway,
What was your so let's move on to the next question. I want to see what all of these
Yeah.
questions are.
no, okay, yeah, perfect. Do you agree an actualized infinite number of concrete things cannot exist?
If I don't know that I understand those words.
That's perfectly fine. So again, it's a complete and endless number, a complete and endless total number of discrete and definite parts.
My understanding is that infinity in any form, whether it's in the when you refer to it in association with the universe or with a god, is completely unfathomable. We cannot fathom or
yeah.
comprehend an eternal God or an eternal universe.
But that wouldn't affect the ontology of it. So it'd still either have a totality or we would negate that totality. Like regardless of what we do or don't know, can or not comprehend it, we would still be saying that it's
I would
either
say-
got a limitation or got none.
So
And Mhm. Go ahead.
I don't understand how anything can be eternal. I don't understand how anything can be eternal, including God.
No, that's completely fine. You don't need to understand how anything can be eternal for question number 3.
So I don't know if I understand your question for question number 3.
Yeah, so you would just be saying we cannot have a completed endless total number of discrete and definite parts in concrete reality. That's what you said?
I don't know.
Because
don't
what I
use
got
those
from you
words,
was
so
that
that's
you were
not what I
saying
would
it's like
describe.
it's outside of our knowing. But I'm trying to establish here that in question number 1, right, you established that the triangle can never have 4 angles, which means even in an unobserved reality, right, we would be saying that in that unobserved reality, a triangle that has 4 angles cannot exist, right? So you would be saying that even though you aren't able to comprehend infinity in its full capacity, you could still say that a totality of it would be contradicting, right? Like, I have no fucking idea how my car works, but if I go ahead and drive it into the fucking ocean, dude, I know that shit ain't gonna work. Even
And
though I had no idea how that car worked, I still know that shit's not gonna hand out well. So we would be saying, right?
I think infinity is not comprehensible.
Yeah, you don't need to comprehend it. Again, so it's defined as a complete and endless total number of discrete and definite parts, which would be to be saying that it is complete and endless in the same respect, which violates the law of non-contradiction. But in question number 1, you told us that the principles of logic were immutable. So we can't violate L and C here. So we would have to affirm, obviously, that question number 3 is just a bunch of bullshit, and we obviously agree with it.
That nothing can be eternal.
No, that you can't have an actualized infinite number of concrete things.
Okay, so you can't actually have a real thing that is eternal, including God. So God cannot be real if he's eternal.
Yes, but again, I'm trying to keep your rhetoric.
So
as,
you're admitting
effective
that
as
God
possible.
cannot be real if he's eternal.
I'm saying
Because
God cannot be
nothing
complete
real
and endless
can
in the
be
same
eternal.
respect. Yeah, I'm not
Nothing
saying
real
that.
can
I
be
said
eternal.
God cannot be complete and endless in the same respect, which is again why I tried telling you. If you just heard
Okay,
me
so you
before,
believe God
that the
was
rhetoric
created.
you're using is again a slippery slope. So that's kind of like you're somewhat
So-
tracking, and then you use like a straw man version of it that's just going to, really, really, really not go down well for anyone.
So can God be eternal?
Can God be eternal? Endless in reference to his duration.
So can God be an actual concrete infinity?
Yeah.
Can he be a
So-
real being that has existed for all eternity?
No, God's not made of parts.
Okay, so God is imaginary. And I would say,
I didn't
okay,
say that.
imaginary things can, but you said concrete. So you're
correct.
admitting that God is not concrete. God is not real. You're admitting this.
No, I'd just be saying that God's immaterial.
Yeah, so when you say concrete, this excludes immaterial things because immaterial
correct.
things are not concrete.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so if you're saying that only imaginary things can be eternal, I say, okay, that's fine. God is imaginary.
No, I'm not. I never said that God was imaginary or anything of that nature. You said
Right,
that.
but you said concrete things cannot be eternal. Therefore,
Yeah,
God
concrete meaning
cannot
parts.
be eternal because God cannot be real. He cannot be
Would
made of
an
anything.
Yeah, I have a question for you.
Only
Would an
immaterial
immate-
things.
Yeah. Would an immaterial, spaceless, timeless being have parts?
No, because it would be imaginary.
No, I'm saying can God have
A
parts?
spaceless,
'Cause when we're
timeless,
saying
immaterial
concrete,
being is
right, when we're saying-
imaginary. It does not exist in reality. It is not concrete.
No, I'm saying God is concrete, but not in the way you are saying it. Again,
No,
so that's why I
say
told you that
you're
your rhetoric
redefining
used.
you're redefining what concrete means. So when you
I'm
said
saying
if you
when I'm saying
unless you
concrete, I would
stop,
be made of parts.
unless you redefine the definition of a triangle cannot have four sides. You
Correct.
are redefining what concrete means. Concrete cannot be immaterial things because you are redefining what concrete means.
Is number 4 a concrete thing?
So the number
Isn't-
4 is a concept.
No, but is it a concrete thing?
Well, if you have a block that is in the shape of a number 4, that is a concrete number 4.
I'm not asking you about a
If
block.
you
'cause then
talk
you're-
about the
then you're bringing in
concept-
parts.
If you talk about the concept of the number 4, it is not material. It is not concrete. It does not exist as a material thing or a concrete thing. It is a concept.
Yeah, it's concrete, but it's not
No, it's not.
material.
No, it's not.
Mhm. So the number 4 is not made of parts, but it's absolutely a concrete thing. Do you agree, or?
Well, we would have to look up the definition of how you're using it. I think you're
Go
redefining
right
concrete.
ahead, man. Go right ahead. Again, I'm just trying to clear up your rhetoric. I'm not saying, that you're silly for saying God's concrete. I'm saying you're silly for thinking God's concrete in the way that you think, right?
So
Because
I
you think
believe-
that concrete
so we're
purely
talking about
applies to
definitions.
parts, which is
I believe
incorrect.
concrete things are material things. Things that actually exist materially. So when you say something can be concrete that is immaterial, I disagree with your definition and use of the word concrete.
Pardon me. Sorry, I just lagged there. Can you repeat that one?
I believe the definition of concrete things are things that are material and actually exist, not imaginary concepts. Imaginary concepts are not concrete; they are immaterial and they are concepts that don't exist materially or concretely. They exist conceptually.
Again, can you define what belief is?
It's a self-assertion or whatever. It's
A
your own-
self-assertion or whatever. Well, that's not the formal definition. What I'd be saying, right, is you're trying to attack my arguments with things you don't understand, words you don't understand, and then you try to defend it by saying, well, I believe this to be the definition. I would appreciate it if you could strictly stay on the formal definitions. In fact, I'll get my PC up right now so that
I don't have
anytime we need to clarify
if I had a
any formal
dictionary,
definitions.
so
you
pull
can't
up your
talk over
dictionary
me.
so that we can actually understand what words we're using, because we're going to
Yeah, we're
spend
gonna
all
get-
night arguing over the
Let's get
definition of
naturalized
words.
infinity up first.
I do
so
not
naturalized-
believe that anything can be comprehended as an actualized infinity, including God.
Does it need to be comprehended?
If you assert that it's true, yes, it does. It needs to be comprehensible if you assert that it's true.
Pardon me, sorry. Again, you cut out.
If you assert that something is true, you need to be able to demonstrate it with factual evidence, not just an assertion.
Yeah, I didn't assert anything. I just asked you if actualized infinite number of concrete things can exist.
I don't know. I don't know if it can or not.
Again, would be saying that something is complete and endless in the same respect, which violates LNC. So you not knowing doesn't affect the ontology of it, right?
Okay, so when you ask me a question and I give you the honest answer, I don't know if an actualized infinity of concrete things can exist or not. I don't know.
It's complete and endless in the same respect. So you don't know that something, you don't know whether or not something is able to violate the law of non-contradiction, is what you're telling us.
How does it violate the law of non-contradiction?
Because it's complete and endless in the same respect.
Complete and endless. Okay, so if something's complete, that means it has nothing outside of what it has.
Yeah.
And endless, right? So complete and endless is a contradictory statement, correct?
Yeah, in the same respect.
So
Complete
nothing
and
can
endless
be
isn't-
complete and endless. So I
No,
would
things
agree
can be
that
complete and
nothing
endless. They can't
can
be complete and endless in the same respect.
Huh?
Something can be complete and endless, just not in the same respect. Does that make sense? God isn't complete in reference to his qualitative perfection.
Okay,
and
so if
endless
you
in
change the
reference to
definition,
duration.
right? If you
I haven't
change
changed
the
it at all.
definition of the words, then you can make a triangle have four sides. If you change the definitions,
Yeah, so would you like me to redefine what an actualized infinity is? And then I'll get the Google up as well.
sure, I guess.
So an actualized infinity, again, is a complete and endless total number of discrete and definite parts, right? You would agree?
Okay, so now that we're understanding complete and endless to be contradictory terms, I would say it's impossible for anything to be complete and endless.
So you think set theory is illogical?
I don't know what that is.
How? I don't understand how you have these conversations at all, man. How are you, like, you're saying I can defeat any argument for God, but, like, you don't even know, like, the simple argumentations in philosophy. You don't know the simple definitions. You don't know anything.
I don't have to.
I'm struggling
have
here to
to.
have a conversation
It is
with
not
you, and
possible.
every time
So listen,
you-
on the very
Don't
simplest terms that anybody can understand, you don't have to read philosophy. You don't have to have a philosophy degree or read some book on philosophy or understand the terms used in philosophical arguments to know that something cannot be both complete and endless, because complete indicates an end, so it cannot be both endless and complete.
No, I agree, and I agree that that's valid, but before you were saying because it was unknown to you, do you change it now that it cannot, even if it's unknown to you? Because before I didn't want to move on because you were saying it's unknown to me on whether or not a totality would exist, and then I proved that it would violate LNC for it to exist, so are you now affirming that it cannot exist?
So if you would explain things when you talk about when you say it's something that is complete and endless, violates the law of non-contradiction. I say I understand what you're saying. Yes, it does violate the law of non-contradiction. Something cannot be complete and endless,
Okay, perfect. That's on me. I just thought you were saying it was
including
unknowable,
God.
so that's on me. Question number 4. Do you agree pure literal nothingness cannot have properties?
Yes.
Question number 5. Do you agree atheism is the negation of theism?
No.
Can you go ahead and define for us what atheism is?
Atheism is the lack of belief in gods.
And what is the definition of theism?
The belief in gods.
If you had a lack of belief that 2 plus 2 in fact equaled 4, and I prove, that 2 plus 2 must equal 4, would your lack of belief then be logically disproven?
So you can make a believer out of somebody, but you cannot disprove my belief. So if I
We're not talking
believe
about
that
beliefs.
listen to my words. Listen.
Mhm.
If I believed that 2 plus 2 is 5, and you demonstrated to me that 2 plus 2 is 4, then I would become a believer that 2 plus 2 is 4. But you cannot disprove my belief that I once believed that 2 plus 2 was 5.
Correct. I'm not saying that. Right? So you can always hold psychological positions, whether or not they're rational or contradicting. You agree?
Right. So people can believe.
So we weren't talking
lies.
about that.
People
That's
can
why I
believe
asked
things
you.
that are not true, and people can be convinced to believe something that is true.
Please
or
don't interrupt
false.
me. Yeah, don't interrupt me again. Seriously, like I'll find where you live in that. So anyway, what we'd be saying, right, was that when I was talking
Listen,
about 2 plus 2,
you can
equaling 4,
either apologize for what you just said, or I'm going to drop you. You said
Yeah, I
don't
mean, it's
interrupt
a
me
joke.
again,
You
or
can
I'll
calm down,
find
bro.
where you live.
Yeah, calm down,
That is
man.
absolutely
Like,
inappropriate for anybody to say, and you will be gone for that alone unless you apologize.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry if that offended you, man, but you've been yelling at
No,
me throughout this
it's
conversation.
not you're
so I
sorry
think
if you
I'm allowed to
offended
at
me.
least joke.
You better apologize for threatening to find where I live if I interrupt you again. That is an attack. In fact, I'm going to report you right now and let TikTok review.
That's actually not what I said.
You said if you interrupt me again,
So
I'm going to find
you're
where
not
you
able to
live.
even track insults.
Report.
Did you get stuffed in lockers as a kid?
Oh.
Did you get little noogies on the head and that's why you're bald? How does an insult get you this upset, host?
How does any rational person expect to be able to threaten to find where they live if they get interrupted again? You interrupt me all the time, and I don't threaten to find where you live and do something to you, to harm you, to threaten to harm somebody because you interrupt me. And this is, whose live are you on right now?
No, I'm
Whose
on
live
yours.
is this?
Yeah, I'd be on yours.
This is my live. Do you get to tell me how to run my live? Is this the way TikTok works?
Did I attempt to?
Yes, you told me not to interrupt you again, yet you interrupt me and talk while I'm talking all the time.
No, I'm telling you how I'm not going to be spoken to.
Well, you can't stop that. You can leave if you want to leave.
Oh,
if you
I
don't like
can.
the way I'm speaking to you, then you can leave. You're welcome to leave.
Hey, listen, the reason I gave you a threat this then was because I'm a little baby bitch. And when you were yelling at me before, I felt threatened. So now I'm going to return with a threat of my own because I felt threatened by you.
Okay, so you
yelling at me,
admit
and
that you
that's
threatened me.
perfectly
You
fine.
admit that you threatened to find where I live. So I hope that everybody report. I'm leaving you up here for the sole purpose of giving people the opportunity to report you for threatening people on TikTok Live. And you just admitted.
it was in
So when
response
TikTok
to a
reviews
threat
the
you made.
reports that you get, you just admitted that you threatened me. I've never threatened you, but you
No,
admitted
not
that you
once.
threatened to find where I live. I hope you
Oh,
lose your
absolutely,
TikTok
man.
account.
And I hope so too. You know what? I might even fucking cross my fingers and toes. Now, again, do you agree atheism is the negation of theism? Let's stay on topic.
No.
Yeah, so can you go ahead and let's do this again. What is atheism?
Atheism is the lack of belief in gods.
And what is the belief in a god? What's that called?
That's theism. So atheism is
Just
not
the negation of the
negating.
belief,
Listen, atheism is not negating that a theist believes in God. Atheism is not negating that a God exists. Atheism is the personal belief that there is no gods, or that that they
Mhm.
lack belief in a God. So it is a
And
personal belief.
hold
It
on.
is not a negation of another belief.
Yeah. And again, hypothetically,
No, no.
okay?
So it is
Hold on, listen.
it is the opposite. But opposite and negation do not mean the same thing. A
They
negation
do.
is to say you are wrong. I negate you, or I'm saying that your conclusion is wrong. I'm saying I do not believe that gods exist. That is what the definition of an atheist is. And atheism does not negate theism. It is the opposite. And
Again,
negation and opposite
yeah.
mean two different things. It is the
So
opposite,
you
but it's not the negation.
so if I disproved, okay, that any hypothetical explanation for existence that didn't involve a God option was illogical. If I prove that to you, okay, your lack of belief has then been logically disproven. This is all hypothetical, so don't fucking go on about, oh, well, it's not true.
No, you can't disprove a lack of belief. That's impossible. But you
So
could
you
convert
told us
me.
before that we
So
could,
you could convert me to be a theist, but you could
because
not
I showed your lack of
disprove
belief
my
to be
atheism.
irrational. Yeah, I can
Because
disprove.
the reason, listen, the reason that you
Don't
are
interrupt me and then say listen.
misdefining atheism. Atheism is not the claim that there is no God.
Can you define negation for us? Like,
It's to disprove.
to disprove.
Then you give me if you disagree with my definition, give me a better one.
I'd be saying that the negation is the opposite. So when we're saying that
Okay.
atheism,
Then I would agree. It is the opposite. Atheism is the opposite, but I don't think that it means negation. I think it means opposite.
yeah, you can sit on the imaginary fence, fucker, but it doesn't make a fence there ontologically. You would agree?
Correct.
So atheism can be logically proven to be irrational. You would agree?
No, atheism cannot be proven irrational.
my. So can I prove someone who believes 2 + 2 = 5? Can I prove that lack of belief that 2 + 2 = 4? No, just the
You
lack of
cannot
belief.
prove a lack of belief. No, you can't.
No. So I'm not even going to say that he has a belief in 2 + 2 = 5. I'm just going to say if he has a lack of belief that 2 + 2 = 4, can I logically disprove that lack of belief?
No, you can't.
It would have no logical grounding for it. You would agree?
You could convince him to become a believer, but you could not disprove his lack of belief. You
I'm
could
not
change his
saying-
mind and make him a believer that 2 + 2 = 4, but you could
I'm
not disprove his lack of belief that 2 + 2 = 4.
Yeah, I'm not claiming that. I'm saying I can disprove that he ever thought 2 + 2 might not have equaled 4. I'm not saying that.
That's
I'm
what
saying,
when you say you disprove the lack of belief, that's what you mean.
yeah. So I'm really
You
unfortunate.
can
can't
convert
remember
somebody
20
to be
minutes
a.
back. Hold on.
So let's stop
Don't
talking in
interrupt me.
circles.
Don't interrupt
So
me.
you cannot disprove
Don't
atheism.
interrupt me. So remember the first time I asked you this question, I said that we would be able to logically disprove atheism, but someone can psychologically hold to it. So that's the distinction I was making by saying you could logically
You
disprove
cannot
atheism.
logically disprove atheism. You cannot.
But
It's
you can
impossible.
logically disprove any lack of belief that 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4. You would agree?
No, I do not agree.
You disagree.
You cannot disprove that someone lacks belief that 2 + 2 = 4. You cannot disprove that someone lacks that belief.
I'm not saying that they didn't hold to it. I'm saying that would
That
be
is
an
exactly
irrational.
what you're saying.
No,
What
it's
you're,
not.
what
That's
you're,
what
so
you're
you
saying,
don't
I
understand your own terms. You don't understand what you're saying. What you can do, and what we both could agree to, is that you could convince somebody that they believe something that was wrong. You can convince somebody that what they believed was wrong, but you cannot prove that they didn't actually believe it when they believed it. You can't prove that.
That's not what
It's
I'm claiming.
impossible for you to say, even though you think 2 + 2 = 5, I know that you know 2 + 2 = 4. It is impossible for you to get inside somebody else's mind and say, I know you don't believe what you say you believe. It's
That's not what I'm
impossible.
saying.
You cannot do that.
I'm saying I'd logically be able to disprove it. Someone can psychologically hold contradicting views that go against logic. You would agree?
You can prove that what
Can you
somebody
agree?
believes
Yes or no?
is false.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Do you agree that you can hold psychologically contradicting views?
Yes, people can hold psychologically contradicting views.
And if I proved atheism to be a psychologically contradicting view, okay, would it then? Sorry, what was the last thing you heard? Sorry.
So I agreed that
No,
people
no, no.
can
I
believe
want to know
psychologically.
what you last heard.
Okay,
Because
so
on my
you don't
phone,
want to
my,
let me speak, I guess.
no, my
So
phone, my phone, my
so
phone
when
gave me
you
a
ask
fucking
me a
charge
question and I
warning.
start answering
No,
your
I didn't
question, and
ask
then
you a
you
question
start
in
talking,
totality.
and then you say I'm not allowed to interrupt you. Do you understand
I
that
wasn't.
you need to
I
show a little
wasn't finished
respect?
speaking. I wasn't finished speaking. You interrupted me because my phone got
Okay,
a
this is
charging
it.
warning.
We
My
can't
my
get we
phone
can't we can't get to the end.
my phone got a
So
charging warning. So I asked you what the last.
I wanted to get to the end, but you refused to actually get to the end. So when I ask the same question over and over until I answer it the way you want me to answer it, when I've already answered it. So if you would simply have an honest conversation, so you can disprove positions, Elliot argument. That's what I said. You can prove that somebody believes something that is false. People can believe something's false. People can believe contradictory things. In fact, you guys believe contradictory things. You believe that you can't that no infinite number of actualized events, concrete events can exist, but yet you think God is an actualized, concrete, infinite number of events. So you believe contradictory things. So I just proved to you that you believe contradictory things, but yet you still believe them. So I can't prove that you don't believe it. In fact, from all evidence, you do believe in contradictory things, logically contradictory things. And I proved it to anyone who would listen and have an honest conversation about it, that if an infinite number of concrete things cannot exist, then that means God cannot be a concrete, infinite thing. So the Elliot argument says that nothing can come from nothing, and that nothing can be eternal. But yet you suggest that God can create everything out of nothing and that God can be eternal. So the whole Elliot argument is multiple self-contradictory statements. If nothing can come from nothing, then God can't create something out of nothing. Not even God can do the thing that's impossible. If you are arguing, so let's let some people up that wanted to. Yeah, there's a bunch of people that wanted to comment on that. So let's let some up and see. We'll see what Accolade's got to say. We got people in that want to weigh in. So the whole Elliot argument is saying that you can't create something out of nothing, which I agree, and that nothing can be logically eternal, and I agree. But then they suppose that God can do the two things that they just argued were impossible. So the only logical conclusion, even though we can't understand it, is that the universe must be eternal. So I guess Accolade can't come up. Let's see. Let's just let Michael up and see if he's got something to say about what I want to try to stay on the Elliot argument. So if anybody wants to take us off topic, we're going to move on and try to stay on topic. So the trichotomy that I presented is very easy to understand, and it's irrefutable. It's not open to critique or refutation. It is logically impossible that there is another option between either the universe is eternal or it's not. Let Fox up. Who's Fox? Well, this Michael guy's not coming up. Is there a fox in the hole? I don't have any foxes in the hole. We'll let Beauty up. Disconnecting Michael Brown. Michael Brown, he's a scholar. Michael J. Fox. There is no intelligent design dunamis. So an intelligent being would be able to create worlds without unnecessary pain and suffering. He would figure out how to create a good world if he was good. I mean, so I guess, and so that refutes the idea that the creator could be a good intelligent designer. If God was an intelligent evil designer and he deliberately designed pain and suffering and death and sickness and corruption and all the horrible things that we experience in life, you say, well, okay. So to me, it makes more sense that we're just living in a physical world where things have physically evolved, and there's never been a single supernatural thing ever happen. So there are a lot of amazing, unexplainable, incomprehensible things in our reality, but none of them are supernatural. I mean, gravity itself is an amazing thing. I mean, the birth of offspring of any species is amazing. That a species can grow inside the belly of another being rapidly up to a point, and then when it's born, it starts growing at a slower pace, but continuing to develop. So since we know that matter cannot be created or destroyed as a law of science that we have proven beyond all doubt, then you can't assume that matter was ever created until you can disprove science. And God could do this at any point. So God could appear right now, and he could somehow manifest something, a sheep. Let's just say a sheep. So he could come on this live right now, and out of nothing, or we could even say he created it out of water vapor in the air and the carbon dioxide. And so you really couldn't even say that he created a lamb out of nothing, even if you saw it manifest in your eye before your eyes, because you couldn't tell that there was not some microscopic chemical reactions going on, that he didn't actually generate the sheep out of nothing, but he generated it by combining carbon and oxygen and water. Oh. So let's see if anybody else. I guess my guest queue's not working. What's up? I forgot your name. I know you used to, I recognize your profile picture.
Yeah, it's Newhouse, bro. How you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I know you're not working for the Secret Order of the Latter-day Saints, right?
No.
All right. So, instead of you defeating my argument, I'm going to poke at you saying, as you said before, that, like, prayer doesn't work.
Yeah.
Because you said your prayers went, like, unanswered, right? But, hi, Patricia. Christ said,
Patrina.
It's
Not
Patricia.
Christ
Say
said,
hello.
hi. You have to pray as if it's already done. So I don't know if you were following all the directions on that.
Okay, so I prayed in faith for over 40 years. I believe that God was he was absolutely real. He had absolute power, and he would give you whatever you asked for in his time, unless it was against his will. And then you could just say whatever your will
But
be
no.
done.
You don't ask. It says to pray as if you already like have it, or as if it's done.
Okay, so do you know how to make this work?
That's the mistake people make.
So listen, if you know how to do that, then why don't you demonstrate it to us?
You want me to pray for you to grow some hair?
Well, sure, you can do that. You can pray that I would have hair instantly, or that my eyesight would be instantly cured.
No, it's not. It's not going to be instant. I mean, that'd be some.
No. So if God is God, it's all powerful.
I mean, I'm not like working for the government. I can't do instant hair.
All you got to do. So you're saying that you just lack the belief that God can work instantly, that God can work a miracle.
Well, I mean, he could, but I just.
Well, why wouldn't he?
I mean,
did he not? Did he not do miracles? Did he not raise the dead instantly back in when Jesus?
You're
was walking
challenging
around?
my faith that it could happen instantly, Jeff.
Why do you say it could then? Why do you say it could? What gives you the reason to say it could happen?
Well, if it did happen, so the way I think it says to pray is to pray like, if I were to be saying, praise the Most High for Jeff growing a bunch of new hair on the top of his head, and for his thick curls and, ponytails and everything. If I praised God for that, because I know it's already real, then you'd probably have to buy a new head shaver, Jeff.
No, I wouldn't shave my head.
You're getting so thick up there.
No, so I think that you're just trolling. I don't think you even.
No,
believe
I'm
this. I
not
think you're
trolling,
just trolling.
dude. I'm just saying. I typed this out. I was prepared
Okay,
for this.
so if you believe the Almighty God can answer prayers if you simply believe that you get what you ask for, then ask Him that I get a full head of hair instantly and believe it, and we will see if your philosophy
Instantly,
is
bro.
true.
Not even chia pets work that fast, bro.
So,
Have you ever had
is
a
God
chia
more
pet, Jeff?
powerful than a chia pet?
It's gonna
Is God
take a
more
couple
powerful?
days.
Is God more powerful than a chia pet or not?
Well, do you think God made chia pets?
No, I think humans made chia pets.
Well, but you think God allowed humans
So-
to make these chia pets?
So do you think that if I stopped shaving my head, I shave my head every single day. If I stopped shaving my head and after 6 months I had a full head of hair, do you think that would be evidence that God worked a miracle?
Well, maybe it's just you quit shaving your head.
Yeah. So the only way to prove that God can actually do something is if He does it instantly.
So
Something
if you had
supernatural.
if you had dreadlocks at the end of the year, then that would be, that wouldn't be your own working, I think.
So God, in order for God to demonstrate that He does something, He has to do something supernaturally. Even if I grew a rapid head of hair, but not instantly. Let's say in 3 months, I had Willie Nelson hair. I had ponytails down here, and it was actually my
Willie
it wasn't just
Nelson.
a wig.
Yeah, man.
I wouldn't think that was God if it happened like
Well-
that. I would just think that you had a growth spurt in your head.
Right? Or yeah, maybe I found some
You got
sort of
signed
chemical
by
that I can put
Hollywood.
on my head, and
What happened?
and it produces rapid hair growth or something.
Yeah.
So the only way to demonstrate that God actually is real is through supernatural events, and this is a saying that I coined myself, and I believe it should be a famous saying. Unnatural things have unnatural causes, or you could say man-made things have. Listen, this is an important thing. Unnatural things have unnatural causes. Natural things have natural causes, and supernatural things would be the explanation for supernatural, or supernatural things would have supernatural causes. So there's unnatural, natural, and supernatural. And man-made things are evidence for men. Natural things is evidence for nature, not for God. So the sun, moon, and stars, and the trees and the grass, that's evidence for nature and natural things. Through reproduction,
grass.
dropping seeds and growth, and using the energy from the sun and water. So that is not evidence for God. The only thing that would be evidence for God would be a supernatural defiance of the known laws of science.
We
That is
don't
the-
live, bro. We live in a natural world. It's not super.
Yeah.
When something
Without a
happens
God.
that's natural, that doesn't mean wasn't like supernaturally ordained. It's just
So-
something that naturally happens
Okay, so
because we're in a natural world, bro.
If you recognize that we live in a natural world, when you read a book that says there was a man who walked around, healed people of all their diseases, walked on water, turned water into wine, fed 5,000 people with 2 fish and had food left over, and resurrected from the dead, then you should know that this is fiction. It's not true. If you recognize we're in a natural
Or it
world.
could be symbolic, Jeff.
Yeah.
What would symbolically walking on the water be?
So
Like, you know what I mean.
symbolic also means not true. So if it's symbolic
No, it doesn't,
metaphors,
bro.
it's not true. So if I
If
said,
you can do symbolically stuff that like
Yeah,
actually
so
represents a
symbolic
real
means
thing.
not true. So even if the entire Bible was metaphors for real things, it still would mean that the Bible is not true. It is symbolic. Things that are symbolic are not true. They represent something else.
Well, that would just mean it's esoteric, Jeff.
Yeah, it means it's not true. That's what that means.
No,
no matter
esoteric.
what
That's
definition
not
you
what
come up with.
esoteric is, bro. Esoteric, the definition is likely or intended to be understood by a smaller select group of people.
Has a
That's
hidden
the meaning.
meaning. It has a hidden secret meaning.
It's similar to a cult, but a little different.
Which
Yeah.
means the surface language is not literally true. It is representative of something else, which means it's not true. It's symbolic.
So when are we going to get past the surface language, bro?
All right. Well, let me see who else is in the box wanting up. So,
All right, Deb.
see ya.
We
I
got
think you.
we got Shauna that's wanting to come back, the temporarily blind, Jimmy, David,
Yeah. Well,
and Rosemary.
put her at the end because she's already been up. So bring the other people that
Yeah.
haven't been up yet.
Okay. Let's do Jimmy.
Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, what's going on?
Just talking to crazy people tonight.
I heard
Are you a crazy person?
a little bit sometimes.
Well, at least you're honest about it. I appreciate that.
Absolutely. So, yeah, what are we talking about? I can defeat any argument for God.
Yeah. Do you believe in God?
Yes, but not in the sense that you think that I might believe in God. I believe that I'll just come out and say it. I just believe that everything, existence itself, is what we interpret as God.
Yeah.
And if
I
you
think that's
interpret,
what I think that's pantheism, isn't it? Everything is God.
yeah, you could say like I'm trying to say it the right way and not disrespect the culture, but I think it's Advaita Vedante. I think is it's like a philosophical way of understanding reality itself. It's kind of like a
So,
subset from like
so let me
Hinduism.
ask you. So, in your pantheistic worldview, if that's
Mhm.
what that even means, I don't know. God is not an intellectual being that has intentions or desires, because if everything is God and if existence itself is God, that means God is not a personal being. He's just uh, all that is.
Yeah, that's and if you interpret the Bible, like you guys, that's why I joined. I thought it was getting pretty good when you were talking about how the Bible should be interpreted symbolically, which I agree with that. I think that it's just it's just one big book of metaphors and just stories that should not be interpreted literally. Because when you interpret the Bible literally, it's horrific. I mean, it's one of the most pornographic books that has ever been written, ever. And anybody especially women, and any women who are, self-respecting women should
You
be
got that
absolutely.
right, Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just horrifying to women. Anyways, but when you read it mystically, metaphorically, and spiritually, as it was intended to be written, or excuse me, as it was intended to be read, then you get the esoteric underlying.
So what do you think the esoteric underlying intentional understanding of the Bible is? What should people get from it?
Well, I think that if you read the New Testament, and if you read the red letters, right, and I'm not talking about Paul. I could not care less about the letters that Paul wrote. But if you read the red letters, which supposedly, Jesus, said, right, and the apostles wrote down, he says the kingdom of heaven is within you, and it's now. It's not some place in the sky.
Well, let me ask you. So, do you take it literal when it says Jesus was a real person, or do you think Jesus was a metaphor?
No, man, that's a tough one, because I think that there's historical, but I think there's historical evidence for it. I think
there's not.
Yeah, you could say there's not.
I've studied it extensively and wrote a book about it, and I've defended it for 2 or 3 years, and I've studied what scholars have to say about it, and there is not any corroborating historical reliable evidence for Jesus' existence at all. The scholars who say that Jesus was a historical person are saying, well, even though the Bible is not reliable, the Bible's contradictory, the Bible's full of mythology, we will just arbitrarily accept that the people who wrote about Jesus, who never met him or saw him in person, who are saying that he was a supernatural divine being who performed miracles, we're going to assume that Jesus actually was real, even though there's no credible evidence for his existence. There's no physical evidence, no archaeological evidence, no eyewitness testimony, no contemporaneous testimony. We only have anonymous books written many decades to a century later by people who never even saw or met the man, writing about supernatural things that he did, and we were going to arbitrarily, for no reason, accept that he was a real person. There is no evidence for Jesus. None.
Right. Well, it sounds, well, you've obviously written a book about it, and it sounds like you're very passionate about it, and I commend you on that. I mean, I don't think, to answer your question directly, I don't think it benefits me anything if he was a real person or not. I take the New Testament and just like a story, right? It's like a story
when Jesus,
that you can learn from.
When Jesus says, look at this coin, whose face is on it? And they say, oh, that's Caesar's face. And he says, well, render to Caesar what is Caesar, and to God what is God's. So the underlying meaning behind Jesus' instruction was to pay your taxes. So you have a divine being who represents the God, the creator of the universe, who says, you know what? One of the most important things I want to tell you when I come to earth for this one generation is that you ought to pay your taxes to Caesar. Now, who does that benefit?
Right. No, that benefits Rome. So
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about, and there's a couple ways that you could look about. And again, I'm not in either camp. I couldn't care less, if he existed or not. Like I said, I read the book symbolically. I don't care. What does it benefit me if I believe that Jesus walked on water? Truly, what does it benefit anybody, right?
Well, what I'm getting at, how does it benefit you to read a book that says that you should pay your taxes to the government? How does that benefit you?
Well, here, that's what I was going to answer. So I know which passage you're talking about. And I think there's several ways that you can interpret that. And I think what the Pharisees, and again, I'm talking about this as if it's not a real story. Okay. I'm just talking.
It's not a real story.
Okay. So a way that you could interpret that situation is that they were testing his allegiance. Because again, they were looking at him as a renegade, right? And in the story, and what the Pharisees were trying to do was they were trying to see who his allegiance was to. Was it to Rome or was it to the church?
Okay, so Jesus made it very clear his allegiance was to Rome.
By saying to pay your taxes?
Yeah, to pay your taxes to Caesar. He's saying, because there were multiple wars between the Romans and the Jews in the 1st and 2nd century. And it was all about paying taxes. That's what the main war was about. Yeah. Rome was imposing taxes on the Jews, and they didn't want to pay it, so they revolted against Rome, and Rome conquered Jerusalem, burnt their temple, and then they wrote a story that says the God of the universe sent a man and said, you should have paid your taxes. You wouldn't have been destroyed.
Right. Yeah. Well, and like I said, this is why I don't believe in the whole, I'm not a Christian. I don't consider myself religious or anything, but to go back to the original, subject, I just do believe that everything is God, so.
So if everything is God, then that means God has no compassion or sympathy for suffering, because God is suffering, and God is disease. God is leukemia and Down syndrome and Alzheimer's. And
that's exactly right. And I won't sugarcoat it. That's exactly right. Absolutely. This is the way that I see it. And again, you can call me crazy. And that's
God is also that man who's kidnapping little girls and tying them up in their storage sheds and graping them every day. And then when he get tired of them a few months later, unaliving them and throwing them in a ditch. God is also.
It's horrifying. Yes, but everything. Yes. Even that is God, and I know that sounds.
So do you worship this God of everything?
No.
Okay. So you think God is everything, but you don't think he's good. You don't think he's a personal being. You don't think he has intention or design, or he doesn't expect us to worship him. You just think that he's everything. So you think that lamp right there is God. And,
I want to know, why is it a he?
I never said he. Did I?
Yeah,
when did I ever say that God was a he?
I don't
Okay, so
know.
yeah, yeah.
Maybe I misunderstood you. I thought you
And
said it was a he.
and to the
I,
admin, I came here to have a nice discussion, and I feel like you're just trying to corner me. All I'm saying, you asked me, and I said, "Hey, I just think that everything's God." I'm trying to explain myself, and you
okay.
keep going on these tangents and telling me that you're an author, and then you go on these things. I'm just trying to explain myself, and you're like trying to corner me. I feel like you're just trying to.
Well, what
You're
I'm
like getting
Jimmy?
offended by my answer, and I'm
No, no.
trying to
What I'm
explain it,
trying to
but you're
do,
going on and
Jimmy.
on. Go ahead.
What I'm trying to do is to demonstrate to allow you to explain your position,
I'm
so
trying
that
to, but you
I
talk
want
a
you
lot.
to admit, and you already have admitted that God is that person that is abusing little girls and unaliving them. God
See,
is the thing.
that's what you want. You want me to admit, meaning you just want to corner me into something. You haven't cornered me into anything.
No, I'm asking you, and I'm not trying to corner you. I'm asking you to explain
you
it,
said you want
and I
me
think
to admit. I don't need to admit anything. I just told you everything, existence
if you
itself. Yes, the evil,
so
the
do you want
good,
to? Are
the
you here
pain,
to
the
explain your
suffering.
position or not? Do you want to? Do you
If you
want
let me
people?
talk, admin, I know this is the way that you like to
Why are
control
you
things
saying
because you're
admin? I'm not admin. I'm a host.
the host. Okay, host. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm trying to explain myself, but you like to talk. So go ahead, keep talking, or you could allow me to explain myself, but you just keep interjecting and you keep trying to throw me off different paths and keep trying to
Okay,
corner me into
so
things.
I'm not interested in talking to you, Jimmy. So I'm gonna let you
Okay,
go.
have a good one, man.
Yeah. So if you want to be cantankerous, you can tank your cantankerous ass somewhere else. I'm not interested.
Rosemary.
Hey, Rosemary. Are you there, Rosemary? Have you
Rosemary,
fallen asleep?
you're live on the air, Rosemary. You've been in the guest box for a little while. Are you there or did you fall asleep waiting? Well, no
I guess she's not
response.
there.
We got other guests waiting, so we don't have time.
And so,
We
for
have
the last guest, I was trying to clarify, and I think he did clarify. He believes everything is God, and he even thinks that all the evil, pain, and suffering is God, and he don't think God is a personal being. He thinks God is everything, including all the pain and suffering and anguish. And I'm like, what's the point of believing that? And why would you even believe it? Like, where do you have a foundation to think that this is a valid belief? I mean, you can believe whatever you want. You can believe pigs can fly, but do you have a valid foundation for believing pigs can fly? No, you don't. You don't have a valid reason to think that everything is God. You can have a philosophy. In fact, I've even thought of this. I say I can defeat the argument for God. There's actually one argument, maybe two. I think I might have just thought of the second one. There is one or two arguments for God that I can't defeat. One is if you say that you believe in a God who just doesn't want to reveal his existence, who wants to remain hidden, and who does nothing, he never intervenes, he doesn't write books, so he's not the God of the Bible, but he's a do-nothing God, an invisible, unknown, unknowable, do-nothing God. I can't defeat that because that matches reality. In reality, if there's a God, he's invisible, he's undetectable, he's unknowable, he has no instructions or expectations of us. He's a do-nothing, know-nothing, or unknowable God. But if you believe that God actually exists, I could refute your argument because by definition, he's unknowable. So if he's unknowable, you can't know him. You can't know anything about him. So I guess that refutes that argument. The other one that I thought of, the second possibility is, I remember, is that God is kind of similar to the pantheistic idea, but I would say God is the initial energy that produced the universe, but it's not. But all that energy is kind of like the pantheistic thing that we just heard. His energy was poured into the universe to create all matter, but yet it's not an intelligent designer. It's not a personal being. He's not alive now because his energy is dispersed into the universe. He is just the source of energy, the initial source of energy. and he's not a personal being that has design or intention. I'd say I can't really refute that. And in fact, that might be the best argument for God, all that can't be refuted, because the know nothing, do nothing, or the unknowable, do nothing God, you can refute that by saying you can't know he exists if he's unknowable, so it's refutable. The only God that I can't refute is just say that God is the initial source of energy that comprised all the energy of the universe, and it evolved over 14.8 billion years, and God exploded in the Big Bang, and it's an unmeasurable event. But we can look at the universe and say God is the source of the universe, and in that sense, you say God would be the source of the universe. He is the initial energy that comprised all that is, and he exploded, and life has been evolving from his energy for 14.8 billion years now. Are you there, David?
Yeah, I'm here. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good.
So the argument that I would use is the Elliott argument. It's the same as Reagan earlier. Just for the sake of time, if you don't want to have to start from the beginning, from what I could hear from the conversation, it seemed like you agreed to 5 out of the 6 questions. If you just want me to,
well, so you're starting out rational. So let's try to go through it rationally, because I don't like to fight and argue and yell, but I only do it when people are being rude and disrespectful, and and he was threatening to find me where I live. It's absolutely unacceptable. So let's see if we can go through it in a rational way. Go ahead and start with number 1.
You want me to start from the beginning? Okay.
Sure.
Do you agree that if we don't change the definitions, a triangle could never have 4 sides?
Correct. I agree.
Okay. And then do you agree with Elliott's trichotomy? I know this is where you had the most contention.
So I don't know what Elliott's trichotomy is, and I'll tell you, because I've tried to understand the Elliott argument, and I believe what they're trying to say is the universe is either eternal or not, and I accept that. And if it's not eternal, it either has a cause or no cause. And I accept that trichotomy. And he was saying that it was different, and I don't think it's different. I think that's the Elliott trichotomy, except that they're postulating that God is the something that created the universe, and I would take issue with that.
Yeah, no, that's correct. We just define the terms differently, but that is correct. Yeah, that would essentially be Elliott's trichotomy, yes.
Yeah.
Do you agree that an actualized infinite number of concrete things cannot exist?
Well, see, and this was just me trying to understand what you actually mean by those words. And what we were debating was that I don't think an actualized infinite number of concrete things can exist. Mm-hmm. I think the answer is no, but I agree. But it would apply equally to God as it would to the universe.
I would disagree with you there, but we can get to that. But okay. But yeah, so I would agree with you that actualized.
So you would have to read, back to the first question. Unless you redefine the terms, a triangle can't have 4 sides. And what you're doing, what the Elliott argument is doing here, is redefining what concrete things are. Because if God is a concrete thing, then God cannot be God cannot represent an infinite number of concrete actions. So God could not have done any concrete actions in an infinite amount of time, because if he ever decided to create the universe, he could have never arrived at the point at which he would have decided, because there would have been an infinite number of years that would have led up to the point where he decided to create the universe. He can't decide to create the universe if he had an infinite number of concrete actions before he decided to create the universe.
Yeah, so I can explain why God wouldn't fall into this dilemma, right? Number 1, right? You're saying that God essentially had an infinite amount of time prior to him creating the universe, right? we wouldn't consider this to be time, though. This is one of the reasons why we say that God is timeless, right?
Right. So you have to redefine the terms. So in other words, you're violating your question number one. You're redefining what a triangle is, because you're special pleading where you say God is exempt from all known definitions, and God can do things that nobody else can do.
No, it's not redefinition of the terms. I promise. So, would you agree that time is the measurement of change? That's how it's classically defined.
Time. Yeah. Okay. Time is a measurement of change.
So, hypothetically, if God were to exist in an unchanging state prior to creating the universe,
then he
there
never
would
could
be
have
no
created.
time taking place.
If God can't change, God can't create.
Yeah, he can go from an unchanging state to a changing state, and that would be the first moment of time.
No, you can't. So if God is unchanging, he cannot change. That is the law of non-contradiction. You are contradicting yourself by saying that God can go from an unchanging state to a changing state. That is impossible. It's illogical. It's contradictory. If God is ever unchanging, he can never change.
Yeah, so okay. When we say, for example, that God is unchanging, right? It would be in reference to his nature. But he can change in reference to his action. Okay? So for example, right? If he so chose to be completely unchanging, even in reference to his action, and then he does the first change, or aka the first moment in time, which would be creation, right? That is now the beginning of time. That is the very first change that takes place.
So
So
what you're saying is God couldn't even decide to create the universe. He just instantaneously changed, and the universe popped into existence at that moment because he couldn't even think about creating the world before he did. At an instantaneous moment, he all of a sudden changed from an unchanging to a changing state. And this is the point at which the universe began to exist, simply because God went from an unchanging state to a changing state. It's illogical. It is contradictory. This argument all by itself completely refutes the Elliott argument.
I would have a little bit of an issue with that God can't even think about it, right? I believe that he can have an unchanging intention to create, right? Where he is in a constant state of intention to create, but withholding.
So
action.
at what point would he change from having an intention to an action? So he only intended it before, but then he decided to do it later.
It would be the very first moment in time.
Okay, so now listen, David, if God had an unchanging intention, that means he would never have the action. He would always have only the intention.
He would be withholding action, right? And then
okay, if he's unchanging and withholding action, he could never create the universe because he is unchanging, holding this eternal state of intention to create, but never the action to create.
At the very first moment in time, he no longer withholds his action and he creates. That is the first moment in time. That's what I'm proposing.
And your proposal is contradictory and self-refuting.
Why?
An unchanging being cannot change. By definition, you are creating a four-sided triangle by saying God. It's special pleading. You're saying we can't redefine the definition of terms, but yet you're redefining and special pleading and saying God can go from unchanging to changing. It is impossible. It is not possible. It is contradictory that an unchanging being can change. You cannot propose that God could go from unchanging to changing. This is not even debatable. It is easily refutable. A kindergartner would be able to understand that you cannot go from an unchanging state to a changing state. It's not logically possible.
I think this is where we're losing each other. I think when you...
Yeah, because you're redefining the terms in special pleading.
When I say that God is unchanging, I think that you think that I'm saying that he's incapable of change at any point, right? That's not what I'm saying. He's not incapable of change.
What does unchanging mean then? Can you explain that?
Yeah, he was
redefining. He's making a four-sided triangle right now.
He would be
He's redefining what
unchanging.
unchanging means. Not changing. You do not change when you're unchanging.
That's what I thought it meant, but maybe I'm not getting it right.
Yeah. Yes. So I agree with you. Unchanging means to have no change, right?
Yeah. Which
Okay.
means he can't decide to create. He cannot begin to create if he doesn't change.
Okay. But then when he decides, he performs the
decide.
first change.
God cannot decide to do anything if he's unchanging. That requires time and change. You cannot make a decision if you're unchanging. You are special pleading. You are self-contradicting, self-refuting. You are redefining terms because you want to believe in the invisible magic man, and your argument is flawed. Just admit the Eliot argument is flawed. This point all by itself completely refutes the entire Eliot argument.
I think so too. I agree. I want to know why they say it's a he.
Yeah, so like,
Well,
okay, let
well
me just give an
Katrina, you
example.
shouldn't want it to be a she because he's such a fuck up. You ought to be willing to
Well,
say
they
that
should
he-
call it an it. They need to call it an it.
Let me just give an example, right? This is I'm trying to think of an example off the top of my head here, so sorry if this isn't great. But let's say that I've never dyed my hair a color, right? I have, right? The color of my hair would be unchanging, in a sense, right?
Well, that
So the
is a
color of
bad
my hair
example.
would be
So,
unchanging.
oh,
But then,
because your
when
hair
I-
could change color naturally without you deciding to do it.
Again, this is just an example off the top of my head. Just
So I would say that
But-
I'm male, but that's even debatable nowadays if you can change whether you're a male or not.
Sure, but okay, so the color of my hair would be unchanging, right? But then at some point, I dye my hair. I dye it blue, right? Now the color of my hair has changed. right?
Yeah, but
That would be the
which
first
would-
change in the color of
which
my
by
hair. the first
definition
one.
would mean that your hair color was not unchanging, even if it was the same color for a long time. It was changeable. So
During that,
unchanging
and
means
unfortunately, I have to use like temporal language, right? But this is just how language is. During that time, right, that I had
Right, so-
prior to
so
me
special
dyeing my
pleading.
hair,
So whenever you introduce the argument like that, well, unfortunately, language is temporal, but I believe that God is not temporal. That's called special pleading. So special
my-
pleading is a
what-
fallacy.
was my hair once in an unchanging state in that example that I gave?
So it was once in an unchanging state. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
but even
And-
even indicating that indicates that it was not changing over a certain period of time.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Which means your hair is in a temporal obligation. So if you want to put God in a temporal obligation and compare to how your hair wasn't changing at one point but was at another, then you could say when it's all said and done that your hair was not unchangeable. It was not unchanging, even though at a moment in time it was unchanging. So you are required to put God in a temporal relationship to say he was only unchanging for a certain period of time.
It's just a consequence of the language that we use.
Well,
It's
so it's a consequence of rational thinking is what it is. So language is rational thinking. And for you to special plead and say God is exempt from all rational explanations, that God can be unchanging and changing at the same time. God can be atemporal and temporal at the same time. That is contradictory. It is self-refuting. You cannot special plead, change definitions, and argue that God is contradictory and expect anybody to think that your argument is valid.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that God is temporal now, right? Like, but anyway.
So special pleading again. So you give God special abilities that you wouldn't attribute to anything else. You can't even prove that God exists, but you're giving God attributes that are not compatible with reality. It's special pleading. It's redefining terms. It's making a four-sided triangle. You are making a four-sided triangle by saying God is exempt from logical, rational, temporal language.
Yeah, no, I think that you can go from an unchanging state to a changing state. I don't think this is a problem. Like it would be the first change, and that would be the beginning of time. That's exactly what I'm arguing.
Which means if the beginning of time, but you think God is the only thing that's outside of time, right?
Prior to time existing, he would be outside of time. He is now within time, because time
And
exists.
he is the only thing that is outside of time.
Yeah, I mean, so
That's
again,
special pleading.
I believe that.
Do you understand that special pleading is a fallacy?
Well,
To
due to
say
the fact that
that your imaginary being defies all logic and reason and rational thinking, and you expect somebody to believe in your imaginary being that defies all logic and reasoning?
I'm trying to prove it. That's what I'm trying to do. But
Okay,
so,
well, we need
yeah,
to move
so
on.
he would. So just to answer your question, due to the fact that he would be the only being to, again, I have to use temporal language, unfortunately, pre-exist time, right? Then yeah, he would have been outside of time. Now that time exists, he would be within time.
Okay, so God changed from an unchanging state to a changing state.
Yep. And
So
it's the
so
first
if
change,
so
which
let
is
me
the
see.
beginning of time.
If your hair was in an unchanging state, not that it wasn't changing at the time, but it was in a state of incapability of change. It is an unchanging state. It cannot change. That's what unchanging means. If your hair was in an unchanging state, then it couldn't change at some point in the future.
Yeah, we
Because
believe that God
it was
has.
unchanging.
We believe that God has. We believe that God has the power to change. He just didn't.
Okay, so if he didn't, he would never have decided to create in the first place.
He does eventually change in his action. Again, I have to unfortunately use these temporal
Okay.
words.
So-
eventually,
so-
right? But he does.
Do you not see
eventually-
it? Listen, I can hear it in your voice that you realize that what you're saying is stupid.
No, I really don't. I don't see a problem with going from an unchanging state.
You don't
to a
see a
changing
problem with
And that being the
special
first
pleading for God. To say
I don't
God
know special pleading.
defies all logic and reason and goes from unchanging to a changing state.
If I further prove that God must exist, then I don't think it's special pleading, though.
Okay, then let's move on because I don't think you can prove that God must exist.
Okay. So we're on question 3. I think you essentially agreed to question 3. You just think that God is grouped into that, that
Right, so
actualized.
that's the one that says an actualized infinite number of concrete events cannot happen.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Okay.
I think
and
that's a problematic statement because I hold the position that the universe must be eternal, but yet I don't comprehend it. I don't understand it. So I guess in a way I would have to say maybe it can. I just don't understand it.
So I would argue that would violate the law of non-contradiction.
How so? How?
If you hold that position, right? So, you agreed earlier with Reagan that completeness and endlessness are contradictory terms.
But you didn't say complete and endless. So what y'all say in your question number 3 is, can an actualized number of infinite concrete events things exist? You never said anything about complete and endless. You didn't say that. If you say complete and endless, I say that's contradictory. I agree. Complete and endless is contradictory. But what I'm saying that the universe would have to be is endless, but not complete in the sense of finished or having a beginning. I mean, because I don't believe it had a beginning. I don't believe matter ever began to exist. I don't believe the state of anything was ever nothing.
Yeah.
I don't believe nothing can exist.
I'll go back to to the question, right? So essentially, my fault for not defining this already. A actualized infinity would be defined as both complete and endless, right? It would be a complete infinity. Right?
Okay, so if you use those words, then I'd say no, that is contradictory. That is self-refuting. You cannot have, if you're defining complete as something that that has a definitive end, so something or beginning. So something cannot be infinite if it has a beginning and an end. If you would define it that way, everybody in the world would agree with you. Can something be infinite that has a beginning and an end? You say, oh, absolutely not. No, that's impossible.
Yeah. Okay. So
something cannot have a beginning and an end if it is infinite, because by definition, infinite means with no beginning or end.
Okay. So question number 4. Do you agree that pure literal nothingness cannot have properties?
I agree with that.
Okay. Do you agree that the opposite of atheism is theism?
Okay, I would agree to that. So you change the words that they are using. I don't believe it's the negation of it. I believe it is the opposite. Yes.
I promise you, like I'm not trying to argue this. This doesn't matter.
Hey,
but I promise.
hey,
If you
Petrina,
look up,
can you look up the definition of negation? Are you
Yeah.
where you can do it? I want to know the definition of negation. Okay, carry on, David.
okay. This is the last question. Question number 6.
Are you ready
Would you
for it?
agree? Oh yeah.
What? Hold question 6. Let's hear the definition.
Negation means denial, the opposite of something positive or a logical not statement. It is the act of saying no or making a statement false.
Okay. So it is not, that is different. A negation is to actually say, no, you're wrong, and I have the truth. And that is not what atheism is. Atheism is a personal statement that they do not believe in any God. It is not saying, no, I can prove that you are wrong. And that's what negation is. So if you want to negate somebody else's position, you need to be able to prove that their position is wrong. And that's not what atheism is claiming.
Correct. That's
Atheism
correct.
is simply the lack of belief in gods. And theism is the opposite. It is the belief in gods.
Yeah.
So
No,
that's another flaw in the Elliott argument, because you're using negation instead of opposite.
Yeah, I'll use opposite for this. It works just fine.
Okay.
But yeah. So, and then question number 6. Would you agree that if a position were to hypothetically leave somebody with only 2 incorrect options, that position cannot be correct?
If a position can leave you with only 2 or 100, if it only leaves you with incorrect options, then it can't be correct. Of course, if your only option is incorrectness, then you're wrong.
Okay. So here's how I would tie it in. Right. That's all the questions. Here's how I would tie it in. So, yeah, in the first question, by saying that a triangle could never have 4 sides if we don't change the definitions, I would say that you inadvertently are affirming the laws of logic. Okay.
No, I openly affirm the laws of logic.
No, that's fine. Yeah. Okay.
And everybody would. So that's a pointless question. So
Okay.
So
believe it or not,
it doesn't even lead you to any of your conclusions. In fact, it hurts your argument, because you have to redefine what an unchanging state is when you define what God is. When you special plead and say God is exempt to all the laws of logic, it's contradictory.
By affirming Elliott's trichotomy, this is question 2. I understand that you used your own words for it. We agree, right? But by affirming Elliott's trichotomy, I would say that you are agreeing that everyone only has, at a foundational level, 3 options for the existence of our universe. Okay?
I can accept that, yeah.
Okay. So, real quick, let's just define what an atheist is real quick. So, an atheist is somebody who lacks the belief in a God.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So, atheists, by definition, would reject one of those 3 options, because within the trichotomy, the God option is one of the 3 options.
So the God option is not a valid option in the trichotomy. So the only valid trichotomy is either the universe is eternal, or the universe began with no cause, or the universe began with a cause. And the God hypothesis does not belong in the trichotomy at all, because God has nothing to do with it. You're defining God as that which is the cause, and the Elliott argument doesn't even propose an argument to support that God exists.
Okay.
So you can't. So you might as well say that Barney the purple dinosaur is the cause of the universe, and I would say I just proved that the Elliott argument says that Barney the purple dinosaur is the cause of the universe. You can't just assert that God is the cause of the universe. Something would be the cause of the universe if it had a beginning.
Yeah. So I mean, I'll be very honest with you, right? If you were to define Barney, okay, Barney the purple dinosaur, okay, as eternal, okay, if you were to define him to have a mind, the ability to withhold action, okay, and the ability to have volition and causal power to create, right? Then Barney the dinosaur is God under the argument. That would be the God.
Because that's the way you define God. So when you define God as that which fills the gap in knowledge, that is called the God of the gaps. You're simply defining God into existence and saying, rather than prove that God exists, I will just say that God is whatever we don't understand. And if we don't understand it, that is how we define God.
Yeah, I was going to ask, how do you know that? How do you know that about God?
Yeah, how do you know that's the correct definition of God? How do you know the correct definition of God is not that that he's Barney the purple dinosaur?
These are just the only definitions for God that could be logically coherent.
They're not logically coherent.
So, and the only reason why I say that God is an option, right? And it's because I'm not trying to force you to accept that God is an option yet, right? The only thing that I'm saying is that people do take the position that the first cause is God, right? There are some people in the world that take that position.
Of course, there's billions of people that take that position.
Yeah. So
but it's not based on sound reasoning.
That's fine. I'm just saying that it is a position that people can take. That's
and it's also a position that people can take that Barney the purple dinosaur is God.
Like, for example, right? This is just for example. You would agree that the universe didn't come from pure literal nothingness, right?
Correct.
Okay. But that is a position that somebody could hypothetically take.
Yeah, and people could hypothetically take the position that pigs can fly. But it's a baseless foundation with no justified reasoning.
That's all the trichotomy is trying to prove. It's just a hypothetical position that a person could take.
So I wouldn't argue that a person can take the position that God created the universe. Of course people take that position. If that's the whole point of the Elliott argument, then we've wasted hours and hours and days of people's time. No. Of course people assume that God created the universe.
Yeah. That's not the whole point. I'm just showing that. So you agree that any position that somebody could take is what I'm trying to establish here. They would fall underneath the umbrella of one of these three options. Okay?
Right. And I fall under the umbrella that the universe is eternal.
That's fine. So an atheist, by definition, is somebody who rejects the God option, by definition.
Yeah, the person rejects that God created the universe, yeah.
Okay. So an atheist in particular, by definition, would have two options for the existence of our universe. If that's not true, then they're no longer an atheist. Right?
Correct. So an atheist, out of those three options, if you're presenting God as the third option, say, no, I reject that option. So my only two options are either the universe was created out of pure nothingness or it was not created at all. And I take the position that it was not created at all.
Perfect. Okay. Okay. So this is question 3. I would argue that by saying that an actualized infinite number of concrete things cannot exist, meaning, let me just go further in the definition, that something cannot be complete and endless at the same time and in the same respect. Okay. I would say that by saying that that cannot be the case, you invalidate all STE hypotheticals, which
Nope,
STE
because nobody suggests that that an eternal universe would be both complete and endless. They're saying it's endless but not complete, not finite. Not in fact, that's by definition. When you say the universe is eternal, you're saying it has no beginning and no end. So you are the one that is redefining the triangle to have four sides by saying atheists must conclude that that an eternal universe is both complete and infinite. So that's you redefining the terms. That's you saying that a triangle has four sides. That is not the way atheists define eternal. We're saying without beginning and without end. It is endless. It is not finite. It does not have a beginning or an end. So you have not refuted an eternal universe. You just deliberately defined it in a way that you can say that it's not true because you're being dishonest. You're misrepresenting the position for the sole purpose of
I agree with
concluding
that.
that God created the universe.
I agree with that because when I think of a line, a straight line, and you say that this line is complete, I'm seeing an end at the end of this line when you say it's complete. But when you say it's infinite, I don't see an end to it.
There's no
Okay.
end. There's no beginning or
So
end. That's
I'll
the definition
explain
of
why it
infinite.
would be complete, right? So that we agree that if the universe is eternal, that would mean that there have been an infinite number of moments or events prior to this current one. Would we agree?
Yeah, so it's not comprehensible, but the same problem applies to God.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm so
Right. So I agree
With-
with you that it's not comprehensible, but it is equally incomprehensible when you apply it to God. Your special pleading, which is a fallacy, a logical fallacy, to say that the universe can't be eternal, but God can. It is special pleading. And you
We
have
get
to
into
admit
that. I
this, or
promise.
you're openly admitting that you're just a dishonest person who will not admit the blatantly obvious truth that you are special pleading that God can exceed the laws of nature and reality and logic when you don't allow the universe to exceed the same parameters that you allow God to exceed.
Yeah, just
Okay.
because you say so.
I promise we can get into that. Let me just land where my point here. Okay. So we agree that there would have been an infinite number of moments, aka events, right? Whatever you would
So
like
it's
to call it,
incomprehensible.
prior to this current one right now. So if it is not complete, tell me which event in our prior history of infinite events have not been actualized, aka completed.
I have admitted that the idea of infinity is not comprehensible. But I'm telling you that it is equally not comprehensible when you apply it to God as you do when you apply it to the universe. You are being dishonest by saying it makes sense when you apply it to God, but it doesn't make sense when you apply it to the universe. It's pure dishonesty. It is an absolute evil lie for you to argue that God can defy the laws of logic, but yet the universe can't.
We'll
The
get into
universe
that.
we know to exist. The universe
Can I
absolutely exists.
can I
You
say
can't
something
even
here?
prove that God exists.
So he's saying that there's an infinite number of events that took place,
Mhm.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now you're saying which one of these events is not complete,
Yes, ma'am.
right? Is that what you asked? Okay. So each event isn't infinite, just the events themselves. The process of the events is infinite, not the events themselves.
The
So
number of
the
events.
future, yeah, there's future ones that haven't happened yet, right?
Then it wouldn't be infinite.
Why wouldn't it be infinite? Because it's still going,
Infinite means with no beginning and no end. And
right?
you can have certain events that happen within an infinite timeline that do have a beginning and an ending.
Have a complete,
But
right?
but my personal
Right.
life, I am not an infinite being. I have a beginning and an end. But
Mhm.
time itself, there's no indication that
Right.
time ever had a beginning or an end.
Right. That's the point.
So here, I'll give sort of an analogy. right? Here, where do I like to go here?
So I agree that
Um,
time doesn't exist, and in that
let's
time is
say,
a concept. Time is not
let's say,
something that exists materially. Time is a concept, just like math and language is a concept. Oh, so it doesn't
let's say
exist.
hypothetically. Sorry.
Carry on.
Let let's say hypothetically, right? You have a infinitely long bookshelf. Okay, the bookshelf extends infinitely to your left and infinitely to your right, right? And you're standing in front of it. Could you ever find book number 1?
No,
Could you ever find book number 27?
no.
1,000, a million, 2 million. You could never find any book, right?
If they were numbered sequentially, no, because a number line, by definition, cannot be infinite.
Okay. So events happen one
So,
after
so that's
another.
that's you deliberately defining something that can't be done. But now let's apply the same reasoning to God. So if God
I
has
just want to
existed
talk
for
about.
all eternity, like a bookshelf that goes infinitely to the left and infinitely to the right, would you ever be able to find the point at which God decided to create the universe? What book number would it be where God decided to create the universe? Would it be book 1 or book 25 or book 1
Yes.
million? Could you find
The
the point at which God decided to create the universe?
the reason why it wouldn't be analogous, right, is because God would be the start of the bookshelf, right? God would.
No. So that's
That's
special
crazy.
pleading. Special pleading. Do you know what special pleading is?
Yes, I do.
It is a logical fallacy where you exempt yourself from the same rules you apply to everything else. I said, let's imagine that the bookshelf represents the God's existence. And you said, no, I want to redefine the bookshelf. I want to
Okay.
redefine a triangle
Let
to
me
have
let me
4 sides.
let me
Because
steel
I
man what
don't
I'm
want
saying.
to I don't want to imagine that God is the bookshelf. I want to imagine that God created the bookshelf. It's special
Let me
pleading and it is a logical fallacy, which means your argument is invalid.
let me steel
Agree.
man my position really quick, please. So I promise I'm not running away from your question. I'm answering it. Okay, promise you. Time is the measurement of change, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So when I use the bookshelf example, the books would represent moments in time. That's what the example is representing. Okay? God would exist prior to that. Again, temporal language. He would exist outside of time unchangingly. Okay? So it would not be analogous to God.
If God is unchanging outside of time, that means he's incapable of changing because he's outside of time. He cannot change because time is a measurement of change. That's why he would be unchanging, which means you would never get to a point to decide to create the universe.
Yep.
It's irrefutable. You cannot refute it. You cannot special plead yourself and say that God is exempt from the exact same argument that you're holding other people to.
I can't. You
If
can go
God
from.
is in a state of timeless unchangingness, then he cannot. It is impossible. It is the law of non-contradiction that God could ever decide to create the universe if he was outside of time and incapable of change.
I never said that he was incapable of change. That's where we're talking past each other. I'm not saying he's incapable of
Unchanging.
it.
Unchanging.
So if God is outside of time, by definition, that means he is incapable of change. Because change is the measure of, or time is a measure of change.
Yes.
So if God is outside of time, he is incapable of change by definition.
Yeah. So no, I wouldn't say that that's the case.
Right,
I
because
can.
you're a dishonest person who does not even hold himself accountable to his own definitions.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. No
You
worries,
don't
man.
got me because you. If you got me, then you're just admitting that you are. Are you admitting that you're a dishonest person?
No, not at all.
That you're
You're just-
special
you're-
pleading God into existence? Do you understand what an unchanging state outside of time would require?
It would
Can
require
you
the being
change
to be unchanging.
if you're outside of time and there is no measure of change? Can you change if there is no change? Can you change if there is no change?
Okay. I am
No.
hypothetically, because we're referring this to God, I'm all powerful, right? Or no?
So special. Every word out of your mouth is special pleading. So God is that which is exempt to all definitions, all rules of logic, all known comprehensible things. God can do anything. Therefore, God can exist in a place that doesn't exist. He can exist in a time that doesn't exist, and he can be made of things that do not exist. So anything that is outside of space, time, and matter is that which is nothing, nowhere, and never.
Okay.
God is never, God is nowhere, God is nothing. He is imaginary if he is outside of space and time.
We'll use another example. Like, I mean, this is just an example that I'm coming up with off the top of my head. Like, I'm fairly hungry right
David,
now. So
David,
yeah.
So I appreciate you being respectful enough to get through all 6 questions. You've been the best person that I tried to talk to about the Elliott argument, but I have refuted with absolute definitive indisputable proof that you are simply defining God into existence. You are special pleading God into existence, and you're not willing to admit that your argument is flawed. So I don't like wasting my time talking to somebody who demonstrates that they are openly dishonest and using invalid arguments and want to continue to use the invalid arguments after you've been proven wrong. So I'm tired of talking to you, even though you did a good job, and I appreciate you maintaining the adequate amount of respect for us to get through the process. But I proved you wrong. I proved the Elliott argument wrong. So now, will you, for the audience, will you admit that the Elliott argument has been refuted?
No, because I very much disagree.
Right, because you're a dishonest
I appreciate you
liar.
having me outpost. Okay.
It has been. I'm a witness of it. I'm a witness of it. Everything that Jeff has said has refuted and made it all just dumb.
So everything about the Elliott argument is special pleading. They say it's impossible, but they say, well, God can do the impossible. That is by definition special pleading. If it's impossible, then not even God can do it. But you're defining God as that which that does the impossible. Wherever we don't understand something like infinity, you say, well, we can't actually understand or comprehend infinity. And I agree. It's incomprehensible to actually think that anything could be eternal. But we've got 14.8 billion years of observable universe based on our best calculations. Who knows if it's right or not? And I want you to start counting to 14.8 billion right now and let me know when you finish. Just start counting.
So I want everybody in the chat to give a W for Jeff, and I want everybody to know I've known this man for 5 years now, and he's always been super honest. He's never deceived me in any wrong way. He's admitted if he's not known something correctly. He's never deliberately sit here and lied like this man just did.
Right. And Petrina watched me change. So I was a Christian. I was a person who believed that the Bible was true and the holy word of God. And I even wrote a book. I've got YouTube videos that go way back where I'm arguing and defending God in the Bible. So I've got proof that I was arguing and defending the Bible for many years and decades. That's documented on YouTube and other places. And Petrina has known me long enough to watch me deconstruct the entire Bible and religion, and she knows that I will take whatever argument that is the best argument. But the Elliott argument is not even good. You're deliberately wording things so that you can redefine words, special plead God into existence, define God into existence, and just place God as the God of the gaps. If you say, well, if you can't make sense of an infinity of actualized events, that means that can't be true. Well, it doesn't mean it can't be true. Just because you don't understand something doesn't mean it can't be true. And I can't understand how the universe could be eternal, but I know the universe exists, and I know that we have laws of nature that says matter and energy cannot be created or destroyed. Therefore, the only logical, rational conclusion based on our observable reality is that matter was never created. If matter was never created from nothingness, then it had to exist forever. And you don't get to just create the invisible magic man that that defies all logic and reason, that's completely incompatible with our reality, and say, well, since this doesn't make sense, it must be the invisible magic man that lived from eternities. Well, can you make sense of how God lived from eternity? This guy was so, you see what happens when people don't accept the truth is they enter the conversation with preconceived notions, and they will never back off those preconceived notions no matter what. And that's what all these Elliott argument guys are doing. They enter with the presupposition that God is capable of doing that which is incomprehensible and impossible. And the only thing that can do impossible things is God, by definition. Therefore, if you can't make sense of an eternal universe, there must be an impossible invisible man that did it. That is foolishness. You don't just say, when you go to a magic show, you don't see somebody, look like he saws a woman in half and say, wow, it looks like he sawed the woman in half, and then he put her back together and she could walk around. It must be magic. It's not magic. If you're an intelligent person, you say, oh, it looked like he cut a woman in half, but she must have been able to contort her body and bend it down below and fold it over and make it, and there must have been another woman in the other box, and it looked like it was her, but it was a trick. It was a deception. That's what intelligent people do. Fools say it must have been magic. Intelligent people say there must be an explanation that I don't understand. This is what science does. Science looks for answers to questions that they can prove through testing and more testing until they can predict the future. We know that gravity works. We know that gravity pulls at a specific rate on Earth and at a different rate on the moon. And we've calculated the amount of gravity that the moon has based on calculations for the mass of the moon and calculations for the mass of the Earth, calculations for the mass of the sun. And we have proven that our calculations are reliable by sending rockets and going into orbit and proving that our calculations are actually reliable. We have satellites orbiting the Earth because we've calculated exactly how fast satellites need to travel in orbit so that they can stay in orbit. All right, what we got? Omni or Ami?
Ami,
Are you there?
you're live on the air.
Atheist.
Ami, did you mean to join?
No.
Okay. Thank you for supporting.
So
Okay, we
let
got.
thou shalt not up. I think I saw he said that he
Yeah, he said you're
defeated
going
him.
to kick him.
All right, both y'all don't run like you did last time, Jeff. What's that 10th commandment?
So I'm not running. If you're going to be rude and disrespectful, I'll just drop you. So if
Well,
you
that's
want
your
to be
excuse you did last time. So
okay,
it's not going
drop
to
me.
be yeah,
Drop me.
you're embarrassing.
Unintelligent,
Don't embarrass yourself. Embarrass yourself. 10th commandment you did.
unintelligent, illogical people get dropped
So
like you.
so I'm not ashamed at all to kick belligerent lunatics. So if you want to have a rational conversation, then come on and be rational. Present an argument like an intelligent person instead of come on like a hothead who wants to just deliberately insult and irritate people. Tatiana, what's up?
Tatiana.
Yeah, my question is whether we're intelligent or whether we aren't. I mean, my problem is this world is, we have no idea how it started. We have no idea where it began. Whether it's science or whether it isn't, there is no beginning, there is no end. So how do we prove anything?
We can prove a lot of things. We prove everything in math. I was just talking about how we can prove the gravitational pull and how we can put satellites in orbit. We can prove that we're talking on the TikTok app right now. We can prove lots of things.
Right. But we can't prove where we came from, can we?
I can. Yeah, we can. My mom
How?
and dad had sex. That's how
No,
humans are
no, that's
created.
not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about where human race came from.
So we have tons and tons of scientific evidence that humans evolved over long periods of time, and that all life evolved from much simpler life.
Right, but do we believe that? I mean, we really believe that we came from mud skippers, or we just that's how we came? I mean, there's no God.
So our best explanation based on the evidence is that humans evolved over long periods of time from simpler life forms. And if we gather more evidence at a later time that changes that best answer that we have right now, then we will update. That's what science does. Science researches and looks for answers, and even looks for better answers than we currently have, deliberately tries to disprove theories that we have so that we can have the best possible explanation for all things.
Yeah,
So,
we actually have proof of evolution happening right now. Babies, back in the ancient times, men had to have wide jaws and lots of teeth to chew on meat. So over time, because we've softened our foods, now babies are actually being born without wisdom teeth and with slimmer jaws. You can look it up. It's
Right.
facts.
Right, but what about the giants having two sets of jaws? I mean, there's a million things that could disprove all that. I mean, I'm not trying to be brutal.
What? What do you mean? Just prove it, though.
I mean, why would there
That didn't make
giants?
sense when you say,
Why would there?
nothing
Why
you
were
said
there
right there makes
giants?
sense.
Why were there giants? I mean,
Giants.
What
if
makes
there
you
was
think they were giants?
evolution, why would there be
What makes you
giants?
think they were giants? You mean giant humans?
Yeah,
You mean
I mean,
big
it's
people,
proven.
at one time?
Yes, yes, red-haired
So we have
giants.
big people today. We have
No,
9
no, no,
feet
no.
tall
I
men
mean
today.
9, 12 feet giants that
There's
were
no
there.
evidence of that.
Yes,
There's no
there
evidence
is.
of
We
that.
all know it. It's in
No,
the.
there's not.
Yes, there is.
There is internet hoaxes that
No,
you've believed.
no, no. It's true, and you know it.
It's not true. It's not true.
It is true. It's true. I mean, what about the caves in Nevada? I mean, was that a joke?
I don't know what cave you're talking about.
You know what caves I'm talking about. The red-haired giants that the Paiutes fought against them and smoked them out, and they ended up finding the giants in the caves. They found
So
their bodies. They had red hair.
listen, Tatiana, claims of 12-foot human giants are modern myths and internet hoax, most
Just
famously
like
exemplified by the giant of Kandahar, story
just like all
of
the
the
other
Cardiff
myths,
giant.
right?
There's no credible scientific or military evidence supports the existence of human
And
beings
so
growing to be 12 feet
what
tall.
about all the things we find in the bottom of the ocean every single day that we thought were
What are we
myths?
finding? What are we finding,
Oh,
Tatiana?
1,000 things every day. Different
Wheels of
species.
chariots? Wheels of chariots?
Not wheels. I'm not talking about the
Okay.
Bible.
Okay. What are you
I'm
talking
talking
about then?
about I'm talking about like creatures that we find that we never
Okay.
knew existed, and then all of a
What
sudden
is
they
your
exist. What
Tatiana?
about the?
You're not looking at valid, credible sources. You're looking at
No,
ridiculous internet
I'm a
hoaxes.
biologist. I know.
Well, then you're not. Then you're not applying your intelligence to your research, because
I'm not a
everything
stupid
you're
person.
saying is complete nonsense. It is
Okay.
hoaxes.
I guess I'm just an idiot, just like all the other people
No,
like
that's
me.
not
Well,
what
you
he's
should
saying,
try not to be.
Tatiana. He's just saying, question, if you hear of something, research it.
It's
See if
not
it's
that
been
I hear
debunked,
it.
like the 12-foot giants that you're talking about. I just Googled it. Simple Google shows that it's been debunked.
Oh, well, everything's been debunked, but do you believe it?
If it's been debunked, then
What
it's not
about the
true.
mounds? What about the
The
mounds in
truth,
Missouri that they
the
won't let us
truth,
uncover? What about
I live
all
in
the
Missouri.
giants?
I live in Missouri. So you're
All
not
right.
saying anything I don't know about.
Exactly. And what about all the giants?
All right. I've heard enough of that. I'm getting ready for bed, so we'll see if we can
Okay.
scroll
All
through
right.
these
We got
people.
Andrew that's been waiting.
All right.
Hello.
What's up, Andrew?
Hello, can you
Andrew,
hear me?
you're live. Yep.
All right, perfect. The prompt is I can defeat any argument for God. Is there a specific topic you want to stick to right now? Because I know you've been talking about some different things with the guests, but I'm open to talk about whatever.
Well, I'm thinking about going to bed soon, so let's get straight to whatever point you think is most pertinent. If you've got an argument for God, I'll
I have
tell
an
you
argument.
quickly. Okay, what is it?
Are you familiar with the argument from motion?
Maybe not.
Okay, so do you want me to go premise by premise, and then you can share objections? All right, perfect.
Yeah.
Premise 1 is change exists, meaning some things go from potential to actual. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, of course.
All right, perfect. Premise 2 is change is the actualization of potential, or the reduction of something from potential to actual.
I think I would agree with that.
Okay, would you like me to elaborate on that or no?
Well, I mean, I'm just thinking of an example, so change, you're saying it's going from potential to actual, so it's
You
an
could
action.
potentially have hair. You could potentially have hair, and then all
That's
of a
not the
sudden
way
you
that
do
I'm
have
using
hair.
potential in this instance though. Like when I say like the wood, a piece of wood has the potential to burn, but it cannot burn on its own. You have to set it on fire. That's what I mean when I say potential. Does that make sense?
So even to me, the classic example of potential is a dam. Whether it's a beaver or humans build a dam, the water that accumulates on the high side of the dam has a lot of potential energy.
Yeah.
And if you will open the dam gates, then that potential energy is converted into kinetic energy.
Right.
And you've got a change in states. The water rapidly flows downhill, so it's changing. So it's going from potential to actual.
Yeah.
But
Once again, though,
I guess I was trying to think of.
But the way that I'm using potential in this instance, once again, I'm not talking about potential energy, just the fact, the definition of potential in this instance. So once again, I'll use the same example. Wood on its own cannot burn. But it has the potential to burn. You would agree with that?
Yeah.
But it requires something to actualize that potential. Does that make sense? That's what I mean.
In the same way that a dam requires you to open the gates.
Okay, perfect. So you agree with me then?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So I'll move to conclusion 1. Therefore, if a per se causal series has no first member, no member of the series would have causal power. Does that make sense?
Well, I think what you're saying is that if you only have potential, but you don't have something that actualizes the potential, then it would never change.
Yeah. Do you want me to give a couple analogies or no?
Well, I mean, my analogy is if you don't open the gates to the dam, the potential energy will never be converted to kinetic, and it will never change location,
perfect.
so it would stay the same.
Yeah, perfect. That's a great analogy, actually. I'll add another one too, just for the sake to clarify. For example, do you know like an extension cord? You like plug it into the wall, and then you plug it into your phone, right? It makes your charger longer.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Let's say that I plug an extension cord into my phone, but don't plug it into the wall. Is my phone charging or no?
No.
Let's say I plug the extension cord into another extension cord, but that first extension cord is not plugged into the wall. Is my phone charging or no?
No.
So then if this goes on for infinity, but the extension cord is never plugged into the wall, is my phone charging or no?
No.
Okay, yeah, perfect. All right, so conclusion 1 we establish. All right, premise 3 says, but some members of a per se causal series do have causal power. Things are in fact being actualized right now. I think you'd agree with that. Like some things are being actualized presently. Not everything has already been actualized, right?
Correct.
All right, perfect. And then conclusion 2 is
some things can be in motion,
right?
And other things can be static.
Perfect. Yeah.
Without motion.
Okay, yeah. So then, all right, so conclusion 2, this is my final conclusion in the end of the argument. Therefore, a per se causal series cannot regress infinitely. We already established that. And then it must terminate in a first cause that has causal power in itself, a first unactualized actualizer. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. This is the argument that it's essentially saying that infinite regression is not possible.
Right.
But there must be an uncaused first cause.
Right. And we call that first unactualized actualizer God, because this being cannot have any potential. It must already be fully actualized. Otherwise, it could not be the first actualizer. That would be logically impossible.
It can't be the. So you're saying God can't be the first actualizer unless he was infinitely in motion?
Well, sorry. No. God can only be the first actualizer because he is already fully actualized. God has no potential.
So if God has no potential, then he couldn't create. He couldn't activate or cause the universe if he has no potential.
How does that make sense?
So
Elaborate
if
on
God
that.
has no potential to create, then he can't create. You have to have potential before you can do something.
No, he just has the ability to create, not the potential. Those are two different things.
No, it's not. It's the same thing.
What?
You
All
have
right,
the ability to do
define
something, you
potential.
have the
Define
potential to do
potential
it.
for me then.
We
We already
It's the
established this.
possibility of performing an action.
What?
The possibility of performing an action.
No. Potential is the possibility of being actualized.
Petrina, look up the definition of potential.
Go for it.
Potential?
Yeah.
The word potential means having the power or skill to grow, change, or happen in the future. It
All right.
acts as a noun for a hidden ability or an adjective
Exactly.
meaning possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, where does it say that potential means to create something new? It just says change something already existing.
It has the possibility to do something. It means it's possible.
No. It didn't. That's not what the definition said. It has the possibility to create, to change something already existing. God created something out of nothing.
Or happen in the future.
Yep.
That would be
that doesn't
something
even.
new.
Yeah, that doesn't apply at all either because God exists outside of time. So.
Well, I've already refuted how or that's special pleading. So, if
Refuted what?
Were you here earlier when I was talking to the guy about the Elliott argument?
About what? Sorry.
The Elliott argument. That guy. What was his name? Dave.
No, I don't think I was. Go for it though.
So this idea that God exists outside of time means God is incapable of change because time is a measure of change.
Yeah, I already. Yeah, God is incapable of change. God doesn't change.
Okay,
we already
God
established
can't
that.
decide
He's
to
purely
create.
actual. What?
So God cannot create if he cannot change because create requires change.
No, not even close. That's not what that means. Read the definition of potential again. Whatever your name is, Patricia. Patrina, sorry.
The word potential means having the power or skill to grow, change, or happen in the future.
The power to change in the future, which means you're not doing it now, but you will or can do it in the future. So if God has no potential to create, he cannot create because you have to have the potential to do it.
Yeah, you're claiming that creation is a change in God. Creation is not a change in God.
No.
All right.
God's decision to go from not creating to creating is a change in God.
That's not a change. That
is a
his
change.
will. All right. No. Let me clarify. If his will
Nonsense.
is still aligned on the same exact goal, and he operates within that will, then his will does not change. You can make decisions within your will, and you can't change.
Andrew, if God never changed from having the desire to create, he would never actually create because he would have an eternal state of desire to create and never
And
the
not create,
actual action to create.
Yes, that's correct.
Sorry, say that again.
If God was in an unchanging state and he desired to create, that means he could never actually create because he would be in an eternal state of desire. He desired to create, but he can't create because he has no potential to change because he doesn't live in time because time is a measure of change.
Once again,
It doesn't go from desire to reality.
Define change.
Oh my goodness. You don't know what change means? It's from one
No,
state
I'm
to
asking
another.
you to, because I don't think you know the definition of change.
So why don't you teach me then?
I already defined it at the beginning of the conversation.
Change means to make or become different.
The actualization of potential, right? I already established
to
that.
replace. Hold on. To
Okay.
replace one thing with another, or to return money after a purchase.
Oh, that's a good example, and that definitely
Well,
applies to our
that's
conversation.
talking about actual cash. coin.
Money
Yeah,
change.
So
I know
Right.
it
give
was
me
a joke.
change, right? Give
I
me
was
some
being
change for a
sarcastic.
dollar.
I realize. All right. So
So
once
if
again,
God is
how is
outside
God?
of time, he's incapable of change. And
No.
if he's
Okay.
incapable of change, that means he cannot decide to create.
No. Because once again, God deciding to create is not change.
It is change.
God's act of creating is identical to
Okay,
God
hold on.
because God. Let me finish. Because God is pure act with no composition, his willing, his knowing, and his being are not distinct components that get suddenly switched on. God doesn't perform an act of creation as something added to him. God's single, eternal, and unchanging act of being is the creating from our side of the relation. So there is no before God created and after God created internal to God, because that sequence exists only for temporal creatures, us. So then for you to say, oh, well, he exists outside of time, that doesn't make sense. Then the argument is just circular. Then you're taking my conclusion.
You're telling me about circular arguments? So you're saying that, so what evidence do you have that anything can exist outside of time?
What do you mean?
What evidence, do you know what evidence is?
Yeah.
What evidence do you have that it is even possible for anything, including God, to exist outside of time?
Our argument is evidence for that, to be honest.
I agree with that.
There
thank
is
you,
no
Katrina.
evidence because it is a complete nonsensical, irrational idea that anything can exist outside of time. Do you know what special pleading is? It's when you exempt yourself from all rules that you apply to everything else. In order to argue that a God exists, you must special plead God into existence. You must say God is that which defines all rules of known physics and laws and logic, and he's the only thing that can do that which is impossible. He is the only thing that lives outside of time.
Right.
But even God went from a state of non-creating to creating, but he was outside of time.
Okay.
And so somehow, even when he changed his mind, he didn't actually change.
He never changed his mind, though. We already established that.
That's kind of like
change his
saying.
mind to decide to create.
No, once again, he didn't change his mind. How about this? We'll just go back to the argument. The argument already exposed the fact that God exists outside of time. You didn't offer a single objection.
You never presented an argument that God exists outside of time. You asserted that God existed outside of time with no argument or justification at all.
Yeah, God existing outside of time is
like
a
you're
natural.
saying
Okay,
a person is not a person to you, right?
Even though we
all know
relevant?
logically that we are people, but to you, you don't want to choose that we are people, and you're saying no, we're not people.
Patrina, what are you talking about, bro?
That's what you're saying. That's
How
what
am I
you're
saying
saying.
that? Can you?
You're making up things. You're making up things. Yeah, you're making up things and saying this is true facts because I'm saying
you're redefining God and special pleading God into existence.
All right, Jeff, is that your name? Jeff for truth.
Yeah.
All right, Jeff, you didn't offer a single objection or refutation to the argument when I presented it. A natural conclusion to the argument is that God exists outside of time because he is the first actualizer. Therefore, you admitted that God exists outside of time. So now you're just contradicting yourself. So if we want to go back to the argument, you can try to object to it. You can't, okay, because you didn't the first time. You naturally just admitted that a God exists earlier in the conversation. Everybody in chat was already saying it too.
Andrew,
yeah,
if you're going to just assert that I admitted that God exists when I didn't, then that demonstrates that you're just a dishonest person, and I don't have time to waste with people that will just assert
he's
that
scared.
I said something that I didn't say.
You're going to kick me or no?
Yeah, I'm kicking you. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're stating things that aren't true. You have been this entire time.
All right, guys. I think, well, this may be the last one. We keep getting people.
Last guess.
Yeah, I got to go to bed sometime. I'm probably
Yeah,
keeping
me
people
too.
up.
But like a little stay up, so maybe I get you maybe
What's
a
up,
little
Dee Dee?
bit like gaudy. I don't know. Like I'm Irish and I'm Catholic or was Catholic, and then I went to Protestant and all that stuff, and then I went away from it and came back to it. So just
So
for you to
you need to get away
understand,
from it again because it's all lies.
huh?
You need to get away from it again because the entire Bible is definitively, provably false. The Bible is complete horseshit. It's ancient mythology from superstitious people that were deliberately trying to control weak-minded people that with this promise that there's the invisible man in the sky that's going to punish you if you don't pay your taxes and submit to the government.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get up here and stand and try and defend an Abrahamic Christian kind of fictionalized manifestation of God. Absolutely not. I think there's something way more profoundly beautiful going on. And I think the way that we've misinterpreted it from the Bible onwards.
So when you look at this world, do you see? I see profound beauty in sunsets and the mountains and the streams. But when I look at the bigger picture, the entirety of life as we know it, I see death and destruction and pain and suffering and anguish and corruption and greed and injustice and inequity.
Yep.
And even in animals, that's just in humans. In animals who don't have as many diseases that we have, they still have to, lions can't exist unless they eat other animals. And a lot of animals can't survive unless they eat other animals. So
isn't it unbelievable that us as humans have actually evolved past that point, but we still choose to kill and savage other beings for food? Like we could live
actually
off
need
vegetables if we
protein.
wanted to.
So we need protein. We need large amounts of protein to be
Well, then
healthy and strong.
Indian wouldn't be able to reproduce, then half of them are vegetarian. But that's off the subject. The subject's about God, right? And this concept of God. And I grew up in a country where God, fairies, and ghosts and the whole lot of it are real. So I come from a totally different mindset. Now, to me, God and the biggest injustice done to this idea of God is hierarchy. Because every single lens that we try to examine this God thing from has been from a level of hierarchy. So you go, oh, this thing is looking over us, or judging us, which also I can equivocally prove is wrong. But what we kind of forgot is, like, God ain't above you or below you. It's around you and through you. And my interpretation of God, again, as an Irish person who might have a wildly different interpretation to other people here, is that God is fundamentally creation, an action thing, positive creation that uplifts and benefits all thriving life.
Ooh,
so
uplifts and benefits all.
Yeah. In nourishment with
I don't know if
everything.
we're talking about the creation. So the creation itself. I mean, the sunshine allows us to live.
Yeah.
The water allows us to live. So I mean, a
That's
lot of
divine.
other things. I mean, snakes and poison ivy and poisonous berries. They're actively trying to unalive us.
Well, a snake to you is a lover snake to another. A poison ivy to you is a lovely lady poison ivy to the boy poison ivy. So I think it's a very human centric argument to look at these things through
Even people
bad
who
and
love
good.
snakes and raise snakes and get bit by snakes die from snakes.
Yeah, well,
So-
women die from the men they fall in love with. That's a
Yeah.
truth. And yeah, there is suffering on this world, but I don't think the whole I don't think we're sent here. I think this whole, I call it the Great Divine Slop Bucket, but I think what happens is that we have unresolved kind of spirit fissures is what I call them. It gets more technical than that, but essentially it's not either suffering or happiness. If you think existence is a privilege, whether it's suffering in a internment camp in some war or having a privileged life, both of them come with crosses to bear, by the way. But the experience, the magnificence of experience is the goal. Just the magnificence of experience of creation.
So I don't necessarily disagree with that. That the goal of life is to simply live it and to experience as much good as we can, and to maybe even try to improve or increase the amount of good things that will benefit others, and to decrease the amount of bad things that harm others. That would be a good purpose for life. in my
Universal truths are that we have one life and one planet, and we should really try and take care of each other to make sure our short stays here are abundant. And I think this concept of God for me is very, very simple. It is a benevolent, not all seeing, just all being, force that, whether we call it wise mind or magic or, you know, wisdom, it's when we tap into our ancestral, our contextual, our intellectual knowledge and bring it all together in a way that brings people towards peace, love, and harmony. That to me is divine. That to me is God. That to me is
So I don't think there's
divine
anything
creation.
that is bringing people to peace, love, and harmony. So
Well,
if that,
for some people, it unequivocally does, and that's problematic because I've been listening to some Bible kids and like Jesus, the Old Testament's doing them no favors, but like it is that problematic, you know, God daddy figure. But if we take this, like my approach is to call it goo, because to me it's kind of gooey and it's not hierarchical, but it's actually for some people what it should do, or what the concept of it should do, is try and get you to maybe be a little bit better, because that's all we can do. We can only
right,
aspire
so
to be
to me,
just a little bit better.
I would explain that as secular humanism. So if you're saying that there's not an anthropomorphic, intelligent being that has specific intentions and goals and wants to be worshipped,
Yeah, I don't think God has a plan to be real.
So if you're saying that God is not an anthropomorphic being who has specific intentions or designs, but it just is all that is, and you say our goal in life is to improve, increase the number of good things and decrease the number of bad things, to me that would mean you're a secular humanist. You don't believe in a God, but you believe in making the world a better place, and so that's what I consider myself, a secular humanist. I don't believe in invisible beings, but I do believe that we ought to try to make the world a better place. We ought to improve the life of others, and by doing that, we would improve the life of ourselves.
Yes.
So it's a selfish
Well, then
motivation.
what we believe is irrelevant. I don't really care if you're praying to Spider-Man. Once we get on the same page about the actual outcomes, to be real. And I think for some people, the God story can, it's been a bit of a historical hack to try and get people to be good. It's no longer working. I agree. It's actually pretty problematic. But I think if we want to get all on the same page, I don't care if you call it God, if you call it wise mind, if you call it whatever. But what I think is that, like, I think God as it stands needs a radical rebrand. And it can't be a lordy over judgmental thing. To be fair to Jesus, even if all the Bible was bullshit, he did mention being non-judgmental and being forgiving. And 2,000 years, I think those core messagings that were pretty good, we're still not getting. You can throw the rest of it away and just take those. Because there's so much problematic stuff in the Bible that people just like contextually write off. It's so empirically dishonest. But I don't believe. I know I come from 4 generations of witches come Catholics, which is such a bizarre bananas thing. I live in a place in Leitrim. I've seen the UFOs. I've heard the fairies. I know that sounds bananas. And if I heard me, I'd be like, fuck, what's this girl on? But like at the same time, to me, the God is the best of us and how we can imbue the best of us. And it isn't, and every single person you meet, to me, is like, this twin flame, soul flame thing. If we die and there's an electrical current that goes back in, we all become one anyway. Therefore, if there is any recreation or reincarnation, it's only like spirit fissures, as I've identified. So essentially, we go back to the big divine slot bucket, or this unity, and then we come back. It's like, I think we all kind of got it right, but we've created this very problematic God when we could give it a rebrand that kind of fits everyone a bit better without the ideology.
Yeah, so I'd be all for rebranding God, as long as he's not threatening eternal punishment, and he just says he just wants us to make the world a better place. I'd say, okay, well, I can get behind that God, even if I don't know who he is or what he is or whatever. If it's just an instruction, a universal instruction.
Well, we had one of those. His name was Michael Jackson.
He was a bit problematic too, to be fair.
Make the world a better place.
Yeah.
No, but I think what I really like here
as a God
is cultivating unity and finding where we can agree. So even though theologically probably I say we'd still agree, but like at the same time, I think these conversations and these spaces are best used to find common ground and where we can start, because both of us want the same thing: upliftment, for all and nourishment of all, and taking care of
Yeah.
ourselves first.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, so I agree with you, and I think I'm tired and ready to shut down and go to bed, but I do believe that's the direction that humanity needs to go. We need to get out of our little religious boxes and just say, what do we all want? Every single one of us just wants to live peaceful, happy, healthy lives as much as
Belly's
possible.
full, going to bed. Belly's full,
Yep.
going to bed. And there's
And
no reason. There's no reason we can't have that right now. No reason. We have enough
well,
resources.
no, the reason is because we've got too many corrupt, evil people that want to have to live
Yep.
an elite life of
That
luxury,
that use
and they
that
don't
they
want to do
use
the
the
same
the
thing.
love of a fake god to kill and pillage and undermine us all.
So it's the desire to control the world and to come to power.
Yep.
You know,
Power.
all the religions want everybody to be in their religion. That way, everybody
Power.
thinks the same. But religions divide people and cause wars and death and chaos. And as long as we have religion, we're going to have division and hatred and
Yep.
injustice.
In the old form of it, I think. But if we were intellectually honest and wanted to build a church of loving kindness, because I do believe in the power of collective intention. I do believe that people genuinely giving their time to think about love and peace cultivate something in the brain that brings around more love and peace.
So Biddy, I would be willing. I mean, if I could do, as long as I can take care of my family and I can have the relationship with my family that I want, which means my wife and kids. I'm not even talking about my extended family, just my wife and kids. I would move to some compound in India. If there was some place that met my ideology of just making the world a better place, everybody looking out for each other, not creating injustice and inequity and unfairness, but mutual love and respect and peace and harmony. I mean, I got the hippie mentality right now. I just want there to be peace, love, and happiness. And I would move my family to another part of the world if I was confident that this was the kind of environment that I would love to live in. But I just don't know. I don't know if I would be able to do it in this world. And
Well, the thing is, from all the books and all the research I've done, unfortunately, the cure for all of us is starting at home and in our own communities, and starting to find peace within our own hearts, then our own homes, then our own communities. It starts at home every single time.
And so that's where I'm hoping that I can even build a little community with just my family, where we can create the environment that we want as much as possible. I mean, we still have to pay insurance and health, doctor bills, and all the stuff that.
So
we have to
I
build
worked in
society.
VC, AI, cyber. I'm super nerdy, and my argument is that the secondary financial market, once it's what is disconnected from value and services, is basically one of the reasons that we're all a little bit
Thank you,
in
Jeff.
indentured servitude mode at the moment.
Ooh, you said a trigger word. Katrina does not like that word.
Which?
Indentured
that?
The Bible just has. They don't have slaves. The Bible just has indentured servitude. Katrina.
Well, we all are in it now. If you have a mortgage.
Oh my gosh.
That's a trigger. That's like a trigger word, right, Katrina?
Yeah.
Well, it's an accurate word to describe the economic position that most people, working people, are in, who want to, live in a home and stuff.
It's when Katrina hears that, it sounds like that we're trying to justify the Bible.
Hey, Biddy, I'm gonna drop you down, bro. I appreciate you stopping in. I want to go to shut down pretty soon.
Yeah,
so I appreciate
send you big love, brother. Love the combo.
All right, thank you.
All right,
What do you want to say before we
Yeah, I
shut
wanted
down,
to.
Uncle Lady?
All right, I wanted to tell Jeff this one thing about the last argument of the last guy. He was like arguing like yes and no. I find it interesting
Wait,
that.
your profile picture looks like a prison photo.
Oh yeah, that's me right there. I had to find a clear black.
It's a mug shot. It looks like a
clear-
mug shot.
Yeah, it looks like a mugshot.
Yeah, they don't
You
let
need
you
to
wear clothes.
smile or something.
Yeah,
Is
that's
it a
my
mugshot?
Yeah, that's my gangster look. My mom hates it. I found a clear wall in my house, and then I was like, yeah. It was actually a haircut photo. I had to do that angle so that I could show the barber what kind of haircut I got, because when he did it that good, I wanted to remember. So then it just been my profile picture. But what I'll tell Jeff is that I found something interesting when I went on Google, YouTube. You find little interesting videos and stuff. So I found the video of Pinhead from Hellraiser versus Darth Vader, and when I saw that, I was like, man, who would win? And eventually, Pinhead won because he's kind of like, you can't mess with him in the demon realm or whatever.
I was going to
So I
say,
don't know
yeah.
what his powers are,
Yeah,
but I would have voted for Darth Vader.
yeah.
But
Darth
You don't
Vader
know
was.
what Pinhead looks like? Oh my gosh.
I know what
Yeah.
he looks like. I just don't know what his powers are.
Oh, his powers
Oh,
is he's Clive Barker. He has the powers of the labyrinth. It's just like an
yeah.
unstoppable, otherworldly thing that you can't beat.
Yeah.
And Darth Vader did go strong with him, but Darth Vader ended up turning
Yeah,
into one of his.
he just has a sword, right? Or
Yeah,
Is
or
this
a not a
lightsaber.
sword,
Yeah,
but a
well? Darth
lightsaber.
Vader's got superpowers. He can manipulate the Force and throw
yeah,
things without touching it,
yep,
and he can choke you from a mile
Oh yeah, I
away.
forgot
yep.
about that.
He could do that, but he tried to do that to Pinhead, and it wasn't working. And Darth Vader fought good, but Darth Vader fought good and was not listening to Pinhead to the point where
So
Pinhead
is this
made
why you
him.
wanted to come up and talk about Pinhead
No,
versus Darth
no, I'll
Vader?
fast forward. No. It was like Pinhead, Darth Vader. Then they went to other stuff. Pinhead versus the Mask, and Pinhead was beating a lot of people until he came across the devil. In the DC comics, there's a character called Lucifer, the Morning Star. This is where it's interesting. After I saw that, Lucifer defeated Pinhead because you can't beat Lucifer, the Morning Star, I guess. So then I went to, who does Lucifer beat? And Lucifer beats the whole entire universe until he got to a character in the DC comics called Michael the Demiurge. So I'm wondering who's going to win out of this. So when they were fighting, Lucifer's power is the will of God in the DC comic universe. That's why you can't beat him, because God is backing the power, even though God doesn't agree with what he's doing with the power. God still kept his promise that your power is the will of God. So I was like, damn, they're gonna fight Michael. When Michael fights him, he gets beat up by Lucifer for a while until Lucifer can't hit him no more. So
All right,
Lucifer
Acolyte,
goes.
I'm tired and ready to go to bed.
I know this is the last one.
Otherwise,
This is
we
the
can
last
talk
thing.
about this.
Yeah, this is the last thing. I'm wrapping it up right now.
I thought you had something to say about the last guest. And the
Yeah, it
argument.
is because you were arguing. Remember, he was arguing the will of God, and then you said, "Well, creation." Well, Michael the Demiurge's power is creation in the comic book, and when Lucifer couldn't hurt him no more, he was wondering why he couldn't. And Michael told him, "Even though you have the will of God, I have the creation. So for you to use your will, it has to be created." But every time Lucifer tries to hit him, he takes the thought of God's creation and doesn't even make him think about it. Because you can't have a will if it's not created. And that's how Lucifer was ultimately defeated by him. So it kind of gives a mythological viewpoint on what order, like, if God creates something like as crazy as Lucifer, he created something to counteract that. And that's what you and Petrina was agreeing with, the counteraction, and the other guy was going against you. See what I'm saying? So I kind of like thought about that.
Yeah, I don't know either. But
Because it's
Trey
all
77
mythology
said,
anyway.
yes, I am an atheist. I'm an ex-Christian. I don't believe the Bible anymore. I don't believe in any gods anymore. That makes me an atheist. They know there's two sides, and they are knowingly siding with evil.
They know
Okay.
who? You and Petrina?
So whenever you demonize people who disagree with you, this is what they train you to do in politics as well. So they want you to, whether it's Republican or Democrat, they want you to demonize the opposition. And when the Bible tells you that you should demonize anybody who doesn't believe what we believe, they deserve to be tortured in eternal hellfire. This should be a clue number one that it's not true. It's humans trying to manipulate other humans into demonizing people who disagree with them. And if you demonize people who disagree with you, it's because you're wrong and you are just demonizing your enemy to justify yourself. So I'm not a demon. I don't support evil. I support doing good things for others as much as possible and changing the world to be a better place. But religion are actually a huge problem that divides people and even causes death and destruction and war. And that's the history of religion. But let me shut down. I've told people, and the crowd knows I've been leaving, so I went from 130 to 70. So
It's been a good live, Jeff.
No,
Thanks
you
for
was at
letting me hang out on the
147.
panel with you. Yep,
147
been good.
viewers. Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. I had a good crowd, and we had a few good conversations with some lunatics.
And when you end your live, your actual live is gonna say you had like over 5,000 views.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, thank y'all, and I may go live again tomorrow, so y'all.
Oh, that's
give us a
good.
call.
Okay,
I look
yay.
forward to it. We look
Let
forward.
me know. Send it to me if you go.
Yeah.
All right. See y'all later.
Okay.
All right.
All right.